What's going on? My head hurts a bit. Otosaka opened his eyes, and everything around him was strange. On the deserted earth slope, a group of dark-skinned big guys, holding strange weapons in their hands, shouted at Otosaka. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? The black-haired boy stood quietly on the battlefield with blood all over his body. How dare you look down on us? This one-eyed boy must be a spy sent by the country of Whirlpools. How dare he ignore us? Take him down. The man, who was all black and dressed in strange clothes, looked like an ancient Japanese ninja, waved his hand calmly and directly grasped the ninja sword in his hand and rushed straight towards Otosaka. The laboratory was successful. What experiment? Why do I think of these strange words in my mind? Otosaka ignored others and spoke directly on the battlefield. Perhaps the ninja next to him was too noisy and affected him. Like an African refugee, the dark-skinned old man charged directly at Otosaka. With a buzz, a stream of air was raised on the field. Otosaka is now at the other end of the battlefield. The ninja who was just shouting and charging at Otosaka has now turned into a ball of blood mud. Countless ninjas on the field were stunned by this scene and did not move. Masaka, the Chunin subordinate who just died, said in a low voice with a rolling throat. Isaac Chunin, how could he die like this? All this happened too quickly. Just now, he only saw the captain rushing towards the stranger. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the stranger appeared at the other end of the battlefield, and the Chunin captain was directly hit by him and turned into blood foam. Everyone should not act rashly. This person must be an extremely powerful physical ninja. Having just analyzed the situation, he directly said this matter. On the other side of the battlefield, Otosaka didn't care about the shouting of the group of people. He just continued to move towards the direction of the land of lightning without paying attention to anyone. Otosaka's mind is very confused now. Although he just killed an enemy easily, he was not afraid of killing. Otosaka has become accustomed to it. It seems that he has done killing a long time ago. His mind is very confused now, and many strange ideas collide in his mind. Oh, that's it. Otosaka seems to remember. I seem to be called the god of death. By the way, what happened just now? It seems that I just killed someone. Otosaka has the same symptoms as before, and he was stunned on the ground in the battlefield, like a sculpture. Damn, it doesn't matter. Basic equation bad structure. Sodium ion contrast structure. What is this? Otosaka's. A strange sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Otosaka felt that something was wrong with him. He was a bit like a schizophrenic. From time to time, some strange thoughts appeared in his mind. The ninjas who had just surrounded him had already withdrawn from this desolate battlefield. Send a signal flare to ask for help from the Hidden Cloud Village. The group of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village who had just escaped directly ordered their companions. Obviously, among this group of people, except for the Chunin who just died, his status is relatively special. This new enemy is heading towards the country of thunder. We must not let such a dangerous person like him go to the country of thunder. Several people directly pulled the flare in their hands. Bang bang, a few firecrackers exploded in the air. In the country of thunder in the Hidden Cloud Village, the gathering place of the Umbu, a large number of black-skinned ninjas gathered here. Suddenly, a signal soldier ran in. The originally noisy and chaotic mission hall. Suddenly, it became quiet because of this person's arrival. This person also directly and concisely stated the situation. Directly reported that there was an invasion of dangerous enemies in the outer battlefield of the land of lightning and a distress signal. Suddenly, a thin man appeared in the ninja hall. This man performed the instant body technique and was the famous Eight Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. Burubi, his hair color was very strange, half black and half white. As soon as he appeared, everyone in the hall nodded to him silently, and his attitude was very respectful. But under this respectful state, there was a sense of alienation. He directly grabbed the shoulder of the communication ninja and ordered him, "Take me there." On this side, Otosaka. Without the obstruction of the ninja, Otosaka went straight all the way and rushed towards the direction of the land of lightning. Behind him, several genin of the land of lightning followed him wretchedly, but no one dared to step forward to stop him. And the few people were far away from his position, a full 3 or 4 kilometers. Obviously afraid of this new enemy, suddenly killed them all. The ninja who just passed the order now has sweat all over his forehead. He always holds a black ninja sword in both hands. But But he knows that this can't bring him any comfort. After all, just to see to face, the stronger ninja was killed by this enemy in an instant. All he can do now is to follow Otosaka Yu from a distance, and keep track of its position at all times and wait for rescue from the hidden cloud village. Although he is very nervous, this is obviously a bit self-indulgent because, on the other side of the battlefield, Otosaka Yu didn't take them seriously at all. Now, Otosaka Yu is thinking of a woman in his mind. Yes, thinking of a woman. To be precise, he is thinking of that person's name. What is the name of that person who is very important to him? Although he just killed an enemy and is now covered in blood, although it is not his. But he is still absent-minded, and his brain begins to think frantically. Now Otosaka Yu has been walking with his head down, but his mind was like boiling water. All his thoughts kept boiling. What's her name? What's the woman's name now? Wait, why should I think about her? Who am I? I think my name is Otosaka Yu. Why should I be called Otosaka, you know? I should be a doctor. Where am I? He was just thinking about the woman's problem, but now it has been upgraded to the 3 philosophical questions of life. It can be seen how terrible his mental state is now. I just want to go somewhere. Where is this place? Why is it so desolate? Otosaka Yu looked up and looked into the distance. A large piece of brown land spread out, and it was unknown how many miles away. Just keep going like this. Just keep going. Forget it. It doesn't matter. What do I want to do? Chapter 2. The astonishment of Burubi. The 8-tails Jinchuriki Burubi from the hidden cloud village hastily arrived at the periphery of the Land of Lightning. While investigating the unique markings left by the Cloud Ninja, he finally reunited with his team. The squad, which had been trailing in the rear, suddenly sensed something amiss. A youth with black and white hair abruptly appeared among them. The lower-ranking ninjas from the hidden cloud village, upon seeing Burubi's arrival, not only refrained from taking defensive measures, but instead were filled with joy, for their savior had finally come. Wonderful. It is you, Burubi-senpai, who has come to our aid. The previously tense expressions of the lower ninjas began to ease. Burubi, having traced the clues, immediately utilized the body flicker technique to join the lower ninja team. They promptly relayed the situation to him. Initially, Captain Isaac discovered an unusual circumstance and came to verify it with us, only to find a suspicious individual covered in blood. Captain Isaac was the first to attack, intending to subdue this person. However, to our astonishment, in a mere instant, Captain Isaac, the Chunin, was killed without the use of any special jutsu. His movements were incredibly swift and his physical strength formidable, leading us to deduce that he is a remarkably powerful taijutsu ninja. We then followed this individual, tracing his movements towards the Land of Lightning. And now, we await your guidance, Lord Burubi. Burubi, decisively addressing the gathered lower ninjas, commanded, "You must retreat. This individual can eliminate a Chunin with mere physical prowess. He must not be underestimated. Leave this to me." Without allowing anyone a moment to react, Burubi vanished before their eyes with a body flicker. The figure known as Yasaka Yu proceeded directly toward the Land of Lightning, exhibiting peculiar movements, as if his body twitched uncontrollably, reminiscent of polio. Suddenly, clad in black ninja attire, Burubi appeared directly in front of Yasaka Yu. Burubi began by observing the stranger's actions and unleashed his chakra sensing technique. To his astonishment, he discovered that this one-eyed boy emitted no chakra whatsoever. This revelation left him in shock, for in his experience, such a condition could only pertain to 2 types of individuals, either a civilian or a corpse. Indeed, it could only be a civilian or a corpse. A true powerhouse would invariably radiate chakra. There would be no possibility of concealing or suppressing it. Anyone who has trained in chakra would inevitably carry the residual essence of spiritual and physical energy, which manifests as chakra. From the description provided by the lower ninjas, he already understood that this individual possessed extraordinary physical capabilities, having effortlessly slain a Chunin. Thus, he could not possibly regard this person as weak. He was an ordinary person. Yet upon sensing with chakra, he discovered, to his astonishment, that this individual bore no trace of chakra information. This revelation left him utterly bewildered, momentarily rendering him at a loss. Burubi, without hesitation, probed, "Who are you? Which ninja village do you hail from, daring to wreak havoc in our hidden cloud?" Miraculously, Yasaka Aru, now genuinely contemplating this question, experienced a fleeting moment of clarity. "Who am I? I seem to be the Grim Reaper. No, that's incorrect. I remember my name. Yasaka Aru, a scholar." Yasaka Aru then lifted his gaze to meet Burubi's, and they began to lock eyes. Yasaka Aru opened his mouth to declare, "Who am I? I am your father." An immediate silence enveloped the arena. Burubi was momentarily struck dumb by this proclamation. Well, it was evident that Yasaka Aru's mind had not fully returned to normal. Although there was some thought, it was limited. Nishin. Burubi's expression darkened, and he bellowed, firmly planting his feet on the ground. His hands began to methodically form seals, and he surged forward like an arrow aimed at Yasaka Aru. Lightning release, shadow clone technique. Burubi was enveloped in a blue-white electric aura, coalescing into elongated electric anchors, which shot forth like arrows as he advanced. The blue-white bolts swiftly targeted the area where Yasaka Aru stood. Thunderous explosions echoed across the battlefield, reminiscent of a clap of thunder or crashing waves. The ground where Yasaka Aru had been standing was blasted into a large crater, with jagged bolts of lightning swirling around the edges like ferocious dragons. Not stopping there, Burubi rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of shuriken and explosive tags that struck the crater in rapid succession. The sequence was remarkably fluid. However, Burubi quickly pivoted, his gaze no longer lingering on the recent crater. He was alarmed to find a shadowy figure standing behind him, seemingly appearing from nowhere. How could this happen so swiftly? Burubi exclaimed, and with a powerful leap, he distanced himself from his opponent. Now, beads of sweat adorned Burubi's forehead. He felt a surge of panic. This person was exceedingly enigmatic. There was not a trace of chakra on him, yet he had just materialized behind Burubi. This could not have been mere physical prowess. If he was not mistaken, this must be the legendary space-time ninjutsu. Only such a technique could explain how he evaded Burubi's attack and appeared behind him in such a brief span, initially targeting Yasaka Aru. Burubi had employed various tactics throughout the engagement, his mind replaying the details of the battle incessantly. He remained perpetually vigilant. Despite the tension that had gripped both combatants since the onset of the skirmish, Yasaka Aru remained motionless, standing in a daze. His mind wandered once more. What is ninjutsu? Is it some form of extraordinary superpower? Why do I lack it? Wait, did he just ask me something? Who am I again? How does the human body achieve natural discharge? The nucleus of the cell drives the body's natural electrons. We could establish a control group for an experimental strategy based on this direction. Wait, why am I conducting experiments? Oh, I remember now. I know what I must do. I am the Grim Reaper. I do not possess. I must plunder. I shall bring an end to everything. All creation shall be laid upon this body. In this moment, standing at the center of the battlefield, Yasaka Aru experienced a profound transformation in his very essence. Burubi also sensed that the aura of the individual at the heart of the battlefield had undergone a significant change. Chapter 3. The Opening Move. Defeating the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Burubi, from his very being, emitted a series of blood-red bubbles, a clear manifestation of the Eight Tails chakra. In that moment, Burubi unleashed his ultimate technique, the Tailed Beast Cloak. The crimson chakra bubbles enveloped him, rendering his appearance fearsome and terrifying. As a seasoned jonin of the Hidden Cloud Village and a tailed beast Jinchuriki, Burubi possessed an exceptionally keen combat intuition. Bang, bang, bang. In the midst of the battlefield, 3 resounding impacts reverberated, signaling the sudden arrival of Yasaka Aru at his side, who swiftly unleashed a flurry of 3 punches and 2 kicks. Fortunately for Burubi, he had rapidly condensed his tailed beast cloak, instinctively activating his strongest defense upon sensing danger. Following the assault, Burubi retaliated with remarkable speed, each punch and kick accompanied by a formidable gust of wind. The velocity of their exchange was so swift that their figures became nearly imperceptible. The spectacle unfolding on the battlefield was nothing short of dazzling. Burubi formed hand seals with both hands, channeling the power of lightning release. The battlefield bore witness to Burubi's palms transforming into dual lightning blades, radiating a captivating blue and white luminescence. His strikes, already characterized by their ferocity, were now amplified by the nature transformation of lightning chakra. The sounds of their clash erupted from the center of the battlefield, the chakra-infused lightning blades resonating with an electrifying hum. The pace of their confrontation was so rapid that one could only distinguish flickers of blue and black as they collided. Yasaka Aru mirrored Burubi's intensity, engaging directly in a contest of raw physical strength without any superfluous techniques. The sheer force of his blows was sufficient to rival that of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, a testament to his formidable prowess, capable of shattering a nin with sheer explosive speed. However, Burubi soon discovered something utterly astonishing. Theoretically, his hands were brimming with lightning chakra, each attack laden with tremendous destructive energy. For an ordinary person, even a mere graze would result in grievous injury. Yet, this peculiar one-eyed ninja, since the commencement of their skirmish, appeared to sustain no harm whatsoever. Why was this so? Despite Burubi's strikes undeniably making contact, the tactile sensation of his blows against flesh was unmistakable. Nonetheless, this enigmatic figure exhibited no deceleration in his movements, nor was there any sign of injury upon his body. This perplexing phenomenon left Burubi in a state of bewilderment. Unable to contain his confusion, Burubi voiced his thoughts. What on earth is happening? Which ninja village do you hail from? Why have you come to invade the land of lightning? What manner of ninja are you? Are you a wielder of a bloodline limit? How is it that you possess such extraordinary physical strength? It was no wonder Burubi was taken aback. As a renowned jonin of the Hidden Cloud Village, he had navigated through the perils of a war-torn shinobi world, achieving his current stature through sheer determination. However, the events unfolding today have taken him completely by surprise. The adversary clad in black not only lacks any chakra signature, but also wields abilities reminiscent of space-time ninjutsu. The most terrifying aspect is his physical defense, which is as unreasonable as his capabilities. His ability to engage in close combat with such tenacity relies entirely on the formidable protective barrier provided by his chakra cloak. In contrast, this opponent, without any embellishments, withstands his lightning-based chakra techniques solely through sheer physical prowess. This situation is utterly bewildering. Burubi and Yasaka have exchanged a powerful blow, utilizing the rebound force to swiftly distance themselves from one another. Burubi gasps for breath on the battlefield, inhaling copious amounts of oxygen that accelerates his blood circulation and replenishes his energy. Nyogue, have you discerned anything? Who is this individual? After all this time in combat, have you gleaned any insights? Burubi inquires, conversing with the beast residing within him. The tailed beast within him is none other than the Eight Tails, Nyogue, one of the two-tailed beasts possessed by the village of Yunin. It is undeniably a formidable creature, a true behemoth of war. No, Burubi, I have investigated, and there is indeed no chakra signature emanating from him. Furthermore, I have never sensed any unique bloodline limits within him. This implies that throughout our confrontation, this individual has solely relied on his robust physique and martial skills to engage me? What a joke. Is such a feat even possible for a human? Indeed, my friend. That is the reality. You must exercise caution. This individual exudes a perilous aura. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Yasaka's thoughts drift to a different matter. This is marvelous. So brilliant and shimmering. How fascinating. I desire this ability as well. Wait, I believe I possess something similar. Positive and negative electrons, alternating current or direct current. Even amidst battle, Yasaka's mind wanders in an unusual direction. Burubi, however, lacks the luxury of diverting his attention to Yasaka's musings. He is resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Initially, he had contemplated subduing this peculiar opponent, but through their exchanges, he has come to realize that this individual harbors a significant secret. Yet, capturing him alive seems an improbable endeavor. The intelligence gleaned from a living source far outweighs that of a deceased one. With the resources of their Yunin village, even the dead can yield valuable information. Eight Tails. Burubi begins to collaborate with the beast within him. A terrifying surge of energy erupts from Burubi's body. The once crimson, bubble-like chakra cloak begins to sprout fleshy growths, emitting wisps of white smoke. A resounding moo echoes across the battlefield. The once humanoid Burubi has transformed into a monstrous being, adorned with tails and a bovine head. The crimson tendrils emanated a terrifying aura. Yet, this transformation was not the most daunting aspect. The most horrifying element was the blackish-purple energy sphere that the minotaur-like creature expelled from its maw. Indeed, it was unmistakably a miniature-tailed beast ball. The moment this dark sphere manifested, the surrounding air began to plummet toward the Earth, as if the orb itself possessed an immense gravitational force, compressing the air around it. This was, in fact, the reality of the situation. The previously indifferent Yasaka Yu on the battlefield seemed to sense something amiss. His ghostly green eyes fixated on the tailed beast ball, akin to a wolf stalking its prey. His very demeanor began to undergo a terrifying transformation. Chapter 4. The final curtain of Burubi with a resounding boom. A black energy sphere erupted from the maw of the bull-headed creature, unleashing a formidable force that carved a deep, ominous crater in its wake. The mass of the energy orb was immense, yet its kinetic energy was unleashed with astonishing swiftness. The battlefield reverberated with the sound of air being torn apart. This tailed beast ball, released by the Eight Tails, had its target set squarely on Yasaka Yu. With his emerald green eyes fixed upon the dark energy sphere, Yasaka Yu laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Ha! Yes, this is exhilarating." Rather than evading the terrifying assault, he surged forward, propelled by an adrenaline-fueled fervor, and leaped directly towards the tailed beast ball, his voice echoing with fervent enthusiasm. As he extended his right hand to make contact with the sphere, a transformation began. To his shock, the invulnerable body he had possessed since the onset of battle was now marred by injury. Upon contact, his right hand shifted from its natural hue to a deep crimson, fissures creeping up from his palm to his forearm, blood gushing forth in torrents. Yet, Otosaka did not falter. Instead, he pressed onward with unwavering resolve. The air around him visibly rippled with shockwaves. Chaos ensued. Black lightning-like patterns began to spread from his palm, drawing the surrounding environment into a gravitational collapse. With the tailed beast ball being the first to succumb, the once smooth and spherical orb now exhibited visible creases, transforming into a crumpled mass, its volume contracting. What was once a colossal tailed beast ball, towering at 5 or 6 stories, had shrunk to about a meter in diameter, its surface marred and uneven. In this moment, Otosaka propelled the now diminished tailed beast ball with one hand, accelerating towards Burubi. The altered orb could not impede his advance. The immense force from his right hand reshaped the sphere from a complete circle to a semi-spherical form. With his free left hand, he gathered strength and swung his shoulder, striking the deformed tailed beast ball with tremendous force. A thunderous crash echoed across the battlefield as the transformed tailed beast ball was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away. Upon colliding with the distant ground, it detonated with a cataclysmic explosion, shaking the earth as if in the throes of an earthquake. The explosion ravaged the land, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. The retreating lower ninjas felt the tremors, one exclaiming, "That power must be the work of Lord Burubi." Another chimed in, "Such intensity. Our lord must have vanquished the enemy." They held steadfast in their belief, for Burubi was indeed the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast from the hidden cloud village. Burubi witnessed the entire spectacle unfold before his eyes. He had seen the tailed beast ball, unleashed in conjunction with the 8 tails, strike the foe. Yet the ensuing chaos spiraled beyond control. The tailed beast ball, reputed to be invincible in the ninja world and capable of harvesting countless lives on the battlefield, had been caught and tossed aside by this individual. How could this be? There was no time for contemplation. Suddenly, a warning echoed within Burubi, "Stay alert." Otosaka, who had previously been at a distance, now materialized directly above him. The speed was too rapid. Without the 8 tails alert, there would have been no time to react. Their gazes locked, but it was already too late. In the dim light, the half-tailed beast Burubi reflected the emerald green eyes of Otosaka within his pupils. With a thud, Otosaka's body descended, his consciousness intruding into Burubi's form. Suddenly, the massive body of the 8 tails pierced its own head with tentacles, blood gushing forth, leaving 8 gaping wounds upon its bull-like visage. Otosaka gradually returned to his original form, rising slowly. Meanwhile, Burubi regained control of his body. White steam billowing from his shrunken tailed beast form, reverting to that of a frail middle-aged man, yet still adorned with 8 bloodied holes upon his crown. When had he been struck? Was it by the Sharingan or the Blood Dragon Eye? Hold on. Quickly use my chakra to heal. The 8 tails urged anxiously. It is futile. Kaibai, my brain is shattered, and my consciousness remains solely due to your chakra. Since becoming a Jinchuriki, I have been weary. Perhaps death is a release. Burubi gasped, stating that the last thing he could do was to unravel the seal and grant you freedom full. We tailed beasts are immortal and indestructible. We shall be reborn after death. Burubi ceased his responses, channeling the remnants of his lightning chakra into his heart to shatter the sealing technique. In that fleeting moment, as the ironclad seal fractured, he closed his eyes forever. The legend of Kumogakure, the 8 tails Jinchuriki Burubi, thus fell at the borders of the land of lightning. Chapter 5. The left brain rebuts. The right brain embodies thought. Having just taken possession, Otosaka stood up slowly. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood. 2 streams of crimson trickling from his nose. "Who am I?" he muttered, disoriented. It seemed he had emerged from the beastly Jinchuriki, carrying something with him. His right hand, once injured, had completely healed, and aside from his tattered clothing, there was little evidence of the severity of his prior wounds. The pristine, delicate skin of his left arm revealed no trace of injury. Otosaka, rising to his feet, absently stroked his chin, sensing something was amiss. Upon examining his body, he finally identified the source of his unease. A red chakra, the tailed beast's crimson aura, swirled around him. This was reminiscent of Burubi. enveloped by the chakra of the tailed beast. What was this? He reached out to grasp the blood-red chakra surrounding him. An astonishing transformation occurred upon Burubi's deceased form. The roar of the tailed beast resonated through the quiet night. Before Yasaka Aru appeared a colossal creature with the head of a bull and the tail of an octopus. This was none other than the Eight Tails, concealed within Burubi's body. Before his demise, Burubi had unwittingly released the final seal, allowing the Eight Tails to persist rather than dissipate with the death of its Jinchuriki. Yet, from the creature's furious cries, it was evident that it felt no joy in its survival. Without hesitation, the newly released Eight Tails launched an immediate attack against Yasaka Aru. 8 powerful octopus-like tails swept through the air with tremendous force, aiming to strike him down. Yasaka Aru stood his ground, firmly grasping one of the tails. The overwhelming impact did not shatter him into pieces. Observing this, the bull-headed monstrosity summoned even greater strength for its assault. This time, the sheer might of the 8 tails sent Yasaka Aru flying. However, he managed to retain a significant portion of the creature's tail in his grasp. Seizing the opportunity as Yasaka Aru propelled through the air, the 8 tails gathered energy within its maw, preparing to unleash another tailed beast bomb. With a thunderous roar, it fired the bomb toward him. Yet, Yasaka Aru raised his right hand, bracing himself to absorb the impact of the tailed beast bomb. The intensity of the battle was overwhelming, reverberating across the distant village of Kumogakure. In the land of lightning, the third Raikage, had already employed the body flicker technique and now stood atop the Kumogakure office building. His gaze was fixed upon the battlefield. With a whoosh, numerous members of the village's Umbu had gathered around him. The third Raikage, spoke decisively. All Jonin and Special Jonin, immediately prepare to assist Burubi. With that, the group leaped into action, vaulting across the rooftops of Kumogakure as they made their way to the battlefield in the land of lightning. With a thunderous crash, the tailed beast ball was sent flying by the enigmatic figure of Yasaka Aru. The 8 tails, Gyuki, was acutely aware that despite the formidable nature of the tailed beast ball, it posed no threat to the mysterious adversary before him. As Gyuki moved with a resounding force across the battlefield, the earth trembled, sending rocks and debris scattering in all directions. His colossal fists descended upon Yasaka Aru like a relentless downpour. Yet, when they struck his form, it merely echoed like a drumbeat. In the depths of Yasaka Aru's mind, a tempest of thoughts surged forth, a cacophony of strange ideas bubbling to the surface. What is this power? Why does it envelop my being? It seems I have commandeered it. How is this bull-headed creature still alive? Did I not just extinguish his life? I yearn to dissect a piece for study. Even my own flesh would suffice. Despite the tumult of his thoughts, the battle raged on unabated. Yasaka Aru's body moved as if possessed by its own will, fighting instinctively without his conscious command. Gyuki's strikes could not harm him, and he possessed an uncanny ability to warp through space. The scene unfolded with Yasaka Aru darting across the battlefield at breakneck speed, while Gyuki relentlessly rained down blows. It was as if Yasaka Aru were eagerly welcoming these strikes, dodging and weaving. The clash of their combat resounded like thunder, causing the very ground beneath them to cave in, creating a vast crater with them at its center. The battlefield was filled with the sound of fierce winds, heralding the arrival of the Cloud Village ninjas, led by the third Raikage, Upon his arrival, he sensed something amiss. It was evident that Gyuki was in a state of rage. Having trained alongside B, he was well acquainted with his chakra signature. Yet now he could detect none of that familiar energy. Though Gyuki continued to battle the unknown foe, the explosive chakra emanating from him was unmistakably that of a tailed beast. The third Raikage's heart raced with a sense of foreboding. Damn it, he roared, his voice reverberating across the battlefield. With a crackling surge, his electrified fist surged toward Yasaka Aru's head. The strike was swift and ferocious, yet Aru's reflexes were even swifter. In the midst of the confrontation with Gyuki, Yasaka Aru executed a powerful kick, propelling the third Raikage back with greater speed than he had arrived. Seizing the opportunity, Gyuki unleashed a tremendous punch that struck Yasaka Aru, sending him hurtling away. Just as the third Raikage was propelled back by Yasaka Aru, he instantly appeared beside Gyuki. Entering into an eerie standoff, the third Raikage spoke directly. Is this B's choice? What has transpired? He willingly released you. Yasaka Aru remained indifferent to the conversation between the Raikage and the fearsome bull-headed creature. Despite being struck and sent flying, he bore no visible injuries. However, the unexpected incident only intensified the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. The emergence of yet another being crackling with electricity was exhilarating. How delightful. How captivating. The prospect of annihilating them all was tantalizingly appealing. It struck him as peculiar that they shared the same extraordinary abilities. Wait, what are these abilities? It seems I possess some as well. With a sudden whoosh, Yasaka Aru vanished, reappearing beside the third Raikage, leaving him utterly astonished at the swiftness of the encounter. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the two locked eyes. Reflected in the Raikage's gaze was a singular green eye, but the nearby Eight Tails had already made its move. Its massive tail hurtling towards Yasaka Aru with a deafening rush. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying once more. Struck by the blow, it appeared as if his abilities had been disrupted. Yet, in mid-flight, his body instinctively righted itself, landing gracefully, unlike the previous time when he had possessed Burubi, devoid of self-awareness. Upon crashing to the ground, Yasaka Aru expelled a torrent of crimson blood from his nose. How could this be happening? Who am I? What is a ninja? How did I end up here? After possessing the third Raikage, his physical condition deteriorated further. His already muddled mind now spiraled into chaos. He gazed at his right hand, lost in contemplation, as he struggled to remember his identity. The relentless battles had compelled him to wield his soul-snatching abilities, stimulating his mind, albeit briefly returning him to clarity. I am Yasaka Aru. It seems I have merged with the consciousness of a certain doctor. I have usurped the powers of many, and my mind has borne the consequences. It is fortunate that the doctor fused with me, granting me this fleeting lucidity. I can no longer afford to exploit my powers. Further usurpation will plunge my mind into greater disarray. There are far too many people here, and the monstrous creature looms before me. Continuing this conflict will yield no benefits. I must retreat. Who is my sister? Wait, I have a sister? Who am I waiting for? Why do I seek to acquire every ability? Yasaka Aru pressed his hands against his forehead, shaking his head in a desperate attempt to maintain his clarity. No, I must not dwell on it. My mind is slipping once again. I will kill them all. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. A green eye fixating on the gathering crowd like a ravenous wolf, exuding an aura of predatory menace. The third Raikage, perched upon the Eight Tails' shoulder, had also landed as a result of the creature's actions, now regaining his senses. Standing alongside the Eight Tails, he was flanked by a cadre of elite ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village. The elite shinobi surrounding the third Raikage did not take the initiative to inquire about his condition, nor did they express curiosity regarding the events that had just unfolded. Each of them gripped their weapons tightly, surrounding the Raikage in a display of unwavering resolve. The third Raikage spoke directly, "Boy, I care not who you are or which village you hail from as a spy. Today, you shall not leave here alive." Thus, Yasaka confronted both parties. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and suddenly, Yasaka's pupils jolted as clarity momentarily returned. He shook his head vigorously, deciding to depart from this place. In an instant, he spun around and vanished from sight, leaving behind the third Raikage, who had just issued a fierce warning. With a thunderous clap, the third Raikage appeared at the exact spot where Yasaka had just disappeared. Alarmed, the Raikage pondered, what just transpired? No chakra signature? Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Perhaps the legendary flying thunder god created by the second Hokage, Shinjitobarama? No, it doesn't seem to match. How could he achieve this without any residual chakra information? Chapter 6. Water-cooled cooling. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Yasaka felt a profound sense of exhilaration. Remarkably, I am beginning to comprehend everything. Yasaka currently finds himself in the country of Whirlpool. The distance between the country of Lightning and the country of Whirlpool can be described as exceedingly vast. Such an extensive spatial transfer could only be accomplished by the legendary flying thunder god technique. I am gradually realizing that I must have arrived in another world. For the time being, I cannot absorb any more abilities from others. My body instinctively resists. Having recently assimilated the powers of an individual with black and white hair, and subsequently accepted those of a peculiar, large, dark-skinned man, my mind is nearing a standstill. Now, Yasaka feels an overwhelming heat coursing through him, brimming with boundless energy. No, my mind is becoming foggy again. Previously, I did not experience such severe aftereffects, which I fear are related to the abilities I have usurped from others. It is overwhelming to contemplate so many things at once. My brain feels as though it might explode, and my head throbs painfully. In the battlefield of the country of Lightning, Yasaka could confront the Eight Tails head-on. Yet he finds himself unable to endure the torment of this headache. Presently, Yasaka Ayu is situated within a dense jungle. The lush trees surrounding him shield the sunlight above, allowing only speckled rays to filter through the leaves and illuminate him. His appearance is rather disheveled, with tattered clothing. His right sleeve has completely vanished. After battling the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Buru, and subsequently facing the third Raikage, he considers himself fortunate to have retained even a few intact pieces of fabric. Leaning against a tree, Yasaka Ayu cradles his head in his hands, motionless, as if this posture might provide him some relief. While he can control his body, his thoughts elude him, swirling chaotically in his mind. Where am I? Who is my sister? What is happening to me? Am I unwell? I am in such pain. Observers would note wisps of white vapor emanating from his body. Yasaka Ayu's temperature is alarmingly high, particularly around his head. I must calm myself. I cannot continue like this. Yasaka Ayu rises abruptly, instinctively moving in a particular direction. Stumbling for over 10 minutes, he unexpectedly arrives at the edge of a small stream. Before him lies a meandering river, its waters gently flowing, though not crystal clear, yet capable of reflecting his unsettling silhouette. Standing at the riverbank, he gazes into the water's surface and sees the reflection of his frail figure, draped in what can hardly be called clothing. Most striking is his singular eye, with the left one completely shut. He stands by the river for a moment, observing his reflection, but does not linger long before wading into the water. With a splash, he plunges entirely into the river. Yasaka Ayu finds himself submerged, floating weightlessly as the river carries him downstream. His mind was ablaze, resembling an overloaded CPU, radiating an intense heat. Fortunately, he had discovered a river, allowing him to immerse himself in its cool waters, which alleviated his feverish state. Surprisingly, this brought him a sense of relaxation. Ever since arriving in this unfamiliar world, Yasaka Ayu had inexplicably engaged in combat with others. Although his prowess was formidable, having effortlessly vanquished an Eight-Tails Jinchuriki upon their first encounter, the subsequent skirmishes had nonetheless left him with a degree of mental fatigue. In simple terms, while his body remained capable, his mind struggled to keep pace. Now, feeling a sense of relief, Yasaka Ayu miraculously drifted into slumber amidst the river's gentle current. He lost track of time until the sound of his own stomach growling roused him from his sleep. Upon awakening, he found himself adrift, unaware of where the current had carried him. Opening his eyes, he scanned his surroundings, questioning his location. Ah, yes, I am still in the river. His stomach's protest was unmistakable, signaling his hunger after the recent exertions. Despite emerging from battle unscathed, his mind was still clouded, and the river's coolness had only temporarily restored his clarity. A nap in the river had left him with a gnawing hunger, which was only natural given the toll of the preceding encounter. Yasaka Ayu reached into the water and deftly caught a grass carp. The fish wriggled vigorously in his grasp, attempting to escape, but with a swift crunch, he ended its struggle. He devoured the fish raw, unbothered by the lack of preparation, indulging in a rather savage feast. Just as he relished the taste of the half-eaten fish, contemplating whether to catch another if this one proved insufficient, a sudden splash from the riverbank caught his attention. He turned to investigate, but before he could ascertain the situation, a rope ensnared his neck and began to pull him upwards. Fortunately, lying in the river rendered the effort of the pull relatively effortless. In no time, he found himself dragged to the riverbank. Before him stood a short figure clad in oversized, baggy clothing, resembling a stout individual. This person appeared to be wrapped in layers, creating an impression of bulkiness. Standing at approximately 1.5 meters, their gender was indiscernible, and their face bore a hint of youthful roundness. This peculiar individual had used the rope to extract Yasaka Ayu from the water. The two exchanged a gaze, wide-eyed and curious. The situation was indeed strange. Yasaka Ayu still clutched the half-eaten grass carp, oblivious to the absurdity of being pulled ashore while continuing to gnaw on the raw fish. The disheveled individual continued to gaze intently at Yasaka Ayu, who was munching on a piece of raw fish. The two of them were locked in a mutual stare, each unblinking and absorbed in the other's presence. "Are you alive?" It was this scruffy person who broke the silence first. Having realized that in her hands she had pulled a living being from the water upon witnessing Yasaka's act of gnawing on the fish. "Hey, who are you? How did you end up in this river?" Yasaka Ayu, however, did not respond to her inquiries, continuing to focus solely on devouring the grass carp in his possession. At that moment, his mind was preoccupied with a singular thought, the need to satiate his hunger, effectively disregarding the red-haired girl beside him. "Hey, are you mute? Why aren't you speaking?" The red-haired girl posed her question once more, Yet Yasaka Aru remained unresponsive. Noticing his indifference, she picked up a nearby twig and began poking at his tattered clothing, seemingly searching for something. What the hell? Your clothes are in tatters, worse than mine. And you have nothing on you? She swiftly reclaimed the rope that was around Yasaka's neck and wrapped it around her own waist. Ignoring him, she settled quietly on the riverbank, appearing to await something. As the sun reached its zenith, Yasaka Aru remained in the position he had been pulled into. Lying on the riverbank, the rotund figure rose and leaned down to observe him, but did not utter a word. However, as she stood, she forcefully pulled the rope, causing several fish to float up from the river. It seemed she had not wasted her time. She then gathered dry twigs and branches from the nearby brush, igniting a fire to cook the freshly caught river fish. The crackling of the flames mingled with the dripping fat from the fish, creating a delightful aroma that wafted through the area. Yasaka Aru, who had been lying still, found his stomach grumbling at the scent of the roasted fish. Hey kid, answer my questions, and I'll share a piece of this grilled fish with you. What's your name? Where are you from? Yasaka Aru, lying on the ground, turned his head to look at the rotund figure, clearly having heard her words. With a swift motion, he pushed himself up from the riverbank and sat down beside the stranger, reaching out for the freshly grilled fish without a second thought. The girl, startled by Yasaka's sudden action, leapt to her feet in defense. Hey, what are you doing? That is my fish. She dashed forward, attempting to shove him away. However, Yasaka merely extended an arm, effortlessly holding her at bay. Clad in layers of clothing that hindered her mobility and with her limbs short, she found it difficult to resist. Yasaka's single hand was sufficient to restrain her, overpowering her effortlessly. Hey, how can you be so strong? Having consumed my fish is one thing, but to neglect my inquiries is quite another. I was gracious enough to rescue you from the waters, and yet you display such ingratitude. With that, she grew weary of the argument and returned to the fire, seizing the roasted fish to indulge in it. After some time, only a pile of gnawed fish bones remained on the ground. Yasaka Aru, having replenished himself with protein, reclined on the ground, feeling utterly at ease with his heart towards the heavens. The only discomfort arose from the scruffy little imp on the other side of the fire, who glared at him with hostility. Hey, you've eaten my share as well. You ought to tell me who you are and what brings you here. What is your name? This time, Yasaka Aru did not disregard her. Instead, he lifted his head and casually replied, I do not know. Chapter 7. The protagonist is unexpectedly taken in by a vortex. What on earth? The plump little creature gazed, bewildered, at the figure of Yasaka Aru, who lay sprawled on the ground. Hey, what do you mean you don't know? Don't tell me you don't even remember your own name. Are you foolish? Yasaka Aru refrained from elaborating. However, her question stirred a tempest of thoughts within his mind. Who am I? I am Yasaka Aru, but what does that signify? I find myself utterly ignorant. I cannot even fathom why I have appeared in this world. My memories of the past have faded into obscurity. Suit yourself, the rotund stranger remarked, gradually retreating from Yasaka Aru's line of sight until she vanished completely. Forget you, just continue lying there. With that, she seized the roasted fish by the fire and departed. Her voice resonated in Yasaka Aru's ears, even as her figure disappeared. Yasaka Aru paid no heed. He simply remained there, unmoving. As night descended, Yasaka Aru made no significant movements. He did not even bother to kindle a flame for warmth. Instead, he turned over, adopting the earth as his bed and the sky as his blanket, surrendering to slumber. When dawn's light broke through the trees, Yasaka Aru was awakened by a familiar voice. Are you still alive? He opened his eyes, and the morning sun filtered through the treetops, illuminating his face. At first, everything appeared a blinding white. But as he blinked a few times, he gradually adjusted to the surrounding light. Before him stood the same individual from the previous day, short red hair, dressed in several tattered garments. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Yasaka Aru shook his head, indicating his inability to comprehend. Indeed, this was the truth. For he had just awoken, and his mind had yet to catch up. Once again, his thoughts spiraled into chaos. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The classic philosophical questions emerged. Who is conversing with me? This person seems to be the one from yesterday. What was her name? Yasaka Aru propped himself up, making eye contact with the newcomer. Indeed, he was on her level, for she was so diminutive that even sitting upright, her height matched his. The individual spoke directly. Have you really been here all night? She did not await Yasaka Aru's reply and, self-absorbed, plopped herself down by the riverbank. It was evident that after their previous interaction, She had surmised that this person before her was somewhat mentally unwell and thus held little expectation for him to respond. Yasaka Aru had risen to his feet but did not take any action. Instead, he found a nearby tree to lean against and surveyed the peculiar stranger. Time slipped away, and the once gentle flow of the river became tumultuous. To Yasaka Aru's astonishment, the diminutive figure began to untie the ropes that encircled her waist. She unfastened several lengths of rope, casting them into the water. Yasaka Ayu cast his gaze towards the place where the ropes had fallen, discovering that each rope was bound to something resembling corpses. How marvelous! Today, there was such a bounty. The petite figure danced with exuberance by the riverbank, even letting out an excited shout. Without a second thought, she seized the rope in her hands and began to tug against the rushing river with all her might. Her small hands struggled with 4 or 5 ropes, turning a deep crimson from the exertion. Her dark, round face was flushed, matching the hue of her hair. Yasaka Ayu heard the little one's spirited yell. "Hey, you there, the one-eyed fellow, stop lounging around. Come help me pull this rope. I can't hold it any longer. Assist me, and I'll treat you to something delicious later." Initially, Yasaka remained unmoved, but upon hearing the promise of food, he rose and approached her side. With a decisive motion, he seized the rope from her grasp and pulled with vigor, instantly straightening it. With a series of splashes, several dark corpses were dragged ashore by Yasaka. "Not bad, one-eyed fellow. You possess considerable strength." Upon uttering this, the little one dashed towards the 5 bodies with enthusiasm. Yasaka stood aside, observing her actions as she picked up a branch and began to rummage through the clothing of the corpses. To her surprise, she scavenged some small silver coins and copper pieces, even uncovering a rusty iron knife. Just as she reveled in her finds, Yasaka silently appeared behind her and grabbed the nape of her neck, lifting her into the air. This sudden action startled her. "Hey, what are you doing? Put me down," she exclaimed, only to hear Yasaka's low voice, "Food." She seemed to misunderstand and urged him to repeat. "What did you just say?" Yasaka maintained his grip and replied, "Give me food." "Huh? For this? Put me down. I'll fetch it for you right away." Yasaka released her, and she tumbled to the ground with a thud. "Ouch! That hurt." "You're infuriating," she exclaimed, regretting her earlier decision to call for his help. Despite her complaints, she quickly unfastened her bulging garments, layer by layer, revealing her slender form. A small belt encircled her waist, from which she retrieved a steamed bun, still warm from her body. She hurled it directly at Yasaka's face. Without hesitation, Yasaka caught the bun before it could hit the ground and steadily brought it to his mouth, oblivious to how long it had lingered in the girl's embrace. Although the warmth lingered, a hint of sourness tainted the flavor. The pristine white bun was promptly devoured by Yasaka, who then returned to lean against the very tree that had previously offered her solace. The commotion caused by Yasaka had drained the petite figure of her previously exuberant spirits, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, her joy from a fruitful day now extinguished. Subsequently, the bodies, once scavenged by the small figure, were cast back into the river, drifting aimlessly, their fates now a mystery. Just as yesterday, she resumed her repetitive task of fishing for grass carp with a rope in the river's waters. Mirroring her previous actions, she gathered firewood to roast the fish, only for Yasaka to approach and seize her hard-won catch. Yet, she had grown indifferent to such antics. Throughout this time, she persistently inquired about Yasaka's identity and origins, but to no avail. Yasaka behaved as if she were mentally challenged, capable of understanding speech, yet limited in her responses. Occasionally, she would utter nonsensical phrases that left the small figure bewildered. As dusk settled, unlike the previous day, the petite figure chose not to abandon Yasaka. Instead, she paced the riverbank, seemingly in contemplation. After a series of hesitations, she finally approached Yasaka and initiated conversation. "Hey, Cyclops. Since you don't know your name, I'll call you Cyclops. But remember mine, it's Uzumaki Milk Fragrance. You will work for me, and I'll provide you with food. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Uzumaki Milk Fragrance boldly grasped Yasaka's hand, leading her step by step away from the river into the woods. Yasaka followed in silence, obediently matching the pace of Uzumaki Milk Fragrance. Eventually, they arrived at a dilapidated village. After navigating through winding alleys, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance guided Yasaka back to her run-down wooden house. Upon entering, she skillfully lit a lamp with a fire starter, illuminating the dim interior. The flickering candlelight revealed a stark contrast between the tidy furnishings within and the exterior disarray. The sparse furniture consisted of a dining table, 2 wooden beds, and a few chairs. One of the beds cradled an elderly woman with red hair. Hearing the door creak open, the old woman rose and spoke. "Is that you? Milk Fragrance?" Upon hearing her voice, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance hurried forward to assist the elderly woman. "Grandmother, it's me. Rest assured, I have returned." Yasaka, you surveyed the interior. Noting the elderly woman's eyes were a ghostly gray, indicative of her blindness. This explained the lack of illumination in Uzumaki Milk Fragrance's home. Upon her return, she proactively approached to exchange pleasantries, evidently with the intention of reassuring the elderly man. "Hey, one-eyed dragon, go heat some water on the earthen bed over there," she commanded. Hearing the directive from Uzumaki Nayuki, Yasaka Aru appeared to regain some semblance of normalcy. He complied with Uzumaki Nayuki's instructions, igniting a fire to boil the water. Before long, the water was bubbling, and Uzumaki Nayuki retrieved the fish jerky caught earlier that day, soaking it to feed the elderly gentleman. As night fell, Uzumaki Nayuki and her grandmother lay peacefully in bed, while Yasaka Aru found himself on the floor. He astutely observed the stark poverty of their household. They possessed only a single blanket, which was draped over Uzumaki Nayuki's grandmother. This explained why he had witnessed her disrobing earlier in the day, despite her frail figure. She was clad in such heavy garments. As for Yasaka Aru, it mattered little to him. He could withstand the might of the 8 tails, and sleeping on the ground held no significance. Chapter 8. Time flies. 3 years have passed. A faint sound reached the ears of Yasaka Aru, as if someone had been incessantly calling out to him. "Wake up! Hurry and wake up! One-eyed dragon, don't sleep any longer." Slowly, Yasaka Aru opened his eyes to behold a small figure with crimson hair. Upon noticing Yasaka's awakening, Uzumaki now swiftly grasped his hand and led him outside. "You truly have a remarkable ability to sleep. I've been up for ages, and yet you still lie there on the ground." Uzumaki, now treading lightly, seemed cautious not to disturb the elderly figure resting in bed, pulling Yasaka gently, her grip neither too firm nor too harsh. "One-eyed dragon. Sleeping on the floor should be quite uncomfortable, yet you managed to rest so soundly. By the way, when I arrived in the woods yesterday, I was the one who called you first before you finally woke up." Despite Uzumaki now's incessant chatter, Yasaka Aru's attention remained elsewhere. Memories began to swirl in his mind, reminiscent of someone who had awakened him in a similar manner. Was it his sister? Or perhaps now, at that moment, Yasaka's thoughts began to drift into forgotten realms of his past. Who was now? Why did the thought evoke a sense of sorrow within him? Never mind. It probably isn't of great significance. Suddenly, a sharp sound interrupted his reverie, as if his arm had collided with an object. It was then that Yasaka regained his focus, his gaze landing on Uzumaki now. "What did I just say? Were you not listening at all? Your mind truly seems unfocused." Uzumaki now regarded him with a serious expression, her demeanor radiating dissatisfaction. Yasaka lowered his head, fixated on the irate Uzumaki now. He then reached out, gently patting the head of the red-haired girl, surprisingly articulating, "It's all right, I forgive you." This unexpected response left Uzumaki now utterly bewildered, standing frozen in place, uncertain of how to react. Leading the way, Uzumaki now guided Yasaka through a series of turns, arriving at an unfamiliar location. Along the way, she emphatically advised him on numerous matters, the specifics of which had slipped from his memory, yet he distinctly recalled her insistence. "Do not say anything, just stand by my side. If you fail to manage this simple task, I won't let you eat. Did you understand, one-eyed dragon?" Uzumaki now entered a brightly lit building, with Yasaka following closely behind. The scene that unfolded before Yasaka's eyes was astonishing. The mission hall of the Land of Waves was bustling with activity. An array of ninjas mingling and exchanging information as they accepted various tasks posted on the walls. What astonished Yasaka was the memory of having recently vanquished 2 individuals whose attire closely resembled those around him. To Yasaka, all ninjas appeared similar. Although their headbands indicated their respective nations, their overall appearance was largely indistinguishable. It is truly not to be blamed on Yasaka Aru, for he is not of this world and is unfamiliar with its customs and traditions. Fortunately, the initial counsel from Uzumaki Milk Fragrance proved effective, keeping his mind clear, and he now follows her in silence. Yasaka Aru surveys his surroundings, while Uzumaki Milk Fragrance confidently approaches the fence, engaging in conversation with the station ninja inside. "Excuse me, sir, I have come to accept a ninja mission, and I now have a ninja partner," she announces. The guarding ninja responds, Do you not realize that one cannot simply bring anyone along and call them a ninja? You, young girl, have repeatedly come here seeking tasks. The missions of a ninja are perilous, and a moment's carelessness in this era of turmoil could cost you your life. Upon hearing this, Yasaka Aru's mind involuntarily contemplates the peculiar background of this world. The exchange suggests that it is not as peaceful as he had imagined. It appears to be amidst some form of conflict. Never mind, no need to dwell on it, he thinks, feeling a bit perplexed. Is my brain about to grow? Uzumaki Milk Fragrance interjects. Sir, you mentioned this before. Rest assured, the partner I have brought is quite formidable. Just assign me some lower-level tasks. I have reviewed them and can accomplish them with ease. The guarding ninja, appearing somewhat exasperated, replies, Oh, you little girl, I hardly know what to say. Ultimately, he retrieves some of the least desirable tasks from the bottom of the scroll pile and hands them to Uzumaki Milk Fragrance. I can only assign you these low-reward missions that no one else is willing to accept. Though the rewards are meager, their safety is comparatively higher. The diligent ninja at the counter carefully advises Uzumaki Milk Fragrance on the task's essentials and various details. I hope you do not emulate your grandmother in seeking glory recklessly. Well, I shan't say more. Just be careful. Uzumaki Milk Fragrance accepts the scroll and eagerly drags Yasaka Aru outside. Hurry, come with me. We finally have a mission and can earn a reward. The last few times I came here, they refused me, claiming I was too young and alone to be suitable. Alas, the only role you serve, Cyclops, is merely as a filler, she teases him. Beneath the scorching sun, the two find themselves in a wooded area on the outskirts of the land of Whirlpools. What is Uzumaki Milk Fragrance doing? She is diligently wielding a hoe, tilling the soil with such vigor that sparks fly from the contact. Indeed, the task she has accepted is to assist with the cultivation. An elderly woman, wrapped in a headscarf, approaches with 2 bowls of fresh water, cheerfully saying, I truly appreciate your help, young lady. Uzumaki Milk Fragrance sets down her hoe and engages in conversation with the woman. It is nothing. I am merely fulfilling my task for a reward. It is what I ought to do. The elderly woman began to speak. Alas, my task of cultivating the land lies in a desolate wilderness. It is quite arduous. Yet the reward is meager, and typically, those ninjas are reluctant to accept my assignments. Uzumaki Naika shook her head and replied, I possess limited abilities. I am neither a formidable ninja nor adept in powerful ninjutsu. I can only undertake tasks within my capabilities. At Sasaki, you noticed the elderly woman approaching with water and proactively made his way over from the distance. He gulped down a bowl of water in one go. The expanse of land here spanned at least 20 to 30 acres, and it was thanks to Atsuzuka U.S. assistance that the work progressed. Otherwise, relying solely on the young Uzumaki Naika to cultivate this land would have been exceedingly burdensome. Time passed quietly, and ultimately, the two completed their task at a leisurely pace, earning some grain and silver in return. Thus, day after day, they accepted tasks that others had forsaken. 3 years had elapsed since that street ninja assignment. Now, their residence had shifted to the inner city of the land of Whirlpools. With Atsuzuka U.S. involvement, Uzumaki Naika was able to take on simpler tasks, significantly improving their living conditions. Hey, one-eyed, hurry up and keep up, came Uzumaki Naika's voice as they made their way to the mission office to collect some straightforward assignments. Uncle, we are here again. What tasks do you have for us today? Ah, it's Naika, exclaimed the familiar middle-aged man, skillfully selecting the bottom scroll from a pile and handing it to Uzumaki Naika. By the way, Naika, over these years, you and this young man have completed numerous tasks and accumulated quite a few points. Have you considered joining the ninja division of the Land of Whirlpools? Become a ninja? I haven't thought that far ahead. My current focus is on completing tasks diligently to earn more money and provide a better life for my grandmother, replied Uzumaki Naika, gazing at the scroll. Having undergone 3 years of growth, she had grown taller and lost her baby fat. Meanwhile, Atsuzuka, following closely behind her, had not changed much over the years. Even after laboring under the sun alongside Uzumaki Naika, his skin remained unblemished, as though the world held no power to alter him. Hand in hand with Atsuzuka, Uzumaki Naika ventured to a small village at the lower end of the Land of Whirlpools. Together, they diligently cleared away dead branches and weeds from the dam, pulling them away from the riverbank. After a period of hard work, they eventually cleared the silt from the riverbed. Uzumaki Naika, clutching her waist, continuously stuffed her mouth with the dried fish and provisions they had brought. I'm utterly exhausted. At last, we've finished clearing this debris, and now we can return to report. Consequently, The villagers downstream would no longer have to worry about floods inundating their rice fields during the rainy season. Likewise, at Suzaka sat beside her, silently enjoying the food in his hands. After 3 years of companionship, Uzumaki Milk had evidently grown accustomed to his taciturn nature and had gained a general understanding of his circumstances, being aware of his neurological issues. All right, let us hasten our meal. Once we finish, we shall confirm with the villagers and report back on this task. While conversing with the villagers, Uzumaki Milk noticed an influx of unfamiliar faces in the small village. However, she paid little heed to this observation. After verifying the situation with the villagers and confirming the completion of their task, she departed from the village without delay. As the two traversed the jungle on their return journey, they continued their trek through the verdant forest. Yet, an unusual commotion echoed through the woods. The dense greenery enveloped them, rendering their figures nearly imperceptible amidst the foliage. However, fortuitously or unfortunately, strange sounds began to emerge in close proximity to them, which Uzumaki Milk promptly detected. Chapter 9. Ambushed in the forest, the rustling leaves whispered as Uzumaki Natsuki and Yasaka Aru traversed the dense woodland. Natsuki's body was slightly tense, her pace quickening as she tightly grasped Yasaka's hand. With an urgency that reflected her anxiety, she pulled him into a thicket, seeking refuge. Hiding within the underbrush, Natsuki felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her expression betraying a palpable tension, her breaths becoming shallow. Her eyes darted around, acutely aware of their surroundings. The peculiar sounds intensified as they concealed themselves, yet, after a brief moment, the forest seemed to settle, the strange noises fading into silence as if they had lost their quarry. Witnessing this shift, Natsuki held her breath, apprehensive of any unforeseen calamity. Yasaka, having been drawn into the thicket with her, remained expressionless, unfazed by the surrounding stillness. Despite the quiet, Natsuki did not lower her guard. Only when she had thoroughly scanned the area and confirmed its tranquility did she lead Yasaka out of their hiding spot. That was terrifying. It felt as if someone was following us, but they should be gone now, Natsuki exclaimed to Yasaka, urgency lacing her voice. We must hurry and leave this place. With a sense of urgency, she tugged Yasaka forward, continuing deeper into the forest. As Natsuki moved ahead without a backward glance, a sinister smile crept upon Yasaka's lips. Just as she relaxed her vigilance, a sudden sound pierced the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The ominous whistling of shuriken and sunbon sliced through the atmosphere, hurtling towards them with lethal intent. The ambush was swift and merciless, leaving them no time to react. In the critical moment when the myriad of projectiles seemed poised to strike, the two inexplicably vanished from sight. The metallic clatter of weapons echoed as they fell to the ground, stirring the earth and scattering grass and stones. What the? How is this possible? A voice of disbelief resonated through the woods. A ninja clad in distinctive armor from the land of water exclaimed, stunned by the recent events alongside a motley crew of fellow ninjas. In an instant, a loud crack resounded as the very ninja who had cried out had his head exploded, a pristine white arm piercing through him. Crimson blood mixed with white brain matter splattered onto his comrades. Yasaka's speed had been so astonishing that those around them were left in utter shock. Bakayuru. You with a series of resounding thuds, the surrounding individuals swiftly formed hand seals, summoning their clones. This group of ninjas from the land of water conjured their duplicates, each wielding shuriken and darting about erratically, seemingly attempting to divert the attention of Yasaka Aru. What a spectacle! How splendid! The echo of maniacal laughter reverberated through the tranquil woods. It was none other than Yasaka Aru himself, his mind exhilarated. Over the years, accompanied by Uzumaki Natsuki, he had discerned that as long as he refrained from exerting his own abilities, his mind would not be overwhelmed. However, the unforeseen events of today compelled him to act, causing his brain to whirl into overdrive, resulting in an accelerated flow of blood through his veins and a steady rise in his body temperature, manifesting in a state of hyperactive euphoria. In the face of the ninja's onslaught, he did not retreat. Instead, he boldly charged forward, engaging them physically. The ninja blades tore through his garments, yet blood did not splatter. The attacks failed to leave even a mark. Yasaka Aru's speed was unparalleled, allowing him to swiftly close the gap with the ninjas. Each time he approached, it signified the demise of a ninja. Amidst the explosive sounds of mist and cries of terror, only one ninja remained in the forest, the very one who had boasted of their collective intent to slay Yasaka Aru. This water country ninja was clearly in a state of panic. As Yasaka Aru drew near, He stumbled and fell to the ground in utter disarray. Yasaka Aru's singular eye glowed ominously with a green light, resembling a solitary wolf poised to strike. What's this? Weren't you just proclaiming your intent to kill me? Now that your comrades are all gone, why do you tremble with fear? Yasaka Aru advanced relentlessly, imposing an overwhelming pressure on the ninja while uttering words that dripped with malice. You should have resigned yourself to being slain by us. The weight of Yasaka Aru's presence shattered the ninja's resolve. He was so terrified that he forgot to flee, muttering nonsensically. How grotesque. The sound of slicing air rang out as the ninja beheld his own headless corpse collapse before him. The forest rustled, and a red-haired girl emerged, covering her mouth in disbelief at the scene before her. Now, the only survivor in the woods was Uzumaki Natsuki. Although Yasaka Aru's mind had become unhinged following the use of his abilities, he had not succumbed to the madness of indiscriminately slaying Uzumaki Natsuki. She stood there, speechless, silently observing Yasaka Aru, unable to fathom that the usually mute Cyclops could be so ferocious. The lifeless head of the ninja still dangled in Yasaka Aru's grasp, blood trickling from the severed spine. The striking image served as a stark reminder that this was no illusion. Uzumaki Natsuki cautiously approached, gliding past Yasaka Aru towards the corpse of the ninja. To her astonishment, she began to strip the ninja of his garments, searching for valuables and currency. Quick, help me. These ninjas must have treasures. This call interrupted Yasaka Aru's gaze. What a spectacle. How utterly fascinating. Ha ha ha. Yasaka Aru mused, bemused by the sight of this girl, whom he had first encountered 3 years prior, rummaging for loot as she still did today. He had anticipated that the gruesome scene would shatter the composure of the Vortex cream, even preparing comforting words in advance. However, the outcome proved to be utterly unexpected. The Vortex cream had already uncovered several headbands and pouches of money, along with an unidentified talisman inscribed with the character for explosion. Yasaka Aru proactively stepped forward, bending down to lend assistance as if he were tending to weeds in his garden. The atmosphere in the arena was remarkably harmonious, save for the grotesque remnants of what once were human forms. Chapter 10. Greetings. My fragrant brother. After collecting the spoils in the forest, the two departed from the site, on their journey back to the mission building in the Land of Waves. Uzumaki Natsuki took the initiative to inquire about some matters with Itsuzaki-yu. Hey, One-Eyed Dragon, what is your situation? How did you become so formidable? I never noticed it before. Despite maintaining a calm demeanor, Uzumaki Natsuki was genuinely taken aback by Itsuzaki-yu's impressive display of strength in dispatching numerous ninjas. However, having spent 3 years together with him allowed her to mask her surprise. I have forgotten many things. You never asked, and I had no inclination to share. Itsuzaki-yu replied, trailing behind Uzumaki Natsuki, burdened with a pack on each side filled with the spoils, all of which he carried. What gives? When I asked for your name before, you didn't tell me. I've called you One-Eyed Dragon for so long, yet you showed no reaction. With your remarkable skills, why don't you take the initiative to inform me? As these words escaped her lips, a torrent of questions surged within Uzumaki Natsuki, compelling her to interrogate Itsuzaki-yu further. Are you a taijutsu ninja? Who exactly are you? What is your name, and where do you hail from? Uzumaki Natsuki's incessant chatter echoed in Itsuzaki-yu's mind, causing him considerable annoyance. He nonchalantly responded, My name is Itsuzaki-yu, remember it well. All right. But are you a ninja? No, that can't be right. Itsuzaki-yu, then why are you so powerful? Born with it. And so, they continued to bicker along their way. Eventually, they arrived at the hidden Whirlpool village, in the mission hall of the ninja building. Uzumaki Natsuki stepped forward to submit the task at hand, presenting a scroll adorned with the village's seal. Hey, we completed the mission, but encountered a minor mishap along the way. The middle-aged ninja looked on in confusion. What happened? Follow me. The three entered a quiet room where Uzumaki Natsuki opened a black pack, revealing an assortment of ninja blades and headbands, excluding any monetary items found. Upon noticing that the headbands belonged to the Mist Village, the normally unflappable uncle's eyes widened in alarm, pupils dilating. You encountered ninjas from the Mist Village. He stood abruptly from his kneeling position. How could this be? He then picked up the scroll to verify the task assigned to Uzumaki Natsuki, finding no discrepancies. It was merely a routine mission to clear a dam in a small village under the jurisdiction of the Land of Waves, quite ordinary indeed. You two stay here for now. I will report this to the village's jonin. Please wait a moment. With that, he hurriedly exited the room. The two remained in the secluded space, Uzumaki Natsuki fidgeting uncomfortably. her expression betraying her unease. It was evident that she was somewhat anxious, as it was her first encounter with such a situation. Seated beside her, leaning against the wall in a relaxed manner, was Yasaka Aru, who appeared utterly indifferent. She nudged him with her elbow and whispered, "Are you familiar with the Hidden Mist Village? We killed their villagers. Do you think we'll encounter any repercussions?" At that moment, Uzumaki Naika began to feel anxious. Yasaka Aru cast her a sidelong glance and nonchalantly replied, "I don't know. I'm not acquainted with the Mist Village, and it doesn't concern me." The sound of heavy footsteps approached, and one could discern the formidable presence of the individual. A tall man clad in ceremonial robes with striking red hair strode into the room, accompanied by the middle-aged man who had just departed. "This is our village's esteemed jonin, Uzumaki Kaika," he declared. "Please recount the details of your mission with utmost clarity." Uzumaki Naika proceeded to elaborate on certain aspects of the encounter. Uzumaki Kaika interjected, "So, you're saying that the ninjas from the Mist Village launched a surprise attack on you, and it was thanks to this one-eyed fellow that you managed to escape. Is that correct?" Naika nodded, affirming the outcome of the events. "Very well, then, I would like both of you to accompany me to the training ground. I wish to assess the abilities of this Yasaka Aru." Leaning languidly against the wall, Yasaka Aru made no move to rise, entirely disregarding him. Observing this, Uzumaki Kaika inquired, "What seems to be the matter with this young man? Has he sustained injuries during his skirmish with the Mist Ninjas that render him unable to participate?" Noticing the situation was amiss, Uzumaki Naika stood and addressed Uzumaki Kaika. "My friend is a bit slow in his reactions. He is not in good health and suffers from headaches. Furthermore, he may have sustained injuries during the confrontation with the Mist Ninjas, so I ask for your understanding." "Esteemed Jonin." Uzumaki Kaika approached, emanating a soft green glow, attempting to assist Yasaka Aru. Just as his hands were about to make contact with Aru, the latter swiftly evaded to another corner of the room. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated through the space. It was Yasaka Aru who had struck out. His speed was astonishing. By the time Uzumaki Kaika reached out, Yasaka Aru had already launched a punch. Kaika managed to evade the attack narrowly, resulting in a curious scene where the two were about to shake hands but found Kaika retreating swiftly to another position, followed by another explosive sound. The events transpired in a mere instant. "Your physical prowess is remarkable. I meant no harm," Kaika remarked. "What I just executed was a healing technique, a form of ninjutsu. Its sole purpose is to remedy physical ailments, so there is no need for alarm. I am now convinced of your strength, which is undoubtedly sufficient to vanquish the ninjas of the Mist Village." Yasaka Aru now stood upright, locking eyes with Uzumaki Kaika. "Your reflexes are impressive. I do not fully grasp your ninjutsu, but it is evident that your physical skills are commendable, as you skillfully evaded my attack." Vortex Maple, with an expression of utmost naturalness, inquired, "If that is the case, may I use my ninjutsu to examine your body and provide you with treatment?" Yasaka Aru, shrugging nonchalantly, extended his right hand without hesitation. Vortex Maple, taking the initiative, stepped forward and with a crisp sound, their hands intertwined. Vortex Maple's left hand emanated a luminous green light. And as their hands clasped, the radiant green began to spread towards Yasaka Aru's body, flickering gently. Time passed quietly, and after 5 minutes, Vortex Maple finally released her hands. She then spoke directly, "There is indeed a slight issue with your body." Chapter 11. The unruly red-haired clan, upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Kaika, found himself intrigued by the individual before him. Observing from the sidelines, Uzumaki Natsuki interjected as soon as Uzumaki Kaika suggested that it had health issues. "What exactly is wrong with his body? Is there some underlying danger? Could it be, as I presumed, that he has a few mental quirks?" Faced with Uzumaki Natsuki's remarks, was at a loss for words, his mind a tumult of emotions. While it was true that Uzumaki Natsuki expressed concern for him, the blunt assertion about his mental state felt somewhat off. It simply wasn't the case. At that moment, Uzumaki Kaika offered an explanation. "Upon conducting a diagnostic assessment of your physique with my medical ninjutsu, I found no significant issues. In fact, you are healthier than the average person. However, the problem lies in the deterioration of your skeletal structure, which is alarmingly fragile and weaker than that of an ordinary individual. Moreover, I have not detected any alterations in the nature of your chakra. Yet, the proficiency you demonstrated in your recent physical techniques contradicts this assessment. Your body should not be able to withstand the intensity of the techniques you just executed. These two observations are perplexing." After sharing these thoughts, Uzumaki Kaika lowered her head in contemplation. "Regarding your physical condition, I cannot provide an accurate judgment. To obtain a definitive answer, it would be prudent to consult a specialized medical ninja from the Uzumaki clan. Before coming to meet you and Miss Uzumaki Natsuki, I had familiarized myself with your background. For the past 3 years, you have been undertaking lower-ranked missions in the Tide Hidden Village. Although your performance has been commendable, it is important to note that you are still not trained ninjas. Uzumaki Natsuki spoke up. Indeed, Lord Uzumaki-Kid, we have not undergone formal training as ninjas, which is why the missions we undertake are of a simpler nature, tasks that other ninjas are reluctant to accept due to their tediousness and modest rewards. In light of the recent incident where you were ambushed by mist ninjas during your mission, we have decided to induct you and this young man into the Uzumaki clan. We will provide you with fundamental training tailored for ninjas. Furthermore, should you excel, you may gain access to some unique ancestral techniques exclusive to our clan. Upon hearing Uzumaki-Kid's words, Uzumaki Natsuki displayed great enthusiasm. On the other hand, felt indifferent. However, the prospect of acquiring knowledge about ninjutsu and chakra in this world filled him with joy. A fervent voice echoed in his mind. Knowledge, the staircase of human civilization's advancement. Fortunately, after 3 long years of adjustment, was no longer as frenzied as he had been upon his arrival in this world. Over these 3 years, he had conducted extensive self-research. To alleviate the burden on his mind, he resolved to refrain from overexerting his abilities. Perhaps the unique knowledge system of this world could offer solutions to his peculiar troubles. The following morning, upon waking, Uzumaki Natsuki prepared breakfast for both of them. However, on this occasion, the two unexpectedly refrained from undertaking any lower-ranked missions. They arrived early at the unique training grounds of the Uzumaki clan. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a gathering of red-haired individuals. Yasakayu's gaze shifted, displaying signs of unease. A multitude of red-haired figures conversed animatedly before him, and most notably, there was a red-haired individual beside him. Upon reaching this place, Yasakayu began to survey his surroundings, noting that all the red-haired individuals appeared youthful. Shortly after Yasakayu and Uzumaki Naika entered the arena, a middle-aged ninja adorned with the emblem of the Whirlpool Hidden Village arrived, prompting an immediate hush among the crowd. Most of the attendees were approximately the same age as Uzumaki Naika, around 11 or 12 years old. The middle-aged ninja wasted no time and commenced a discourse on the fundamental knowledge of ninjas. He explained that the vast ninja world is dominated by the 5 great nations, alongside numerous smaller nations that coexist interdependently. Ninjas are categorized into 3 ranks: upper, middle, and lower. The techniques employed by ninjas are referred to as ninjutsu and secret arts, both reliant on the chakra harnessed within one's body. Chakra is a product of the amalgamation of physical and mental energy. Various concepts permeated Yasakayu's mind in a bewildering manner. Overall, Yasakayu, being an adult with a relatively mature mindset, though not a native of this world, grasped the fundamental structure and dynamics of this realm through the series of explanations provided in class. In stark contrast, Uzumaki Naika's experience proved to be less favorable. Although children of 11 or 12 years of age in this ninja world typically exhibit advanced physical development, the detailed explanations in class were evidently simplistic in Yasakayu's eyes. While remaining an enigma for Uzumaki Naika, her expression alone revealed that she had not absorbed the content conveyed by the middle-aged ninja. Time passed swiftly, and before long, dusk had descended. The throng of red-haired individuals began to disperse, each returning to their respective homes. Yasakayu, having concluded the day's instruction, accompanied Uzumaki Naika back to his residence in the Whirlpool Hidden Village. Upon returning, Uzumaki Naika collapsed onto her bed, exclaiming, "Oh, I felt utterly miserable today. I barely understood much of the extensive knowledge presented." Yasakayu settled onto another bed, reclining languidly. It is worth noting that 3 years had elapsed, and Uzumaki Naika's grandmother, whose health had been deteriorating, had passed away over time. Thus, it is a moment of reflection. Yasakayu no longer had to endure the cold ground. Having finally acquired his own small bed, he chose not to respond to Uzumaki Naika's lamentations. Presently, he was preoccupied, focusing on his own body, specifically on sensing his chakra. For reasons unknown, Yasakayu found himself unable to extract any chakra at all. In truth, when that middle-aged ninja spoke of the fusion of mental and physical strength to extract chakra, Yasakaru had already been conducting experiments in this realm. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of achieving success. Uncertain whether the fault lay within his methodology or other factors, Yasakaru had labored throughout the day, only to return to his dwelling without a breakthrough. Sitting upright, he turned to the nearby Uzumaki milk fragrance and inquired, "Did you grasp the chakra extraction techniques I taught you today? Can you sense the chakra within your body?" Uzumaki milk fragrance, her expression one of confusion, replied, "How does one extract it? What did we even cover today? I have no idea how to perceive chakra." Upon hearing her response, Yasaka Aru felt a wave of despair wash over him. Subsequently, he reiterated the newly acquired knowledge, thoroughly explaining the process of chakra extraction to Uzumaki milk fragrance once more. Despite having only recently delved into the intricacies of ninja lore himself, he now assumed the role of a teacher. After a tumultuous yet fruitful endeavor, Uzumaki milk fragrance successfully extracted a small amount of chakra, its azure radiance dancing at her fingertips. Her face gleamed with pride as she exclaimed, "Look, Yasaka Aru, I did it. I've extracted it. This is chakra, isn't it? So beautiful." Yasaka Aru gently clasped her hands, enveloping the chakra she had just conjured. As he focused on this newfound energy, he was met with a sensation of warmth and vitality, akin to sunlight. At that moment, he began to comprehend the essence of chakra. It was, by definition, a form of energy that, when combined with specific techniques, could manifest extraordinary ninja arts. Of course, there might be other peculiar attributes he had yet to discover, but Yasaka Aru had not encountered them thus far. He recalled the strange energy emanating from the octopus-like creature he had faced upon arriving in this world. It too possessed a unique energy, albeit of a different nature. However, the specifics of that energy had since eluded his memory, a fact he could hardly blame himself for, as his abilities had been pushed to their limits. In that moment, his thoughts had been consumed by the instinct to fight, amidst a barrage of foes, with retreat being his only consideration rather than relentless combat. In that extraordinary circumstance, merely contemplating retreat signified a return to rational thought. With a serious demeanor, Yasaka Aru stated, "I cannot extract chakra." Uzumaki milk fragrance, with skepticism, responded, "How can that be? Did you not teach me? How could you possibly fail to extract chakra?" "No, it's not that I cannot. Rather, I am unable to," Yasaka Aru replied, a hint of perplexity in his voice. "Initially, I suspected my method was flawed. However, since I successfully guided you in extracting chakra, it suggests my method is indeed sound. However, when it comes to applying this to myself, I find myself at a loss. Either you possess an extraordinary talent, or there is indeed something amiss within me." In truth, Yasaka does not comprehend the rules of this ninja realm. In fact, the Uzumaki clan possesses a remarkable affinity for chakra perception, and their bodies are exceptionally suited to this elemental energy. Uzumaki Nadeshiko undoubtedly possesses an unparalleled ninja aptitude. Moreover, the redder the hair, the greater the talent. Which explains why upon arriving at the ninja training grounds, one encounters a plethora of red-haired ninjas from the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Nadeshiko's expression was far from pleasant as she directly stated, "Does this mean, Yasaka, you cannot become a ninja? Consequently, you will be unable to undertake more missions, leading to diminished earnings. It seems I shall have to support you as a ninja in the future." Initially, upon hearing Uzumaki Nadeshiko's serious demeanor broach this topic, Yasaka perceived it as concern for his well-being. However, upon hearing the latter part of her statement, he was left utterly dismayed. He had thought his mind was already in a dire state, yet here was someone so audacious. Who on earth was this commander? With a face full of exasperation, Yasaka reclined on the bed, uttering not a word, and closed his eyes to drift into a deep slumber. Chapter 12. The astonishing discovery today marks the second day, and the two individuals find themselves once again at the training ground of the Whirlpool Hidden Village. The Chunin on stage is articulating an elaborate discourse on the various transformations of ninjutsu and the methods to handle different circumstances. Whirlwind Milk, leaning closer to Yasaka whispers, "Should you not disclose your situation to Teacher Zhongren? Perhaps they might possess a solution for your inability to extract chakra." After contemplating Whirlwind Milk's suggestion, Yasaka nods in agreement, acknowledging it as a feasible approach. As noon approaches, Whirlwind Milk strides confidently in front of the instructing Chunin, proclaiming her success in chakra extraction. The middle-aged man nods, recognizing her talent. "I recall you. You are a student introduced by the esteemed Jonin, Whirlwind Fengxiang. Your Whirlpool bloodline is remarkably potent, and it is no surprise that Whirlwind Fengxiang arranged for your direct study of ninjutsu." Curiously, the middle-aged man inquires, "What brings you here?" Whirlwind Milk promptly explains Yasaka Aoyu's predicament to the renowned ninja. The middle-aged man is taken aback, astonished that someone is incapable of chakra extraction, a situation unprecedented in the ninja world. In that case, follow me, he instructs, leading them to gather other Chunin instructors from the Whirlpool clan for the afternoon lesson. He escorts the two to a specialized ninja medical class. The middle-aged ninja informs the medical team about Yasaka Aoyu's inability to extract chakra. The medical members begin their inquiries and examinations. A gentle red-haired female ninja addresses Yasaka Aoyu. Can you sense the spiritual energy and physical energy within you? Yasaka Aoyu responds, I can sense them, but I cannot extract chakra as you do. Adjusting her glasses. The female ninja replies, I see. Let us take a sample of your blood for analysis. She retrieves a transparent syringe from the medical kit and instructs Yasaka Aoyu to extend his arm for blood extraction. However, an unexpected incident unfolds. The syringe cannot penetrate his skin. Despite Yasaka Aoyu's body feeling warm and normal to the touch, it astonishingly resists any form of damage. The sharp needle, no matter the attempt, fails to breach his skin. This unforeseen situation leaves everyone present in disbelief. Whirlwind Milk exclaims in astonishment, You possess this ability. Why have you not revealed it during our time together? Yasaka Aoyu, accustomed to Whirlwind Milk's dramatic reactions, remains silent, choosing not to respond. Having spent years in her company, engaged in menial tasks such as farming or weeding, both low-reward and undesirable endeavors, he has never had the opportunity to showcase his abilities and has consequently never sustained any injuries. Such abilities had not manifested themselves in a natural manner. The nearby Chunin, who accompanied Yasaka Aoyu, aptly interjected, Indeed, when Lord Uzumaki Fuka brought him here. He emphasized the peculiarity of his physique, noting that you are a remarkably powerful taijutsu ninja. Yasaka Aoyu's palm flickered with dark arcs of electricity, which ultimately coalesced above his hand. With a steady motion, Yasaka brandished his left hand, shrouded in black light, and without hesitation struck his seemingly ordinary right hand. The glint of the blade flashed, and blood gushed forth. Except for Uzumaki Naika, all present immediately assumed defensive stances. The moment Yasaka unleashed the black lightning, a terrifying aura emanated from him. Although he displayed no chakra, none dared to underestimate his formidable power. The two individuals leaped away from Yasaka's position in an instant. The reactions of those present were entirely superfluous. Had Yasaka wished to attack, he could have effortlessly vanquished them all in a heartbeat. However, Yasaka refrained from assaulting anyone on the battlefield. Ultimately, the overwhelming force of his black destruction ability ruptured his seemingly mundane arm, and vibrant crimson blood erupted forth. Seizing the opportunity, Yasaka picked up a nearby beaker, collecting nearly 20 milliliters of his own blood. Only then did the Chunin teacher come to his senses, quietly stating, You are the legendary bloodline limit ninja. That terrifying black light was indeed your unique bloodline limit. The nearby red-haired, gentle medical ninja interjected, It is not solely that. His physique is exceptionally unique. It bears a strong resemblance to what we have studied, possessing remarkable regenerative capabilities. It was evident that the arm, which had just been profusely bleeding, was now smooth as new. No one could have imagined that this pristine arm had just moments ago been the source of such bloodshed. The red-haired medical ninja acted swiftly, and within a short time, the blood test results were revealed. She proclaimed, Incredible. It is a miracle that you have survived until now. The stem cell count in your body is astoundingly only 100,002,000 trillion, completely inconsistent with our figures, merely 1/3 of that of a normal individual. How have you managed to endure? At this moment, Yasaka interrupted her. What did you just say? The number of stem cells in the human body cannot possibly be uniform. The red-haired ninja provided Yasaka with a straightforward answer. The genetic factors within the human body are inherently the same. Upon hearing this, Yasaka recalled relevant knowledge, origin genes, and hereditary genes. He finally understood. He had come to a world where not only the expressions of power differed, but where unique professions of ninja existed, along with the mystical arts of chakra. He grasped the underlying reasons. The very races were distinct. If his assumptions were correct, the humans in this ninja world had evolved through generations of propagation. This revelation was truly astonishing. In their world, humanity possesses the extraordinary ability to perpetuate itself through generations. However, Yasaka Aoyu represents a species that has endured through the prolonged process of evolution, distinguishing him as a different kind of human. At this moment, the female medical ninja rendered her judgment, elucidating why Yasaka Aoyu is incapable of extracting chakra. Your situation is indeed exceptional. The scarcity of cells within your body renders you incapable of harnessing chakra. Yet, you have just executed a unique ninjutsu, which piques my curiosity regarding how you accomplished it. Your condition is so peculiar that my abilities may prove insufficient to address your inability to cultivate ninjutsu. It may require the intervention of the clan leader to resolve this matter. Chapter 13. The truth behind Charlotte's viral abilities. Ah, what a lively scene this is. The medical room, once spacious, now feels rather cramped with the addition of yet another person, making a total of 5 or 6 individuals present, creating quite the bustling atmosphere. Great Elder, Great Elder. The medical ninjas and a group of the Uzumaki clan greeted her warmly. The newcomer was none other than the elder of the Uzumaki hidden village, Uzumaki Hanmei, who, despite being in her 30s, did not appear aged. Upon entering, she greeted her kin with genuine warmth, exhibiting no airs of superiority befitting her rank. After familiarizing herself with the current situation, Uzumaki Hanmei understood the uniqueness of Yasaka Aru's physique. With a solemn expression, she decisively addressed the gathered crowd, saying, "You all may step outside. I shall converse with this young man privately. The multitude may inadvertently disturb him. It is best to afford him some personal space." Now, the expansive room was left with only the clan leader of the Uzumaki and Yasaka Aru. You are unable to harness chakra, yet possess a peculiar ancestral technique. How fascinating. Uzumaki Hanmei remarked kindly. It seems you harbor numerous secrets within you. Rest assured, Uzumaki Kaori has already informed me. You have resided in the land of Uzumaki for 3 years, without engaging in any malevolent actions against the Uzumaki hidden village, and you even safeguarded the child, Uzumaki Naika. Therefore, I shall do my utmost to assist you in resolving your troubles. With that, the clan leader invoked the Uzumaki clan's secret technique, the Divine Moon Eye, to peer into Yasaka Aru's being. However, upon activating the Divine Moon Eye, she was immediately compelled to vomit. Uzumaki Hanmei, utterly astonished, found herself at a loss for words. Yasaka Aru looked at her quizzically, raising his arm to sniff, detecting no peculiar odor on himself. At this moment, Uzumaki Hanmei attempted to elucidate the peculiar situation. What on earth is happening? How can there be so many other souls entwined within you? After uttering this, she clasped Yasaka Aru's hands and directed the vision she had witnessed into his mind using the clan's secret technique, allowing him to share in the sights she had seen. In her perception, Yasaka Aru was shrouded in countless tendrils of dark energy, which horrifically took on the forms of human limbs. A multitude of shadowy arms extended from up. How is it that your soul appears so grotesque, your body so frail, and your spirit so deformed? How have you managed to survive until now? In this moment, Yasaka Aru understood the unsettling visions of the soul transmitted by the vortex in his mind, rendering him completely entranced. He comprehended why employing his abilities always resulted in excruciating headaches. At this juncture, Yasaka Aru had unveiled the truth behind the Charlotte virus. The extraordinary powers he possessed were fundamentally derived from this virus, which essentially altered the very essence of one's soul. The Charlotte virus transformed the souls within human bodies, instigating mutations that bestowed individuals with unique capabilities. What he had been seizing was not merely the superpowers of others, but their souls. Yasaka Aru finally grasped why he had been able to absorb the abilities of the entire world, yet gradually succumb to madness. It was because his soul and body had long been mismatched. At that moment, a thunderous realization echoed in Yasaka Aru's mind, connecting all the dots. The silent leader of the Vortex clan beside him finally spoke, acknowledging the boy's newfound clarity. My apologies for interrupting your contemplation. I noticed your deep engagement in thought and refrained from breaking your focus, but it seems you have reached a significant understanding. Young one, it is evident that you are aware of your frail physique, yet your soul possesses immense strength. Regarding your inability to refine chakra, the only solution I can foresee is through persistent effort and training to fortify your body. The leader of the Vortex clan added that such a condition had indeed appeared in the ninja world before. However, we refer to it as bloodline elimination syndrome. Its symptoms closely resemble yours, though they stem from an over-refinement of chakra, resulting in various peculiar afflictions due to the body's inability to adapt. A prime example of this phenomenon is found within the Kagaya clan of the Land of Water, whose bone lineage exemplifies this condition. They possess a powerful bloodline limit and exceptional talent for unique jutsu, yet their bodies cannot sustain such gifts, leading to an array of bizarre symptoms, with premature aging being a common occurrence. The leader continued, however, your situation is even more intricate. Chakra is categorized into 7 elemental types: earth, water, fire, wind, lightning, and yin-yang. The interplay of different chakra types gives rise to various jutsu. When 2 elemental chakras combine, they yield bloodline limits. For instance, ice shields result from the fusion of wind and water, while flame shields arise from fire and earth. If 3 chakra attributes converge, it transforms into a bloodline net. We often liken physical energy to yang energy and soul energy to yin energy. Currently, your physical energy is exceedingly weak, while your soul energy is extraordinarily potent, leading to a significant imbalance within your yin and yang. Should you embark on the path of ninjutsu, you would be exceptionally suited for the creations of yin-based chakra. The leader of the Uzumaki clan, known as Uzumaki Benming, was able to discern the future path of Yasaka Aru from these superficial observations. However, the reason behind Yasaka's inability to harness chakra remained elusive. Had he been capable of extracting chakra, he might have met an untimely demise akin to that of the Kagaya clan. Perhaps this was the very reason for his continued existence. Upon hearing this, Yasaka began to comprehend the myriad transformations of chakra. In their eyes, his soul appeared so distorted, rendering him particularly suited for the cultivation of yin-type chakra ninjutsu. Regrettably, he remained unable to extract chakra. This circumstance only intensified Yasaka's suspicions, for they were fundamentally of different races. The physical energy they spoke of bore no resemblance to his own corporeal essence, as their genes were entirely disparate. The two were indeed not of the same lineage, thus making the extraction of chakra an impossibility. Yet, within him resided numerous souls, a terrifying reservoir of soul energy that perpetually pressed upon his being, leading to bouts of dizziness and even madness with excessive use of his abilities. Had it not been for his earlier acquisition of powers related to physical enhancement, Yasaka would likely have succumbed to madness by now. Truth be told, whether or not he could cultivate chakra was of little concern to him. Yasaka already possessed an abundance of abilities, and even the successful cultivation of chakra would not significantly augment his prowess. Nevertheless, the issue of his soul continued to weigh heavily on him. Until this matter was resolved, he dared not employ his soul-purloining abilities on others. Uzumaki Benming stood nearby, observing Yasaka's contemplative expression, aware that he was pondering solutions to his predicament. At this juncture, Uzumaki Benming spoke up, suggesting that he might indeed possess a means to ameliorate Yasaka's current condition. Like a wily old fox, he refrained from presenting a solution, instead diverting the conversation to unrelated topics. However, he warned that Yasaka would need to fully integrate into the Uzumaki clan moving forward. He noted the close bond Yasaka shared with the child Uzumaki Naishiang, having learned of her remarkable talent for ninjutsu through her instructors. Her vibrant red hair was a testament to the exceptional lineage of the Uzumaki clan. The clan excelled in 2 domains: formidable physical strength and unparalleled sealing techniques. Their sealing arts could confine various tailed beasts, as well as intangible spirits, within their purview. Naturally, souls could also be sealed. Uzumaki Benming proposed to teach Uzumaki Naishiang the clan's unique sealing techniques, enabling her to seal Yasaka's soul. Initially, this suggestion seemed promising. But upon hearing the notion of sealing his soul, Yasaka became instantly alert. Recognizing his apprehension, Uzumaki Benming calmly reassured him, assuring that his entire soul would not be sealed. The Vortex clan is renowned for its profound mastery of sealing techniques, capable of isolating even the smallest fragments of the soul, such as an arm or an eye. The myriad points of soul distortion within you are overwhelming. We can merely seal those distorted parts of your soul. This would significantly alleviate your burdens. As I can only imagine the strain that such a multitude of aberrant souls must impose upon your essence, she asserted with certainty. Your vast and twisted soul grants you powers that transcend those of ordinary individuals, yet the weight of such a gift is undeniably substantial. However, the conversation took an unexpected turn as the leader of the Vortex clan continued. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in combat. Ever since I assumed the role of clan leader, I have not faced another in battle. My own ninjutsu skills have grown somewhat rusty. Young one, I have heard from Vortex Maple Fragrance that your physical prowess is formidable. Observing your distorted soul, I have come to realize that your body has been altered in some unknown manner through this distortion. Thus, while your physique appears frail, you are capable of unleashing martial skills that surpass the ordinary. I surmise that the abilities bestowed upon you by your warped soul extend beyond mere physical techniques and encompass other realms of power. Would you be interested in sparring with me? I wish to witness your strength. By this point, Yasaka Ari understood the intentions of this shrewd leader of the Vortex clan. In their recent exchange, he discerned that Vortex Benming aimed to entangle him with the clan through his connection with Vortex Maple Fragrance. The value attributed to her lies in the potential to alleviate the burdens he bears from having seized the superpowers of the entire world. The current objective is to evaluate whether he possesses the worthiness that would justify the Vortex clan's investment in sealing techniques. Yasaka Ari, recognizing the underlying dynamics, readily replied, "Of course, I am willing. After all, the foundation of our collaboration rests upon mutual standing, and strength is indeed a manifestation of such status." Chapter 14. Confrontation with the leader of the Uzumaki. The power of sealing techniques. The two had arrived at a specialized training ground for ninjas, nestled within a verdant forest. Each perched upon the edge of a tree. The leader of the Uzumaki, addressing her opponent, declared, "Let us engage here. Allow this aging soul to witness the mettle of the new generation." No sooner had she spoken than, with a resounding crash, she leaped away to a distance. The spot where she had just stood, along with the tree, erupted into a large crater, leaving her astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. What transpired? I failed to perceive the rapid trajectory of chakra. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Is it flying thunder god? Why is there no chakra signature? As their battle commenced, she was already taken aback by the overwhelming speed. An ordinary ninja, lacking proficiency in taijutsu, would be annihilated in an instant upon first encounter. Realizing the disparity in their physical prowess, she understood that she could not hope to contend with Yasaka based solely on her current abilities. The leader of the Uzumaki activated her Unsealing technique, dark lines tracing across her delicate visage, transforming her presence from that of a fragile woman to a formidable valkyrie of the battlefield. With the sealing activated, her strength surged, and the air crackled with the force of her punches and kicks as she began to engage Yasaka in earnest. The clash between them was thunderous, with a cacophony of explosions echoing through the forest as trees and stones were sent flying in disarray. Their exchanges were rapid, the two warriors having already exchanged hundreds of blows within mere moments. Both displayed formidable taijutsu skills, however, upon realizing that Yasaka could withstand her attacks. The leader of the Uzumaki unleashed the Vajra seal. With the sound of clattering chains filling the air, black iron chains whirled around, relentlessly pursuing Yasaka. Each of his evasive maneuvers was met with a chain that struck precisely where he landed. Whenever her attacks proved effective, the leader of the Uzumaki would swiftly close the distance to counterattack. She began to gain the upper hand against Yasaka, a testament to her prowess as the head of the Uzumaki clan, known for producing extraordinary talents. Her position as leader underscored her formidable abilities, which could not be underestimated. Observing this, Yasaka shifted his demeanor, his aura transforming as a chilling green light emanated from his right eye, resembling a predatory wolf fixated on its prey. In another exchange, as they clashed once more, the leader of the Uzumaki found herself momentarily disoriented. In an instant, Yasaka flickered and appeared before her, their gazes locking, his eerie green eyes meeting hers. A resonant hum filled the air, and her consciousness began to fade. She felt her control over her body slipping away for a full 5 seconds. As she regained her senses, she realized she had lost her grasp on the situation. Focusing intently on the young man before her. Before her stood a young boy, surrounded by an array of black chains, mirroring her own. As they enveloped the figure of Yasaka Aru, this revelation left Uzumaki Hanma utterly astonished. What had just transpired? Was it an illusion? No. How could he also possess such impenetrable barriers? The surprises this individual presented were simply overwhelming. Despite the absence of any discernible chakra manifestation, the techniques he unleashed continued to astonish her in rapid succession. A torrent of thoughts surged through Uzumaki Hanma's mind. Simultaneously, Yasaka Aru was experiencing a similar epiphany. So it was, just as I suspected, this is chakra, indeed. Chakra is the product of the fusion of spiritual and physical energies. Although the two had undergone peculiar transformations, they still contained spiritual energy, which I could similarly siphon. Upon closer reflection, Yasaka Aru discerned that Uzumaki Hanma's chakra exuded warmth. It appeared that my ability to absorb was equally effective against the denizens of this world. Yet, what I was appropriating was the very essence of their techniques, namely, chakra. I recalled my previous encounter with that individual. It seemed as though I too had been infused with a layer of such energy, chakra, perhaps. The intensity of our confrontation had been so fierce that I had fully expended it. How could I lack any recollection? Oh, I seemed to have utilized this energy to perform a prolonged spatial leap. Unbeknownst to Yasaka Aru, his mind was spiraling into chaotic musings. As he activated his abilities once more, unleashing a series of explosive techniques coupled with the plundering of Uzumaki Hanma's chakra, he began to feel a renewed pressure upon his body. His state was becoming increasingly frenzied, colloquially referred to as losing his mind. I recalled that it was due to his formidable energy that I had traversed such a considerable distance to arrive in this land of waves. This implied that my previous act of siphoning had drawn upon the vast reservoir of chakra within that individual. Now, as I absorbed Uzumaki Hanma's chakra, it was the nature of its transformation that I was claiming, represented by the dark chains behind her. Alas, Yasaka Aru could distinctly perceive that, as time progressed, the indomitable barriers he had appropriated were gradually depleting. This indicated that the impenetrable defense was a one-time use. Without chakra, Yasaka Aru could not sustain it for an extended duration. Had he possessed chakra, this steadfast barrier might have become an enduring aspect of his capabilities. Standing opposite him, Uzumaki Hanma spoke directly. "Young man, you continue to surprise me in succession. It seems I must resort to my true abilities. Your power, if I am not mistaken, is that of plunder, decidedly not akin to the replication of the Sharingan. I can distinctly sense a portion of my chakra has been diminished." With that, Uzumaki Hanma clapped her hands together, forming a sealing technique. "Watch closely, young man. Although you have appropriated my indomitable barriers, you cannot wield them effectively. Without the teachings of our Uzumaki clan, you will struggle to master this energy." Uzumaki Hanma then closed the distance, the sound of clanking chains echoing incessantly. The entity known as Uzumaki Kinmei unleashed a dark iron chain that surged toward Yasaka Aru. Upon their initial contact, the chain began to undergo a transformation. As if ink were spilling forth, black tendrils started to ascend his body. Yasaka Aru, intent on utilizing his formidable physique to create distance, soon realized that the chain had ensnared him. He contemplated employing spatial phase shifting to alter his position, yet found himself unable to move. An uncanny sensation enveloped him as he discovered he could not control his own body. Symbols of darkness entwined around him, and as the area of contact with the black chain expanded, he felt his strength dissipating. Spatial transfer remained inaccessible, and even his robust physique was being suppressed, leaving him with only the option to activate the Vajra seal behind him. However, as Uzumaki Kinmei had remarked, despite Yasaka Aru's acquisition of the Vajra seal, he lacked the guidance of the Uzumaki clan to wield this power effectively, resulting in futile attempts to retaliate with the chains. With a smile, Uzumaki Kinmei spoke, "Young man, this is the sealing technique mastered by our Uzumaki clan. How do you find it? Quite impressive, isn't it? The power within you is momentarily sealed by me." Although her words were light, the beads of sweat adorning her forehead betrayed her exertion. While she had briefly sealed Yasaka Aru's strength, the task was not as effortless as it appeared. Uzumaki Kinmei relied solely on her potent chakra and Yasaka Aru's unfamiliarity with it to unexpectedly subdue him. Prolonged engagement would undoubtedly strain her abilities. It was astonishing how his body, seemingly frail, possessed such terrifying might, akin to a monstrous force. Within his very soul, there lay an undeniable danger. He was indeed a perilous beast. The clattering of chains resonated as the Vajra seal was retracted into Uzumaki Kinmei's form, causing the dark incantations upon Yasaka Aru to vanish. Both parties ceased their combat, stepping back from the fray. Uzumaki Kinmei seized the moment to propose, "Tomorrow, you and that child, Uzumaki Naoko, shall join us in our clan to learn the unique ninjutsu of the Uzumaki. I believe that in the near future, you both will become legends in the shinobi world. You and that child possess such potential. The future is yours." Sighing, she added, I am growing old and weary. Merely engaging in this brief skirmish has left me feeling fatigued." Chapter 15. The unexpected assault on the Uzumaki clan. As Uzumaki Yu and Uzumaki Milk departed from the training grounds, an unexpected figure emerged beside the clan leader, Uzumaki Kaori, who had been vigilantly observing the surroundings throughout the event, anxious about the potential dangers that could befall the two. The clan leader engaged Uzumaki Kaori in conversation, contemplating whether to allow her to delve into the intricate sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. "Have you truly considered this matter?" he inquired. "No need for further contemplation. You must have noticed that this child is of our Uzumaki lineage. Her crimson hair is a testament to her capabilities," she replied. "You see, During my recent spar with him, it appeared effortless, yet, if this young man desired, he could easily take my life, she admitted. Uzumaki Kaori had discerned subtle clues during the skirmish between you and the clan leader. The prowess of Uzumaki Yu was indeed formidable. His peculiar eyes bore an unsettling power, already terrifying in their manifestation. They resembled the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, with the ability to siphon chakra from others and assimilate it. An array of skills that undeniably signified a substantial threat. Noticing the anxiety etched on Kaori's face, the clan leader sought to reassure her. Fear not. The future ultimately belongs to these young souls. Our role is to cultivate their talents to the best of our abilities and provide shelter while they are still fragile. In time, they shall grow into mighty trees, offering shade and sustenance in return. At the very least, this young man's companionship with her proves to be more beneficial than detrimental for our Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Uzumaki Kaori refrained from voicing any further suggestions. Tomorrow, ensure you teach that child the sealing techniques well. Uzumaki Milk's innate talent and Uzumaki U's potential merit our investment. A sigh escaped Kaori's lips. Why is the four-symbol seal so perplexing? One must grasp the intricate nature of chakra fluctuations while simultaneously stabilizing the chakra itself. Is it truly feasible for anyone to accomplish this? Uzumaki Milk's voice echoed boisterously throughout the room, and Uzumaki Yu had grown accustomed to her exuberance. He paid little mind to her raucousness, comfortably reclining on the bed. In his hands lay the Uzumaki clan's specially crafted tome of sealing techniques, containing a plethora of seals both grand and minute. The clan's esoteric arts had now been unveiled to the two, and Uzumaki Milk had successfully mastered the clan's unique sealing technique. Presently, the left side of Uzumaki Yu's face was adorned with intricate black spiral markings, a testament to his mastery of the sealing arts, symbolizing the very first sealing technique Uzumaki Milk had learned. The duo was no longer confined to theoretical studies within the training grounds. They were now immersed in the Uzumaki clan's exclusive chamber for rare sealing techniques. Today, Uzumaki Milk was to learn the sealing technique. Uzumaki Kaori fervently elaborated on the essence of the technique, which revolved around the concepts of storage and release. Its most remarkable feature lies in its ability to collect the chakra that the human body continuously emits and store it. This process sustains bodily functions and, when necessary, releases energy that can significantly mend injuries sustained by the body. In essence, the longer the accumulation period, the more potent the energy released. Just as Uzumaki Kaori was elucidating various key points on stage, hurried footsteps outside abruptly interrupted the trio's lecture. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in Uzumaki Kaori's ears. He rose and opened the Japanese-style curtain, revealing a ninja who rushed in without uttering a word, seizing Uzumaki Kaori's hand and sprinting outside. What could have transpired? Why the urgency? As Uzumaki Kaori followed the ninja, he inquired, "What is the matter?" "Sir, there has been an invasion by thousands of ninjas from the water and lightning countries into the land of waves. The clan leader is currently in a meeting. You must enter promptly," replied Yasaki Yu, who observed Uzumaki Kaori's departure. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Natsuki slumped over the table, her posture reflecting the exhaustion of excessive studying. However, it wasn't long before a tremendous noise erupted in the midst of the Hidden Waves village. The deafening sound startled Uzumaki Natsuki, causing her to spring up from her desk and rush outside to gaze into the distance. This must be the signal for gathering within the village. If my memory serves me correctly, Uzumaki Natsuki remarked to Yasaka Yu beside her. She hurriedly dashed towards the source of the sound, with Yasaka Yu silently trailing her. The two had recently undergone specialized ninja training, enabling them to move faster than the average person. Even though they were initially distant, upon arrival, they discovered many others converging towards the same location. The expansive square was now filled with numerous members of the Uzumaki clan, with nearly half of the Hidden Waves village populace present. Upon reaching the scene, they overheard hushed conversations among the crowd. How strange, why have we all been summoned here? Indeed, what has transpired? It seems rather urgent. As the crowd continued to swell, an elderly man with white hair approached the platform, ready to disclose the current situation. Without hesitation, he conveyed the gravity of the matter. Our Uzumaki clan has been ambushed. Thousands of ninjas from the water and lightning countries have surrounded us. This declaration fell like a stone cast into water, creating ripples of shock among the audience. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. How could this happen? Why are we being invaded? Yes, our land of waves has always cherished peace, and we are allies with the Hidden Leaf Village. How dare they launch an attack against us? The news ignited a tumult of unrest among the people, some even trampling over their companions in the chaos. An ominous turn of events was imminent. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the elderly figure on stage immediately emanated a formidable chakra, commanding attention with a powerful voice. Everyone, remain calm. The reasons behind this situation are no longer of consequence. At this moment, I urge all of you to swiftly divide into 8 teams and follow the Jonin to break through the encirclement. Each individual should refrain from carrying excessive baggage. Instead, ensure you have your ninja tools and weapons at the ready. Ordinary citizens must prepare ample provisions and water, and if necessary, acquire some weapons to handle unforeseen circumstances. Ninjas should promptly arm themselves with weapons and explosive tags, ever ready for combat. All must gather their essential items and then proceed to the square, following the Jonin to breach the blockade. Upon hearing the elder's declaration, Vortex Milk's expression turned to one of profound fear as she murmured to herself, "How could such a calamity occur? Our land of whirlpools is under siege." Chapter 16. The Vortex clan leader's entrustment and the resolution of hidden dangers. Vortex Nika now appeared exceedingly flustered, even somewhat at a loss. However, just as she felt adrift in uncertainty, Yasaka Aru pulled her back to reality. To steady her anxious heart, he directly suggested, "Let us first proceed to the ancestral grounds of the Vortex clan to seek out the clan leader." Upon hearing this, Vortex Nika felt a surge of determination, and the two hastily made their way to the ancestral site in search of the clan leader. At that moment, Vortex Fengxiang was engaged in confirming the situation with the gathered crowd when the two arrived on the scene. Surprised to see Vortex Nika rushing in, Vortex Fengxiang exclaimed, "What brings you both here? Shouldn't you be retreating with the others in the group instead of mingling in this chaos?" Vortex Nika urgently began to explain, "Leader, the elders in the village have organized everyone to pack their belongings in preparation for a breakout. What is happening? Are we truly fleeing the village?" She even audaciously questioned the village chief. "Can we not defeat these invaders who threaten our home?" At this moment, a bittersweet smile crossed her face, and her once regal demeanor now appeared somewhat weary. "Oh, foolish child, alas, it is my inadequacy that has brought suffering upon your generation. It is not that I lack the desire to lead our village in resistance, but the forces from the land of thunder and the land of water are far too formidable. Had they launched a stealth attack, we might have had a chance. But they are advancing with a direct assault of tens of thousands of ninja. We simply cannot match their strength. Even if all the ninjas in the village were to mobilize, our chances of victory would be negligible. If we were to resist with all our might, it would only result in catastrophic losses." As these pent-up words flowed forth, the very demeanor of Vortex Fengxiang shifted dramatically. Her previously weary form stood tall once more, and her entire aura began to transform, her gaze sharpening with resolve. She declared, "Now, I shall gather all the elite ninjas from our village. You need only follow the 8 upper ninjas of the village to escape." Having uttered these words, Vortex Fengxiang then turned her attention to Yasaka Aru. "Young man, may I have a word with you in private?" Yasaka Aru nodded, and she gestured for him to follow. They ventured to a secluded spot to converse. The clan leader of the Vortex, Vortex Fengxiang, began, "Young man, your abilities are quite remarkable. During our encounter, it was evident that you did not reveal your full strength." Upon hearing this, Yasaka Aru's singular green eye fixed intently upon her. Recognizing the change in Yasaka Aru, Vortex Fengxiang continued, "Rest assured, I would never shamelessly demand that you join us in the battle against those ninja forces." With the poise of a Valkyrie, her presence exuded authority. As the leader of the Vortex clan, such burdens are not for the likes of you younger ones to bear. Allow me to tackle the troubles at hand. I sincerely hope that, when you evacuate alongside the esteemed shinobi, you will take great care to preserve the essence of the Uzumaki clan. Upon concluding these words, Uzumaki Benming bowed low, prompting Yasaka Yu to step forward and assist the clan leader to his feet. With a nod, he signified his agreement to the matter at hand. "Truly, I am burdening you, dear brother. Alas, I am aware of your predicament. Although you have temporarily curtailed the anomalies within your body through our Uzumaki sealing techniques, this is but a superficial remedy. Ever since our encounter, I have pondered how to alleviate the troubles inflicted by your soul. After much contemplation, I resolved upon one solution: to store a vast reservoir of chakra within you to nourish your body from within. This infusion of chakra would fortify your physical form, rendering it robust and resilient. Consequently, as your body gained strength, the deformities of your soul would find resolution through its newfound capacity. Yasaka interjected at this juncture, expressing his inability to extract chakra. However, Uzumaki Binming chose not to respond directly and instead veered the conversation elsewhere. From the moment your peculiar eyes replicated my abilities, I recognized that you were no ordinary individual. One day, you would undoubtedly stir a tempest within this realm of shinobi. I deliberated for a considerable time on whether to address your issue, for after our confrontation, I grasped the magnitude of your formidable capabilities. Should you continue to replicate and seize without restraint, you would undeniably instigate a monumental shift in this world of ninjas. Perhaps this is the reason the heavens endowed you with such a fearsome bloodline limit, yet withheld your ability to extract chakra. Uzumaki Binming then continued to elucidate. However, the urgency of our current situation left little room for further contemplation. Ultimately, I resolved to rectify this dilemma for you, for perhaps after today, the Uzumaki clan may no longer exist. Upon uttering these words, Uzumaki Binming formed a hand seal and invoked a summoning technique. With a resounding thud, a scroll materialized in her hands. Uzumaki Binming proceeded to clarify the significance of this scroll. It contains the location of a realm known as the Land of Dragons, which houses a treasure referred to as the Dragon Vein. Our Land of Snails once received a grand request from the Land of Dragons to seal their Dragon Vein. During that time, I studied the Dragon Vein and discovered that it is an uncontrollable yet vast reservoir of natural energy. This energy is natural chakra, immense in scale. However, the chakra of the Dragon Vein is not only immense, but also pure natural energy, devoid of any will. I had once envisioned the possibility of seizing tailed beasts from other nations to provide you with a powerful source of chakra. Yet, after much reflection, I abandoned this notion. Yasaka has resided in this ninja world for many years and has undergone specialized training with the Uzumaki clan, thus he is well aware of what tailed beasts are. Now, Yasaka has come to realize that the formidable entity he battled in the Land of Lightning was none other than the Eight Tails, a fearsome beast resembling a bull-headed octopus. It is no wonder that it proved so difficult to contend with. Should the Eight Tails, Gyuki, overhear this thought, it would undoubtedly incite its wrath, causing it to pound the ground in frustration. During Ayu's ambush on the Eight Tails, he nearly met his demise. Yet he now refers to it as a challenging adversary. Vortex Motomi, interrupting Ayu's contemplation, explained his decision to withhold the powerful chakra of the tailed beast. The reasoning behind this was twofold. Firstly, the complexities involved with the tailed beasts are considerable. Secondly, these beasts possess their own will. Given Ayu's already substantial soul energy, the addition of another will could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, he resolved to utilize an alternative source of chakra. Motomi proposed the Dragon Vein, a potent natural energy devoid of will, making it exceptionally suitable for Ayo. However, he cautioned that to harness the Dragon Vein, one must possess a robust and indomitable physique. He elaborated that the Dragon Vein is anchored within the earth, sustained by the weighty and expansive land capable of containing such volatile energy. Within this scroll lies a plethora of ninjutsu and sealing techniques from the Vortex clan, which Ayu would oversee. Should Vortex Nika blossom in her abilities, the scroll would eventually be entrusted to her, as Motomi believed in her potential to uphold the pride of their lineage. Vortex FK, in agreement, expressed her commitment. Once Motomi seemed to have conveyed all necessary information, he prepared to depart the chamber with Ayu. Just as they were about to exit, the clan leader addressed Ayu, suggesting that if one day the Vortex clan were to disperse across the lands, preserving their legacy would still be a commendable choice. At this moment, Ayu, following closely behind Motomi, posed a question. Why do you place such trust in me? You willingly entrust me with this significant scroll, despite the power I possess, which you regard with caution. You could easily choose to overlook my existence. In a gentle tone, the clan leader responded. Do you recall the time when you and Nika were ambushed by the ninjas of Mist Village during a mission? It was then that you saved her and brought vital information back to the Vortex Village. The leader of the Uzumaki clan gazed at Yasaka with a tenderness akin to that of a parent observing their child. We, the Uzumaki clan, have already acknowledged you. Furthermore, the reason we are able to respond so effectively today is due to your heroic act of saving that child, which provided us with vital intelligence regarding the invasion of our homeland by Kirigakure. We had thus prepared ourselves. Yet, with a heavy heart, the Uzumaki sighed. We never anticipated that the situation would deteriorate to such a dire extent. The combined forces of Kumogakure and Kirigakure have launched a surprise attack with over 10,000 ninjas, leaving us utterly powerless to contend with this overwhelming threat. Chapter 17. Ambush on the road. The true name of Vortex has been revealed, and certain matters have been conveyed. He, along with the subordinates of the Vortex clan, hastened to the front lines to secure a glimmer of hope for their kin in the rear. Meanwhile, Otosaka directly sought out Vortex Naishiang, and together they joined the main force in their retreat. Throughout this journey, an air of panic enveloped everyone. Observing the Vortex clan's exodus, fleeing from the ravages of war, Otosaka's heart grew heavy, deepening his understanding of the world's cruelty. A multitude of refugees, burdened with their families, ventured towards an uncertain future. At this juncture, the pair arrived at a significant bridge leading from Taitu Nara to the Iron Country. Under the leadership of the elite ninja, their group was en route to the Iron Country. A full day had elapsed since their arduous escape began, and the hundreds of Vortex clansmen were utterly exhausted. The relentless flight had drained their spirits and energies. The captain, a formidable warrior among them, felt the weight of his responsibility keenly. He remained ever vigilant of their surroundings. His lips were parched, his body weary, his clothing tattered, adorned with remnants of withered twigs and leaves. Ultimately, the experienced ninja, trusted by the captain, suggested they take a moment to rest on the bridge leading to the Iron Country. As the group paused to recuperate, Vortex Naishiang sat by the riverbank, retrieving some cold rations from her pack and offering them to Otosaka. He consumed the provisions hastily, casting glances at her, his silence amplifying the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Unable to bear her gaze any longer, Otosaka spoke up, urging her to voice her thoughts instead of staring at him. "It's all right, Otosaka. I simply don't know how to articulate my feelings. Everything feels like a dream. Our village, which we relied upon for survival, has suddenly been invaded by the Vortex clan. Is it destined to meet its demise?" Otosaka discerned her unspoken words, but struggled to respond. He reassured her, "Fear not. As long as we are alive, there is hope." Suddenly, the dense thicket by the river echoed with the sound of approaching footsteps. The Vortex clan, who had only just settled, immediately became alert. The leading ninja commanded, "Everyone, take up your weapons and remain vigilant." He turned to his companion. "You will accompany me to investigate the source of the ninja responsible for maintaining order." Spoke directly, urging everyone not to panic and to maintain their formation, back to back, while being cautious of ambushes. At that moment, in the rear, Uzumaki Naomi grasped the hand of Otosaka, her voice trembling with fear as she exclaimed that the corpse belonged to the recently fallen Jonin captain. Otosaka, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. However, before he could respond, several figures suddenly emerged from the forest. These ninjas, adorned with the headbands of the hidden cloud village, exuded an aura of ferocity. Clearly a band of highly trained warriors. The atmosphere was further exacerbated by the ominous weather, as heavy rain began to pour down, complementing the already dim night with its fine, hair-like droplets. The terror etched on everyone's faces, coupled with the oppressive ambience, rendered the air almost suffocating. In a flash, akin to a startled rabbit, Otosaka, who had been by Uzumaki Naomi's side moments ago, vanished from sight. He had employed his abilities, utilizing a technique to instantaneously appear amidst the cluster of hidden cloud ninjas. The ninjas, realizing the sudden shift, cried out in alarm. "Who is this intruder? How dare he impede us? Capture him, kill him." Yet, their frantic cries bore no weight. Otosaka was singularly focused on swiftly eliminating these troublesome adversaries. In mere minutes, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of several hidden cloud ninjas. Among them was a commanding figure, a Jonin captain, who rapidly formed hand seals and unleashed the lightning release, Thousand Swamp Spear. The blue-white lightning crackled through the dark night, accompanied by a thunderous roar that amplified his formidable presence. He bellowed for his comrades to attack in mass, calling upon those around him as they surged forward, launching an assault on Otosaka. As his companions heard his summons, they too quickly formed hand seals, synchronizing their efforts with the captain to execute their unique storm release, Chakra Mode. A cacophony erupted from the hidden cloud ninjas, invoking their distinctive storm release techniques. Not only that, they combined their potent skills to unleash a terrifying barrage of lightning release ninjutsu upon Otosaka. Observing the unfolding events in their coordinated composite ninjutsu, Otosaka's lips curled into a sinister smile as he remarked, "So it is." He taunted, struggle desperately as you face your demise. His own form began to undergo a peculiar transformation as tendrils of ominous lightning enveloped him, black lightning, exuding an aura of destruction. With a swift motion, he plunged into the fray, and the two sides clashed violently. The blue-white lightning clashed with the pitch-black bolts under the shroud of night, resulting not in a resounding explosion, but in the quiet extinguishing of life. Those ninjas from the hidden cloud village who were struck by the black lightning fell swiftly, their bodies disintegrating into a charred, almost ash-like state, as if they had been consumed by flames. Everything that came into contact with this dark force faced obliteration, and the human form was no exception. This time, his display of abilities diverged significantly from the past, both in potency and method of release. A profound transformation had occurred. This was undeniably the result of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Naisuke had bestowed upon him multiple unique transcription seals. The abilities that Yasaka Ari had previously deemed unnecessary were now inscribed onto his body as curse marks by Uzumaki Naisuke. This accounted for why Yasaka Ari could now wield his inherent powers without restraint. Moreover, he had repeatedly utilized his plundering ability to seize Uzumaki Naisuke's chakra. Of course, this did not inflict any harm upon her. He merely siphoned chakra, as the Uzumaki clan possessed a unique constitution that allowed them to recover swiftly from such depletions with adequate rest. Thus, during his idle moments, Yasaka Ari would harvest Uzumaki Naisuke's chakra, storing it within himself. At this very moment, that stored chakra proved invaluable. The cloud-hidden ninjas, upon the slightest misstep in their engagement with Yasaka Ari, found themselves in peril, their bodies tainted with destructive energy, facing imminent death. However, both sides were presently locked in a desperate struggle, their bodies colliding in inevitable conflict. Enhanced by chakra, Yasaka Ari now radiated black lightning around him. As he charged into the throng, none dared to make contact, for even the slightest touch could spell doom. The scene unfolding was one of sheer carnage. Yasaka Ari let out a maniacal laugh, declaring that if one was prepared to kill, one must also be ready to be killed. Was it not? The crowd, filled with dread, realized they had gathered here to besiege the Uzumaki clan. Initially, the cloud-hidden ninjas had approached with a sense of superiority, reveling in the hunt for their enemies. Yet now, the turn of events instilled profound terror, as they found themselves hunted instead. After a brief encounter, they discerned the lunatic's capabilities, exchanging urgent warnings to avoid physical contact with him. The ninjas gripped their kunai tightly, their eyes wide with fear, terrified of sharing the fate of their fallen comrades. "You monster, you are far too arrogant. Do not underestimate the ninjas of the Cloud Village," one shouted, filled with rage. "Damn you, perish." With that, he formed hand signs and, striking the ground, summoned a rhino creature. This cloud-hidden ninja coldly commanded the summoned beast to engage Yasaka Ari. The rhino charged headlong at Yasaka Ari, while the surrounding ninjas appeared poised for action, readying themselves. In that moment of entanglement between the beast and Yasaka Ari, they hurled their shuriken, each affixed with numerous explosive tags, over 100 in total. The thunderous sound reverberated through the dimly lit night, momentarily illuminating the black shroud of darkness, the destructive power of the explosive talismans. This group of individuals, remarkably astute, quickly grasped the situation after only a brief encounter with Yasaka Ari, and with decisive resolve, chose to sacrifice their spirit beasts to restrain him. A fleeting exchange of glances among them, and they simultaneously unleashed several explosive talismans, aiming to obliterate Yasaka Ari directly. If entanglement was not an option, then direct confrontation was to be avoided entirely. In the background, the vortex of creamy fragrance, terrified, cried out his name, Yasaka Ari. The scene was engulfed in a cloud of dust. The immense explosion not only unleashed terrifying power but also stirred up a colossal amount of debris, obscuring visibility. The lecherous ninja from Cloud Shadow Village, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! This will be the end of you, monster." Yet, from beside him came the ominous words of death. "All right, the tiresome game can conclude now." To his astonishment, Yasaka Ari emerged unscathed from the heart of the explosion. Standing before the Cloud Shadow Ninja, contrary to their expectations, the explosive talismans had not torn him asunder. Instead, he remained perfectly intact. The ninjas of Cloud Shadow Village, unaccustomed to such bizarre occurrences, trembled in terror. With a swift motion, the once cocky Cloud Shadow Ninja found his head severed from his body by Yasaka Ari's hands. Turning to face the remaining Cloud Shadow ninjas, Yasaka Aru methodically waved his hand, reaping lives with each gesture. Only 2 remained, kneeling in fear, seemingly unable to fathom the reality before them. One of them stammered in disbelief, "How can this be? People die when killed. Why are you still alive?" Yasaka Aru's solitary eye glowed with an eerie green light, resembling a ravenous wolf as he fixed his gaze upon the duo. No miracle occurred, nor did a hero descend from the heavens. The 2 ninjas from Cloud Shadow Village met their demise in this desolate wilderness. With all adversaries vanquished, Yasaka Aru turned and strode back toward the Uzumaki clan, yet the villagers gazed upon him in horror. The visage he presented was terrifying, his form drenched in blood. Though they understood it was not his own blood, the sight before the villagers was akin to someone emerging from a pile of corpses. Despite having just rescued the Uzumaki clan, their demeanor towards Yasaka Aru resembled that of strangers. He was their savior. Yet the response was not one of gratitude, but rather fear. Amidst this, a thundering sound of hurried footsteps approached. Uzumaki Nika dashed through the crowd and embraced him. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, she exclaimed, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" At this moment, the serious expression on Yasaka Aru's face softened upon hearing Uzumaki Naka's concerned words. He took her hand without regard for the gazes of those around them and returned to the tent alone, seemingly unaffected by the commotion of the crowd. Yasaka Aru's sole concern remained the person before him, Uzumaki Naka. He had eradicated this group of ninjas from Cloud Shadow Village merely to shield the one he cherished. The rescue of some Uzumaki civilians was merely a byproduct of his actions. Chapter 18. Journey to the Ancient Kingdom of Lulon. The Whirlpool clan, initially lingering in the Land of Iron, heightened their vigilance following the recent conflict. Having endured an assault by the Cloud Shadow ninjas, they were wary of overstaying their welcome. It wasn't long before the Whirlpool clan entered the Land of Iron, where some among them began to build new homes in the small villages, while others ventured forth as itinerant merchants. Naturally, the Lord of the Land of Iron took note of the influx of Whirlpool clansmen. He initiated discussions with the leader of the elite ninja team, Yasaki Yu, addressing a series of concerns. Ultimately, the Whirlpool clan was permitted to establish a presence in the Land of Iron. However, not all members had settled there. Among those still journeying northward were Yasaki Yu and his companion, Whirlpool Naishiang. Whirlpool Naishiang harbored a profound attachment to Yasaki Yu, who once inquired whether she wished to adopt a tranquil life in the Land of Iron, akin to the other Whirlpool clansmen. Yet, Naishiang spoke earnestly, declaring, "Wherever you go, I shall follow. My ties to the Whirlpool clan are not as strong as you might think." Orphaned at a young age, she had been raised by her grandmother, who had since passed away, leaving Yasaki Yu as her closest companion. Thus, he guided her towards their intended destination, the ancient kingdom of Lulon. In the Land of Frost, the north wind howled, carrying icy snowflakes that descended upon the city. As they traversed this wintry landscape, each breath exhaled turned to vapor almost immediately. Nestled above the Land of Fire, the Land of Frost was perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. To confront their predicaments, Yasaki Yu and Whirlpool Naishiang journeyed to the realm of Lulon, currently accompanying a merchant caravan towards the Land of Dragons. The harsh conditions of this environment were far from hospitable. The biting northern winds lashed against their faces like daggers, instilling discomfort. To venture alone across such treacherous terrain would be unwise and potentially fatal. Fortunately, Yasaki Yu and Whirlpool Naishiang traveled in the company of the caravan. Initially, they encountered a merchant group along their route, who, upon recognizing their ninja attire, extended an invitation for them to join as guards. The terms were simple. They would provide protection in exchange for provisions, to which they readily agreed. Presently, Whirlpool Naishiang studied a scroll containing the Whirlpool clan's secret techniques. Unlike before, her understanding of ninjutsu had deepened, driving her to meticulously revisit the techniques with newfound diligence. It had been over 30 days since the fall of the Whirlpool clan, and her heart, once filled with uncertainty, now resonated with determination to grow stronger. The devastation of her clan had irrevocably altered her being, yet she had not succumbed to hatred. Her bond with Yasaka Yu remained steadfast, their relationship unchanged despite the trials they faced. Yasaka Yu now finds solace in her current state, which is infinitely preferable to the earlier days of melancholia. At least with a goal in sight, a new hope emerges. Not far behind the two, a figure clad in a black cloak scrutinizes a map, muttering, "Have I missed again? That little mouse escapes so swiftly." This individual is Kakuzu, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Land of Dragons. Recently, He received a mission involving a merchant convoy that had been marked for bounty at an underground exchange. This convoy, transporting vital funds and provisions, was of considerable importance to the feudal lord of the Land of Dragons, and Kakuzu was determined not to let this opportunity to weaken his homeland slip away. Once a devoted citizen of his village, Kakuzu's perspective shifted dramatically after he received a life-altering assignment to assassinate the legendary Senju Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi. The inevitable failure of that mission unveiled the insurmountable chasm between him and the ninja deity. Disheartened, he returned to his village, expecting solace from his fellow villagers, only to be met with betrayal. The village leader, incensed by his failure, ordered his former comrades to eliminate him. This betrayal shattered Kakuzu's faith, revealing the brutal reality of a world governed by mutual slaughter. In a fit of rage, he slew the village's higher-ups and absconded with the forbidden techniques of the village, acquiring a lifespan akin to immortality. Thus, he fully embraced his role as a rogue ninja, frequently lashing out against his former home. On this occasion, Kakuzu set out as usual to disrupt the supplies of the feudal lord of the Land of Dragons, seeking to create chaos while simultaneously amassing considerable wealth, a twofold triumph. Meanwhile, the merchant convoy trudged through the frigid mountains, their path marked by distinct footprints. The convoy leader urged his companions to hasten, striving to escape the mountains before nightfall. However, nature proved unforgiving. Fierce winds and snow thwarted his plans. As darkness loomed, the leader commanded his men to erect windbreak tents, preparing to spend the night amidst the mountains. With the convoy halted, Yuzaka Aoyu and her companion also ceased their journey. The convoy leader approached their tent, bearing a bowl of steaming soup. With a beaming smile, he addressed Yuzaka Aoyu. "You have truly endured much, accompanying us through such harsh conditions. It must be quite challenging for you esteemed ninjas. Please accept this bowl of meat soup as a token of our respect." Uzumaki Kushina graciously accepted the leader's kind gesture and replied, "No, you are too kind." At that moment, the convoy leader sighed. "Alas, we could not traverse these mountains before darkness fell. The night will likely be arduous. This place is perpetually beset by wind and snow, and the cold is fierce. Moreover, food is scarce, and the nocturnal beasts here can be quite ferocious. I fear we may encounter unforeseen dangers." Yusaka Ayu spoke directly, reassuringly. "Rest assured, we shall remain vigilant of our surroundings. Since we have accepted your commission, we shall undoubtedly fulfill the task at hand." At that moment, the leader appeared to have achieved the desired outcome, sporting a broad smile. "Indeed, it is quite a bother for both of you," he remarked. Subsequently, he continued, "Please, enjoy your meal at your leisure. I have some matters to attend to concerning the caravan, so I shall not intrude upon your time. I kindly ask that you remain attentive to the patrolling duties." Chapter 19. The death of Uzumaki Milk Fragrance. As night descended in its entirety, the crowd had retreated into their tents, some of which had grown dim with the evident signs of slumber. Yet, a few tents still flickered with the faint glow of candlelight, suggesting hushed conversations within. The nature of these discussions remained elusive, but at this moment, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance was patrolling outside the town. The atmosphere outside was tumultuous, with howling winds and swirling snow, akin to the wails of malevolent spirits. However, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance had acclimatized to various environments, although she had not undergone extensive training as a formal ninja. Years of raising under her grandmother's care had imbued her with resilience. Living alongside Yusakiyu, she had undertaken numerous ninja missions, and thus, despite the harshness of the wilderness, she managed to adapt momentarily. On this tempestuous night, an eerie sound pierced the air, capturing Uzumaki Milk Fragrance's attention. Stealthily, she advanced to investigate and discerned a figure clad in a sinister black robe, whose footsteps crunched upon the snow. The direction of this figure was unmistakably towards the merchant's tents. In such frigid conditions, the appearance of such a strange individual in the dead of night could only forebode trouble. However, before Uzumaki Milk Fragrance could return to report her findings, the mysterious figure lifted his gaze, locking eyes with her. He was none other than Kakuzu, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Land of Water. Though she did not recognize his identity, his demeanor suggested that he was anything but ordinary. With a swift motion, the figure vanished from her sight, only to reappear directly before her in an instant. In a swift, merciless thrust, Kakuzu's hand pierced through Uzumaki Milk Fragrance's chest. The heavy thud of her body hitting the ground echoed in the night, as she succumbed to the overwhelming loss of blood, her form collapsing into the snow, creating a crimson pool beneath her. "Ah, a little mouse has stumbled upon me. Since you enjoy eavesdropping, let this be your grave," Kakuzu remarked coldly, delivering the fatal blow to the unsuspecting Uzumaki milk fragrance. Am I to perish? She thought bitterly as she lay on the ground, her strength dissipating from excessive blood loss. Memories of her life replayed in her mind. They had promised to be together in the future, yet now she faced the grim reality of departing from him. Withdrawing his hand, Kakuzu continued onward towards the tents ahead. To him, the death of an inconsequential ninja, one not even listed on the bounty notices, held no significance. Had she been on the wanted list, he might have considered severing her head to exchange for a reward at the underground market. As she lay there, thoughts of Yasaka filled her mind, and with her last breath, she murmured, I'm sorry. I can no longer cook for you. Please, take care of yourself. Meanwhile, within the tent, the originally languid Yasaka Aru was engrossed in a ninjutsu scroll in his hands. Indeed, it was a scroll of ninjutsu not bestowed by the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Yasaka Aru had also acquired several other ninjutsu scrolls from the Uzumaki clan. These were remnants left behind by the fleeing members of the Uzumaki, who, in their desire to fully integrate into the Land of Iron, had abandoned some of their ancestral techniques. Yet, this inadvertently benefited Yasaka Aru, as he had secretly collected these secret scrolls alongside Uzumaki Nika during the clan's forsaking of their heritage. The scroll in Yasaka Aru's possession detailed the technique of shadow clones, a manipulation of chakra. He diligently studied the scroll, absorbing the ninjutsu and the accompanying hand seals inscribed within. Although Yasaka Aru was currently unable to utilize ninjutsu, it did not imply that Uzumaki Nika was likewise incapable. By mastering these techniques himself, he could swiftly impart valuable ninjutsu to her. Suddenly, the dark seal upon Yasaka Aru's face flickered intensely, as if responding to some unseen signal. In an instant, he vanished from the confines of the tent. Now, Yasaka Aru stood against the vast night sky, surveying the snowy expanse below. Every detail of the desolate snowfield was laid bare before his keen sight, undeterred by the darkness. Mere seconds had elapsed when he pinpointed Uzumaki Nika's location, materializing before her lifeless form. The crunch of snow beneath his feet echoed sharply as he approached the cold body. Unfazed by the blood of Uzumaki Nika that stained him, he lifted her from the snow. Gazing down, he noted the gaping wound upon her chest, a testament to her excessive blood loss. Time had elapsed far too long for any hope of healing. In that moment, his previously tranquil heart surged with tumultuous waves of despair. His heart raced, pumping blood as if responding to some primal instinct, unleashing a feral roar from within. Upon confirming the grim reality of Uzumaki Nika's demise, his once tranquil, deep green eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. The seals that bound him, remnants of the Uzumaki clan, shattered, rendering the suppressive curses upon his body utterly ineffective. He gently laid Uzumaki Nika's body down before rising to his full height. A wail of anguish pierced the frigid air, a sound unlike the howling wind, a cacophony reminiscent of tormented spirits laughing mockingly at his sorrow. It seemed as though the entire world was in derision of something. Yasaka Aru, with a twisted grin, erupted into a frenzied laughter. Ahe! Ha 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 ha. His thunderous voice reverberated across the landscape, shaking the very snow from the trees and stirring a mighty avalanche in its wake. The resounding roar echoed ominously across the desolate terrain. A chilling malevolence enveloped the atmosphere, as a myriad of negative emotions erupted from him, manifesting as a palpable darkness that seeped from his being. In an instant, Yasaka Aru's perception transcended that of a mere mortal, transforming into that of a divine entity surveying the earth from a celestial vantage point. In this fleeting moment, his gaze fixated upon Kakuzu, who approached the tent, still perplexed by the inexplicable events unfolding around him. What force could possibly generate such a tremendous cacophony? The thunderous sound of an avalanche reverberated in his ears. It was strange. How could an avalanche occur without warning? As Kakuzu lifted his eyes to observe the sudden changes in his surroundings, a deafening buzz erupted, causing the air to tremble violently. Kakuzu attempted to evade, but it was too late. The left side of his body had already disintegrated into ashes. In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu found himself leaping 100 meters away, appearing in another location. Truly, he was a rogue ninja of S rank from the Land of Dragons, and this instantaneous movement technique surpassed that of the vast majority of ninjas. However, the preceding attack had been executed with such swiftness that he could not completely evade it, witnessing his left half dissolve into nothingness. Without hesitation, he swiftly formed a one-handed seal, and the black thread of the earth grudge fear emanated from his sleeve. The fox mask etched with water upon his chest shattered. Simultaneously, The vanished half of Kakuzu's body began to mend, as dark threads continuously filled the void. A fierce gust of wind howled, and before him stood a ninja, Yasaka Aru. Chapter 20. The wrath of the celestial king Jiao Do was utterly astonished, for the figure that materialized before him was exceedingly bizarre. Adorned with dark entities that danced in the fierce wind, resembling a specter. "Are you the bodyguard hired by this caravan?" he inquired directly, simultaneously preparing a ninjutsu that he had long since gathered. However, Yasaka Aru swiftly outpaced him. Before Jiao Do could unleash his technique, his body was cleaved into several pieces. In but a fleeting moment, as he raised his hand to form the seals, his vision began to distort. What is happening? Why can I no longer see him? Wait, is that my body? By this time, Jiao Do's head had already fallen to the ground, his entire form reduced to a grotesque amalgamation of blood and flesh. The ground writhed with the tendrils of the earthbound spirit, a testament to his demise. Jiao Do murmured to himself, struggling to comprehend the reality of the events that had just transpired. How could this be? After merely a single encounter. Are you human or demon? He posed his questions, seemingly in denial of the undeniable truth that he had been slain. His body, altered by the earthbound spirit, remained animated even in disarray, with only his severed head remaining. He continued to inquire what had befallen him. At this moment, Yasaka Aru fully opened his eyes. Typically, he observed the world through his left eye. But now he revealed his right eye, which had never been shown to others. Yasaka stepped forward, retrieving the severed head from the ground, and laughed maniacally. Rest assured, you will learn everything. Do you think this is the end? No, not at all. I have not yet had my fill of this game. Fear not, time is plentiful. We shall meet again shortly. The merchants within the nearby tents had already been roused by the tremendous commotion. They emerged from their shelters, eager to discern the nature of the disturbance, gasping in alarm. An avalanche is upon us. Prepare for defense. Yet before they could fully comprehend the situation, they beheld a strange silhouette before their tents. Before they could express their shock, they witnessed this figure suddenly lose half its form, followed by the fierce clash between Yasaka Aru and Jiao Do. Silence enveloped the crowd, for the spectacle was too horrifying to articulate. Yasaka, clutching the eerie head, and his body cloaked in enigmatic black entities, was enough to instill fear. Among the merchants, the caravan leader, who had weathered many storms, maintained a semblance of composure. Yet he too refrained from approaching to inquire about the unfolding chaos. It was only when Yasaka Aru brandished Jiao Do's head that he realized the presence of numerous figures from the caravan surrounding him. Yasaka Ayu glanced back at the merchant convoy, only to find that the figures behind him had misinterpreted the situation, retreating in fear and avoiding his gaze. He paid them little mind. At that moment, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable. His blood-red eyes stood out starkly against the night, now glowing with an eerie luminescence. Gradually, this crimson light began to envelop his body, starting from his head and cascading down to his feet. Soon, his entire being was shrouded in this radiant glow, flickering and collapsing, until Yasaka Ayu vanished from this world. Time began to flicker. Rewinding to the moment when the leader of the merchant convoy appeared, holding a bowl of steaming soup, entering their tent. At that moment, Uzumaki Natsukawa willingly accepted the broth handed to her by the merchant leader. Standing nearby, Yasaka Ayu opened his eyes, surveying the familiar surroundings, as if the events that had just transpired were merely a vivid dream. Yet, the blood-red hue of his eyes served as undeniable evidence that what was to come in the near future was indeed reality. Indeed, Yasaka Ayu had returned to the past, unleashing his most potent and enigmatic ability, the power he had seized from his brother, a capability that transcended time itself, an ability that could rewind the clock. When Yasaka Ayu cradled the lifeless body of Uzumaki Natsukawa, he had already accepted the grim truth of her demise. He relinquished any further attempts to revive her, deeming it unnecessary. His focus shifted to unraveling the mystery of what had transpired, seeking out the foe responsible for her death and ensuring their demise. While keeping the details from Uzumaki Natsukawa, Yasaka Ayu was indeed formidable, endowed with an array of extraordinary powers. He possessed the ability to obliterate all that existed in this world, yet he could not resurrect the deceased. He could heal every wound, even restore severed limbs. But once life had fled, he found himself powerless. Despite possessing the most extraordinary ability of all time travel, he could only return to the past to rectify his regrets. Now, gazing upon Uzumaki Natsukawa, a knowing smile graced his lips. At that moment, Uzumaki Natsukawa turned to him, questioning, "What are you doing?" Here, take this. It's just a bowl. I want to fight you for it. Laughter erupted between them. Uzumaki Natsukawa, you are simply marvelous. Yasaka Ayu chuckled inappropriately within the confines of the tent, clutching his head in mirth. Lost in his own amusement, he resembled a madman, with none around him understanding the source of his joy, as if he were a lunatic. Yet, Yasaka Ayu remained indifferent to the opinions of others, much like the time he had saved the Uzumaki clan. The merchant leader, perceptive as ever, remarked, "Ah, it seems the two of you share a wonderful bond. I shan't intrude further." With that, the merchant and his entourage discreetly withdrew, granting the two of them their space. At this moment, Uzumaki Natsuki gazed at the maniacally laughing Yasaka Aru and suddenly noticed, "Why is your left eye open? Why has it turned blood red? How peculiar that your eyes are of different colors." Yasaka Aru, without hesitation, seized the bowl of hot soup from Uzumaki Natsuki's hands and gulped it down voraciously. Observing his ravenous consumption, Uzumaki Natsuki remarked, "There's no need to drink so hastily. I am not competing with you." Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the sealing mark of the Uzumaki clan on Yasaka Aru had mysteriously vanished. "How strange. The transcription seal I inscribed upon you has disappeared," Uzumaki Natsuki exclaimed incredulously. "When did you manage to unravel my seal?" Yasaka Aru retorted nonchalantly, "Your seal is inconsequential, whether it exists or not." "What do you mean by that?" Uzumaki Natsuki replied, her irritation evident. "I consider my mastery of ninjutsu to be quite profound. The clan leaders have even called me a genius." Casting a sidelong glance at Uzumaki Natsuki, Yasaka Aru stated, "Very well, you shall remain in the tent tonight, diligently studying the ninjutsu scrolls. Knowledge is power." He then declared, "I shall take the watch tonight." Uzumaki Natsuki responded, all right, I understand. I will ensure that I refine these sealing techniques to perfection." Chapter 21. Traversing time to strike, once more Yasaka Aru donned a black cloak, stepping out of the tent with a measured gait, his feet crunching upon the icy expanse. As night descended, he surveyed his surroundings, noting nothing amiss. He remained stationary, merely standing outside the merchant caravan's tent, a mere 100 meters distant, when the caravan leader appeared, acknowledging Yasaka's watchful presence with a nod, yet offering little more than that. In the vast, desolate snowfield, Yasaka stood resolutely, impervious to the biting cold that whipped around him. He was indifferent to his own sensations, caring little for his own comfort. However, when it came to the things he cherished, he could become a madman, should anyone attempt to threaten what he held dear. He would unleash death upon them like a vengeful deity. His moniker, the One-Eyed Reaper, was not merely a title bestowed by others, but one he had earned through bloodshed. Amidst the howling wind, Yasaka remained poised, awaiting the arrival of his prey. Not far off, Kakuzu advanced steadily towards him, fixated on the distant lights, a beacon guiding his quest. In the shadowy night, a figure stood before him, resembling a statue that might frighten a child should they glimpse it unexpectedly. Yet, to Kakuzu, it was of no concern. "What is that? A patrolling ninja?" murmured Kakuzu. The crunching of footsteps came to an abrupt halt as he found himself face to face with Yasaka, their gazes locking. "Oh, which village's brat are you?" Kakuzu began, but the moment the words left his lips, he launched a surprise attack. He had been observing Yasaka from a distance, poised to strike. The question was but a ruse to divert attention, allowing him to seize the moment for his assault. With blood-red eyes gleaming, the world around them seemed to freeze. Time felt stretched, yet it passed swiftly. 5 seconds elapsed. Just as their eyes met, Yasaka unleashed his power of theft. In an instant, Kakuzu found himself sprawled on the ground, motionless, resembling a lifeless dog. "What is happening? These eyes?" Kakuzu gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed. Drained of all strength, the black tendrils of his cursed ability lay still, devoid of vitality. "Your eyes lack any patterns. They are not Sharingan," he noted. Kakuzu was well-versed in the lore of S-rank rogue ninjas in their villages. He understood the terror of ocular techniques like the Sharingan, having once dared to assassinate the great ninja god, Hashirama Senju. Upon observing Yasaka's blood-red gaze and discerning it was not Sharingan, Kakuzu had attempted to misdirect the conversation, hoping to catch Yasaka off guard for a decisive strike, or else retreat and attack from a distance. Yet, what had just transpired? A flash of crimson light had momentarily engulfed him. By the time he regained awareness, he found himself collapsed upon the ground. No. It was more than that. What had become of the chakra within my body? "What on earth have you done? Get out." The thunderous shout immediately startled the merchant's caravan, which had already succumbed to slumber. Lights flickered to life in each of the tents, and the crowd emerged to investigate the commotion, their voices rising in a cacophony of shouts, demanding to know who dared to invade their ranks. It was evident that the uproar was deliberately orchestrated. Step by step, Yuzaka Ayu advanced towards the motionless figure on the ground, akin to a lifeless dog. To Kakuzu, Ayu appeared as the harbinger of death, and with each step he took, Kakuzu felt himself inching closer to his demise. The most terrifying aspect was the widening of Kakuzu's pupils as he beheld a dreadful sight, his own cursed technique. The earthly grudge. Ayu's hands were now adorned with writhing black tendrils, menacingly clawing at the air. The footsteps came to a sudden halt as Ayu stood directly before Kakuzu, one towering above, while the other lay prostrate below, resembling an ant. Is this your ninjutsu? Truly remarkable, Ayu mused, realizing for the first time that ninjutsu possessed such vivid characteristics akin to life itself. You monster, how did you acquire the forbidden techniques of our dragon-hidden village? No. What are those eyes of yours? Kakuzu's panic rendered him utterly disoriented, lying on the ground like a defeated beast. He had lost all vestiges of his former glory as an S-rank rogue ninja. Not only had he been stripped of all his chakra, but even his once proud status as a master of ninjutsu had been usurped. Ayu slowly bent down, extending his hands towards Kakuzu's head. Kakuzu, terror-stricken, gazed at the youth before him as Ayu placed his hands atop his head. A sharp crack echoed as bones fractured, and the head was severed from the body. Crimson blood continued to flow from the neck, pooling on the ground. This was the undeniable evidence of the demise of the once mighty S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu. The surrounding caravan members, including Uzumaki Natsuki, bore witness to the gruesome scene, their disbelief palpable as they beheld the bloodshed. The head, still open-eyed, remained in Ayu's grasp. With a slight exertion, a resounding explosion ensued as Kakuzu's head shattered, splattering yellow and white matter across the ground. The yellowish fat from Kakuzu's brain burst forth, creating a grotesque bloom around Ayu, contrasting starkly against the snow, reminiscent of spring flowers, yet disturbingly vivid. The caravan, unappreciative of such avant-garde artistry, found one newly awakened individual collapsing to the ground, retching violently. The dinner he had recently consumed was expelled onto the snow, still steaming, as the cold wind swept through. The nauseating odor began to permeate the air, causing discomfort among the merchants, who hunched over, succumbing to their own queasiness. At this juncture, the caravan leader emerged, bellowing, "What are you all doing awake at this hour, causing such a ruckus?" A tremendous roar interrupted everyone's attention. "All of you, bury your vomit in the snow and return to your tents to rest. Do not emerge again to gawk. The esteemed ninja is here to guard us through the night. You need not worry about safety. Return to your slumber without concern." The merchants, feeling a sense of relief, began to act in an orderly fashion, using small shovels to bury their vomit. After tidying up, they returned to their respective tents, and before long, the scene fell into tranquility, leaving only the merchant leader, Yusaka Aru, and Uzumaki Milk Fragrance present. The atmosphere was notably subdued. Shortly thereafter, the merchant leader spoke with exaggerated flattery. "It is indeed a bother, dear ninja. This individual must be a foreign thief attempting to infiltrate our caravan. Your actions were entirely justified. Rest assured, though this ordeal has startled you, we shall reward you handsomely upon the completion of your task. Please continue to ensure our safety." Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance stepped forward to alleviate the merchant's distress. "Do not worry, safety is in our hands. It is getting late, so you should return, as we have a journey ahead tomorrow." Observing that the irrelevant onlookers had departed, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance approached the scene without inquiring into the events that had transpired. Without hesitation, she began rummaging through the still warm corpse. One could tell from her demeanor that she was intent on collecting the spoils. Indeed, as she sifted through the remains, she uncovered a bankbook. Upon opening it, she gasped in astonishment. "Quick, come look. This person is extraordinarily wealthy." She did not conceal the astonishing amount displayed within the bankbook, eagerly sharing it with Yusaka Aru. Upon hearing Uzumaki Milk Fragrance's startled exclamation, Yusaka Aru approached, and upon inspecting the bankbook, discovered a staggering sum of 90 million ryo inscribed within. This was undeniably a significant fortune, having resided in this world for many years. Yusaka Aru understood while the monetary value of 90 million, it represented a considerable wealth. With renewed excitement, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance diligently searched for any remaining valuables on the corpse. She also unearthed several useless scrolls, which held no monetary value for her. Nonetheless, she joyfully embraced the scrolls and the tightly clutched bankbook as she returned to the warmth of her tent, leaving only Uzumaki milk fragrance standing guard in the now quiet space. Chapter 22. Audience with the Queen of Lulon at this moment. Uzumaki Nika and Yasaka Aru are engaged in light-hearted conversation aboard the merchant caravan's wagon. The atmosphere is notably relaxed, as they have arrived at the delivery point of the caravan, devoid of any external threats, allowing them to unwind completely. In Yasaka Aru's hand, a dark tendril emerges, a manifestation of the S-class forbidden technique, the distant grudge, acquired from Kakuzu. Aru, intrigued, observes this black tendril with fascination. Nika is now privy to his secret. Aru possesses the remarkable ability to siphon ninjutsu or chakra from others, a rather domineering bloodline limit. What exactly is this? It resembles a living creature, almost like an insect. Is this ninjutsu? Aru affirms with conviction, expressing that he can sense the formidable regenerative capabilities of this dark entity. He perceives its potential to graft limbs, which explains why Kakuzu, despite having half of his body severed, remained alive. This black creature harbors a potent life force, and its properties extend beyond mere vitality. For Yasaka Aru, the prospect of enhancing his physical form is an extraordinary boon. Aru's own soul, having absorbed too many others, possesses overwhelming strength. Yet his corporeal vessel remains that of an ordinary human. This discordance is the reason behind his frequent headaches and bouts of madness, rendering him akin to an unstable individual. Unlike this group of ninjas, whose cellular composition is threefold that of the humans in the Charlotte world, it is indeed a marvel of this realm's humanity. As Kakuzu did not reveal the name of this S-class forbidden technique, Aru remains unaware that it is called distant grudge, thus he whimsically dubs the dark insect black bug. A name both pleasing and memorable. You describe it as fascinating, yet I find it rather repulsive, Nika remarks. Aru, slightly embarrassed, acknowledges that this may be a reflection of feminine sensibilities, as many women find it difficult to accept creatures of the insect variety. Although the insect in Aru's hand is formed from chakra, it remains too distasteful for Nika. Chakra is truly a wondrous substance. This black bug exceeds my understanding of genetics. The fact that chakra can create life is astonishing. It seems this world is far more intriguing than I had imagined. Even he, despite possessing a plethora of extraordinary abilities, including time travel, cannot achieve the divine act of creation. This illustrates the immense allure chakra holds for Yasaka Aru. Ultimately, the black bug in his grasp fades away as his chakra diminishes. Indeed, while Aru demonstrates proficiency in various ninjutsu, he lacks a reservoir of chakra within him for prolonged use. To wield ninjutsu, he must siphon the chakra of others. Although he could utilize the Vortex clan's diamond lock and the recently acquired black worm, the absence of chakra rendered him powerless. The only chakra possessed by Yasaka Yu was entirely depleted, having been seized from the stranger he encountered last night. Yasaka Yu lamented the rapid exhaustion of his chakra. Pondering the lack of additional resources from Old Dang, Kakuzu inquired, "Is that what people say?" Yasaka Yu's mind was rife with conjectures, brimming with various whimsical thoughts. To the eyes of Vortex milk fragrance, Yasaka Yu appeared akin to a scientific aberration. Were Orochimaru of Konoha to behold Yasaka Yu in his current state, he would undoubtedly regard him as a kindred spirit. Should they meet, they would surely express a mutual sentiment of regret for not having encountered each other sooner. However, contemplating these ninjutsu techniques proved futile. Acquiring the dragon vein would allow him to further substantiate his theories. The two proceeded directly towards the ancient kingdom of Lulon, successfully completing the task assigned by the merchant caravan and settling their remuneration without a hitch. Incidentally, the proprietor had also bestowed upon them additional rewards, including a plethora of specialty items from the Frost Country. After 2 days, following the guidance of the map, Yasaka Yu and Vortex Milk Fragrance triumphantly arrived at the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulon, nestled amidst a sea of yellow earth. The architecture bore resemblance to that of the Egyptian desert. Dressed in black cloaks suitable for nocturnal endeavors, they stealthily infiltrated the ancient kingdom under the cover of moonlight. With their sights set on the central town, they advanced towards their objective. It was evident that the largest and grandest structure would serve as the abode of the Lulon Queen. Setting aside all distractions, they resolutely clarified their target. As the night deepened, the Lulon settlers, huddled by the dim glow of their campfires, engaged in hushed conversations, clearly oblivious to their surroundings. Navigating through the labyrinthine palace, they ultimately penetrated the heart of this magnificent edifice. At that moment, they discerned a melodious voice, akin to a haunting lullaby, seemingly resonating in the air. Cloaked by the night, both were skilled ninjas, far from ordinary mortals, and they stealthily approached the Lulon Queen's bedchamber. It was then that Otosaka beheld the scene within the palace, a poised and graceful woman with violet hair, softly singing a lullaby while cradling a wailing infant. The child, sleeping peacefully, was unmistakably the daughter of the Lulon Queen. No wonder they had heard the soothing hum moments prior. It was evident that the Lulon Queen was indeed serenading her child to sleep. "Ah, your child is utterly adorable." This exclamation pierced the stillness of the night, startling the Lulon Queen, who instinctively clutched her child tightly, shielding her with palpable fear. "Who are you? Why have you intruded? What do you intend to do?" The sudden interjection from Vortex milk fragrance evidently alarmed the Lulon Queen. However, the proactive protection of her child demonstrates her deep concern for her daughter, marking her as a competent mother. At this moment, Otosaka interjected with an explanation, reassuring her, "Do not worry, we harbor no ill intentions. My apologies for startling you. Please, relax." The delightful scent of swirling milk infused the atmosphere, creating a lively ambience. Otosaka observed the unfolding events, sensing that this Queen of Lulon was quite remarkable. Despite their sudden intrusion, she remained composed, refraining from summoning the palace guards, evidently wishing to avoid unnecessary commotion or adverse consequences. It was clear that her thoughts were meticulously considered. To devise so much in such a brief span indicated a refined intellect. Indeed, to ascend to the throne in the ancient kingdom of Lulon, this woman was not to be underestimated. At this juncture, Otosaka took the initiative to speak, stating, "We have come to propose a transaction." The Queen of Lulon appeared somewhat incredulous at his proclamation. After all, anyone would find it hard to believe two cloaked figures entering their domain, abruptly asserting intentions of a mere trade. With a hint of skepticism, she inquired, "What transaction do you seek?" Situated amidst the desolate sands of the desert, the ancient kingdom of Lulon possessed little of value, and as its queen, she was acutely aware of her realm's economic state. Thus, she remained vigilant, undeterred by Otosaka's previous remarks, while refraining from calling for help. She recognized that such stealthy intruders must be formidable ninjas, rendering any plea for assistance futile. In fact, a reckless cry for help could lead to misunderstandings that might jeopardize the lives of her guards. Being a benevolent ruler, she was reluctant to risk such outcomes. As the Queen of Lulon was about to delve deeper into discussions regarding the proposed transaction, she suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Coughing violently while clutching her chest, she expelled a jet of black blood. Otosaka, keenly aware of her plight, discerned that her health was likely compromised, possibly afflicted by an underlying ailment. Beside her, swirling milk expressed concern. "Are you all right? Why have you suddenly coughed up blood?" At this moment, Otosaka directly asserted, "You are unwell, and gravely so." The Queen of Lulon took a moment to gather herself, pressing her hand against her chest, and replied, "I am aware. I shall not perish just yet." Otosaka continued, "The truth is, if you persist in this manner, you will ultimately succumb. In a few years, your body may fail you." The Queen, however, chose not to pursue the matter of her health further, instead stating, "Our ancient kingdom of Lulon possesses little of worth. What, then, do you truly seek?" To which Otosaka replied, "You possess something I require, which holds great significance for me." He added, "Rest assured, should I take this item, I will provide compensation, and you will find it beyond your capability to wield its power." As the conversation reached this point, the Queen of Lulon comprehended what Otosaka desired. "You seek to negotiate for the dragon vein." With a heavy heart, the Queen of Lulon expressed her regret, stating that such a transaction is impossible. Subsequently, she began to cough, clutching her chest, and with a sudden gasp, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 23. Breaking the seal of the dragon vein. At this moment, Otosaka was enveloped in a deep sense of melancholy. Fearing that should anything untoward happen to the Queen of Lulon before the transaction of the dragon vein was completed, he might succumb to illness himself. If the Queen were to pass away unexpectedly, the matter of the dragon vein would surely fall through. It seemed that their arrival had indeed disturbed the Queen, who was coughing incessantly. Vortex, with her soothing milk fragrance, stepped forward, extending her hands to gently caress the Queen's chest. Her hands glowed with a soft green light, employing medical ninjutsu to alleviate the Queen's suffering. After a brief period of healing, the Queen's condition stabilized, though her complexion remained frail. Nevertheless, she was now able to converse normally. Otosaka reiterated, "We truly mean you no harm. Our late-night visit may have been unannounced, but it was solely to engage in a secret discussion with you, and this was the only way we could meet you. He added, moreover, we are willing to pay for the dragon vein. The Queen of Lulon shook her head, not taking this statement seriously. After all, what wealth could two ordinary black-clad ninjas possess? Furthermore, the dragon vein was not something that could simply be traded. The Queen's expression softened momentarily as she spoke in a gentle tone. You are unable to wield the power of the dragon vein, and I lack the authority to sell it to you. Yusaka Aru furrowed his brow and queried, Isn't the dragon vein a treasure of your nation? Why can't you make that decision? He continued, we come with sincerity. Any conditions you have, please feel free to propose. The Queen of Lulon replied with a wry smile. The dragon vein has long been sealed by the techniques of our ancestors. I have no right to lift the sealing array. Moreover, the power of the dragon vein is far too volatile. Only the earth can contain it, and you cannot possibly take it away. Upon hearing this, both of them understood that the queen seemed to be softening her stance. Yusaka Aru interjected. You need not concern yourself with the sealing. We will handle that ourselves. All you need to do is guide us to the dragon vein, and we shall take care of the rest. He added, we come with genuine intent, willing to offer 50 million taels for the dragon vein. The once calm Queen of Lulon was now visibly astonished. You have such wealth? She inquired, intrigued. Yusaka Aru, filled with resolve, reiterated, indeed. We are prepared to offer 50 million for the dragon vein. The queen, testing the waters, asked, are you truly willing to pay 50 million for the dragon vein? Yusaka Aru assured her, I have already stated our sincerity. There is no need for you to be so guarded. Upon hearing his reassurances, the Queen of Lulon placed a hand over her chest and responded, very well, I am willing to lead you to the location of the sealed dragon vein. However, I hope you can promise me one thing. Do not harm the people of our ancient Lulon kingdom. The following morning, the Queen of Lulon resumed her duties in managing state affairs. Everything appeared remarkably normal until noon. The queen took the initiative to address the ministers of the realm, declaring her intention to visit the ancestral grounds to pay homage to the forebears of the ancient Lulon kingdom. Prepare yourselves, she instructed. Upon hearing the command of the Lulon queen, the ministers swiftly made arrangements, readying horses, carriages, and a variety of fruits and offerings. The queen departed the city in her carriage, though this time she was accompanied by two unfamiliar guards, a detail that raised no suspicion among the onlookers. Throughout the journey, the Lulon queen remained composed, yet Yusaka Yu observed an unmistakable anxiety etched upon her features. It would be an understatement to merely describe her as tense. Despite her seated position in the carriage, beads of sweat glistened on her brow, revealing the gravity of the matter concerning the dragon vein. Ultimately, the group arrived safely at the site of the ancient Lulon kingdom, the very place designated for ancestral worship. The environment was strikingly unique, characterized by a verdant lake surrounded by lush woodlands. However, an unusual mist perpetually lingered within the forest. Yusaka Yu, endowed with keen perceptive abilities, was astonished to find that, aside from the flora, no animal life existed in this woodland realm. Indeed, apart from the trees and flowers, there were no creatures to be found. The Lulon queen spoke at an opportune moment, stating, here lies the sealed dragon vein, yet its effulgent power nourishes the surrounding lands, resulting in abundant vegetation. However, the might of the dragon vein is so overwhelming that any living being approaching it would be indiscriminately infected or even assimilated, ultimately transforming into the very soil that nourishes the earth. This is why, as you observe, there are no other forms of life besides the flora. Upon hearing this, Yusaka Yu grasped the perilous nature of the dragon vein and understood why the area was devoid of any animals beyond the plants. After traversing the dense woods, the trio finally arrived at the altar sealing the dragon vein. The altar was adorned with 8 colossal stone pillars, each intricately carved with peculiar patterns that spiraled downwards into the earth. The Lulon queen explained, this is the sealing formation established by our ancestors in conjunction with the Vortex clan. A complex and intricate array that cannot be unraveled without an extraordinary level of sealing knowledge. She further added, the dragon vein is sealed here, but I am unable to break the seal myself. I can only bring you to this point. The rest is up to you. Yusaka Yu did not hastily attempt to dismantle the dragon vein's seal. Instead, he produced a crimson bankbook, prominently inscribed with the sum of 90 million taels. This was the gold unearthed by Kakadu. He presented the book to the Lulon queen, saying, the dragon vein will be entrusted to me. Should anything happen to me, you must take this remaining 40 million taels and care for her well. The Lulon queen was utterly astonished, gazing at the red bankbook, speechless in disbelief. Do you truly possess such wealth? It is simply astonishing. Meanwhile, Vortex Milk Aroma stepped to the center of the altar, meticulously inscribing 10 seals to break the enchantment, distributing them among the 8 pillars. In her grasp was the sealing scroll entrusted to her by the Vortex clan leader, boldly inscribed with the method to dismantle the Dragon Vein seal. As the final stroke completed the sealing array, the last corner was filled in. It was as if the entire Dragon Vein had been awakened. The 8 pillars began to twist and coil, ascending from the depths of the earth towards the heavens. The ground trembled with a resounding roar, and the Queen of Lulon gasped in astonishment. I can sense the presence of the Dragon Vein. This force is overwhelmingly ferocious. You truly managed to unseal the Dragon Vein. This is nothing short of incredible. It was no wonder that the queen was so taken aback, despite her status as a monarch. The ancient kingdom of Lulon was, in truth, impoverished. Before her stood a mere 10-year-old girl, who possessed a savings account of 90 million taels and exhibited remarkable prowess in sealing techniques. The queen watched in awe as the enchanting whirlpool dispelled the Dragon Vein seal. The events of this day surpassed anything she had experienced in her entire life. The earth continued to quake, and the 8 stone pillars began to fracture. The tremors grew more intense, prompting Yasaka Aru to grasp the hands of the 2 individuals and teleport them far from the altar. Just as Yasaka Aru was about to return to the altar, the Queen of Lulon interjected, "You should abandon this endeavor. The power of the Dragon Vein is far too immense for an ordinary person to wield. If it were so easily harnessed, it would have been stolen long ago. Its existence for thousands of years is a testament to its uniqueness." Yasaka Aru paid little heed to her words, instructing, "You 2 stay here." With that, he vanished. Reappearing at the center of the altar, which was now utterly decimated and in ruins, the 8 stone pillars riddled with fissures. The surrounding environment had undergone a terrifying transformation. The once clear blue sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds, and the ground resembled the aftermath of a colossal beast rampage. Observing the chaos unfold, Yasaka Aru remained calm and composed as he awaited the final liberation of the Dragon Vein. The enchanting whirlpool had not entirely undone the seal. In truth, such an extreme was unnecessary. As long as the seal was breached, the Dragon Vein would harness its vast energy to break free from the final constraint. This method was relatively safe and would afford the 2 ample time to retreat. Standing resolutely in the altar, Yasaka Aru remained undisturbed despite the raging winds and roiling clouds above. Whenever flying debris threatened to touch him, it was reduced to ash. Everything succumbed to his will. Outside the altar, the Queen of Lulon and the enchanting whirlpool supported one another. The queen, already frail, was fortunate to have the whirlpool beside her. As a ninja, the whirlpool possessed sufficient skills to care for the ailing queen without difficulty. Alas, the seal is nearly undone, and I fear your friend may not emerge alive. He cannot fathom the true extent of the Dragon Vein's strength. I know he dared to approach it, undoubtedly possessing his own unique methods. But the Dragon Vein is beyond his control. The swirling milk fragrance that continuously supported the Queen of Lulon was of little concern. Even after hearing the queen's alarming words, I reassured her, saying, "There is no issue. I place my trust in him." The Queen of Lulon shook her head and sighed, "Very well. I shall not persuade you any further. You are as stubborn and self-assured as your companion." At that moment, the 8 stone pillars in the sky shattered completely, transforming into a fine powder. The wind ceased, and the earth fell silent, as if the entire world had lost its voice. Amidst the overcast sky, small suns began to emerge one by one. Yasaka Aru also glanced up at the heavens, situated at the periphery of the Dragon Vein seal. The Queen of Lulon exclaimed in terror, "The Dragon Vein has completely broken free from its seal." Standing beside her, the swirling milk fragrance gasped in fright. "What on earth is this? Is your nation's Dragon Vein truly a real dragon?" Chapter 24. The Past, Present, and Future Beyond, Omniscience and Omnipotence as Divinity. The transformations atop the sealing altar became increasingly pronounced. The vast, cerulean dragon loomed majestically, gazing down upon the human before it, a thunderous roar reverberating beneath the ominous clouds. The booming thunder echoed simultaneously, unleashing the formidable power of the dragon's lineage. Yasaka Aru remained unfazed as the cerulean dragon coiled around him like a colossal serpent pursuing its prey. Yet, contrary to being a mere quarry awaiting capture, Yasaka Aru was, in fact, a hunter, one who had always pursued others. Enormous chakra manifested from his being, a testament to the chakra energy accumulated from the day's spin absorbing the essence of the whirlpool. Soon, a transformation occurred within Yasaka-Aru. The sound of iron chains echoed from within him. With a series of resounding thuds, 8 massive iron chains erupted from behind him, ensnaring the colossal dragon. These chains were none other than the Unsealing technique employed by the chief of the Whirlpool clan during their earlier confrontation. The chains, fierce and unyielding, lunged toward the gigantic dragon, successfully binding it. Startled, the dragon began to thrash about, its immense power straining against the restraints, the chains clattering in response. However, the 8 chains remained unbroken. As long as Yasaka-Aru continued to maintain his chakra, they would not succumb to destruction. The iron links tightened, digging deeply into the dragon's essence, intertwining their fates with an inextricable bond. A torrent of pure, natural energy surged through the chains, flooding into Yasaka-Aru's body. This unrelenting influx of energy was nothing short of pristine. Initially, the dragon struggled fiercely, attempting to escape its confinement. But now, Yasaka-Aru became a vessel, absorbing the vast power of the dragon as if it were seeking a release, penetrating deeper into his being. The immense, purple silhouette in the sky began to shrink, and everything was progressing smoothly. However, a sudden turn of events transpired. Wisps of white smoke began to rise from the earth, and the already diminishing purple dragon found itself replenished. The smoke emerging from the ground continuously converged upon the dragon, sustaining its ethereal form, preventing it from dissipating into the ether. This was not merely a manifestation of Yasaka-Aru's control. The purple dragon was relentlessly infusing him with its vast energy. The pure and tumultuous energy surged within Yasaka-Aru, causing a remarkable transformation within his physique. His skin took on a pallid hue, becoming ethereal and otherworldly. Furthermore, purple patterns began to emerge from his eyes to his body, with violet shadows appearing at the corners of his eyes, transforming his once emerald gaze into a pure, resplendent white. This sudden turn of events utterly confounded Yasaka-Aru. He had initially believed that the dragon vein would be contained within his own body. In truth, he had successfully bound the dragon vein using the sealing technique of the Vortex clan. By drawing a portion of the dragon vein's energy into himself, Yasaka-Aru could achieve self-sufficiency, relying on the energy of the dragon vein to sustain the sealing technique and thereby create a continuous cycle of power. However, to his astonishment, after he had plundered a significant amount of the dragon vein's energy, nature itself began to replenish it, allowing him to maintain an abundance of vitality. This revelation left him utterly astonished. It was now clear to Yasaka-Aru why no one had ever succeeded in extracting the dragon vein's essence. It would never truly vanish. Whenever there were signs of its depletion, the natural energy would surge forth to sustain it. A sudden, resonant sound shattered the silence in that space. Akin to the shattering of porcelain, Yasaka-Aru instinctively raised his arm, only to discover that his body bore cracks reminiscent of ceramic. His once golden skin had transformed into a snowy white, and the fissures that now marred his form resembled those of broken pottery. This realization left Yasaka-Aru in a state of shock. His body was operating beyond its limits. He could feel the augmentation bestowed upon him by the dragon vein. Its power indeed formidable, but his physique seemed unable to keep pace with the torrent of energy being infused into him. The black cracks appearing on his arm were testament to this strain. Standing amidst the fierce winds, Yasaka-Aru could not suppress a smile, erupting into wild laughter. Ah, so this is it? Am I to meet my demise? His body began to radiate an unprecedented aura, embodying the essence of nature itself, grand and magnificent, akin to a deity. His eyes flickered with an otherworldly brilliance, his pure white pupils surveying the surroundings. Before him, as a result of his unrestrained release of energy, a vast, ethereal white rift materialized. From this rift emerged a figure clad in pure white, none other than himself, Yasaka-Aru. In that moment, as the Yasaka-Aru of the present confronted the Yasaka-Aru from the future, everything became clear. Upon appearing before his present self, the future Yasaka-Aru understood that he was destined to journey into the past, just as his current self did. The pure white natural energy coalesced around him, and another rift appeared before him. Yasaka-Aru stepped boldly into it, reappearing before his past self. The past and present Yasaka-Aru exchanged glances, and in an instant, both comprehended the entirety of their situation. This scene unfolded like a continuous loop, eternally repeating. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested in that space, characterized by the dual rifts. Each time a Yasaka-Aru emerged, he would create a rift to enter. When the future Yasaka-Aru stood before the present Yasaka-Aru, the latter grasped the implications of the choices made. The Yasaka Aru traversing the future had crossed into the present to meet his counterpart and exchange their very essences. In the future, Yasaka Aru had absorbed the power of the dragon vein for some time, allowing his body to temporarily withstand its immense strength. Now, equipped with the enhanced physique from the current dragon vein, he traversed back to the past, engaging in the same actions as his future self, ensuring that his body continued to exist as it did before absorbing the dragon vein's energy. This cyclical process repeated infinitely. Whenever his body could no longer endure, he would return to the past with his fortified form to continue drawing upon the dragon vein's power. The scene unfolded in an endless loop, and the two individuals situated at the periphery of the dragon vein sensed the surrounding energy gradually stabilizing, no longer exhibiting the ferocity it displayed when the dragon vein was initially unsealed. The Queen of Lulon, struck with astonishment, found herself at a loss for words. What is happening? Has your friend succeeded? I can feel the dragon vein's power being continuously released and then dissipating. Should we venture inside to discover what is transpiring? The queen sought the approval of the girl before her. Although she was the empress of the ancient Lulon kingdom, she found herself deferring to the opinions of the girl with the swirling fragrance. All right, I have faith in Yasaka Aru. He will surely succeed in absorbing the dragon vein's energy. Thus, the two entered the altar sealing the dragon vein. However, the scene that greeted them was profoundly shocking. The Queen of Lulon beheld Yasaka Aru, who had undergone a complete transformation, his skin as pale as snow, adorned with peculiar purple patterns, seated in meditation upon the altar. Behind him, 8 long chains extended, binding a colossal purple dragon. The dragon's form continuously diminished, yet at intervals, it would swell back to its former size. This phenomenon was due to the persistent emanation of wisps of white mist from the land, representing natural energy that replenished the dragon vein, sustaining its vitality. Before they could fully process their astonishment, a strange occurrence unfolded before them. A white spatial rift suddenly materialized directly in front of Yasaka Aru. From the rift emerged an exact replica of Yasaka Aru, and the two gazed at one another. Subsequently, Yasaka Aru opened another spatial rift and stepped through, leaving the recently arrived Yasaka Aru to continue absorbing the dragon vein's strength. Moments later, the dragon vein dwindled again, replenished by natural energy, and expanded, mirroring the previous spectacle. Once more, a white spatial rift appeared before Yasaka Aru, and the two exchanged glances. Yasaka Aru then opened yet another spatial rift, after which his present self vanished. This scene repeated in an endless cycle, leaving the two observers utterly bewildered, their minds brimming with questions. What was the meaning of this? Eventually, after some time, Yasaka Aru's current body became capable of absorbing the dragon vein's energy for extended periods, and the intervals between his temporal travels lengthened. The two successfully gleaned the details of the situation from Yasaka Aru's own lips, setting aside the swirling fragrance of the girl, who was already aware of Yasaka Aru's unique abilities. The situation felt relatively composed. However, the Queen of Lulon was left astounded, her jaw dropping in disbelief at the existence of such a remarkable ability to traverse time. The very notion of such an extraordinary bloodline limit was simply astonishing. At that moment, Yasaka Aru offered an explanation, clarifying that his ability to traverse time was not as formidable as it seemed. The power of the dragon vein was exceptionally unique. He could sense that his capacity for prolonged time travel within this realm was indeed due to the dragon vein's strength. The dragon vein inherently contained the essence of time, and by absorbing its energy, he had fortified his body, thereby transforming his abilities. As long as the energy within him did not deplete, he could traverse time at any moment, simply by his will. The Queen of Lulon, utterly shocked, exclaimed, "Goodness! Does that mean you are invincible?" Just by imagining the implications of an individual capable of time travel, she understood how terrifying it could be. A person possessing knowledge of the future could respond to various forthcoming scenarios, thereby gaining insight into all events of the world. Was this not, in a sense, omniscience? Omniscience must equate to omnipotence, and conversely, omnipotence must imply omniscience. This was a law of equivalence. Before her stood a being who had attained such knowledge. No, the Queen of Lulon firmly asserted, it would not be an exaggeration to deem this person a god. Chapter 25. Complete assimilation of the dragon vein. Yasaka Aru spoke gravely, acknowledging the immense power of the dragon vein, akin to a relentless monster. At that moment, Queen Lulon, filled with admiration, remarked, "No, you are the true monster, capable of bearing the power of the dragon vein and remaining unscathed. Throughout history, you stand as the first of your kind." Yasaka Aru shook his head, responding, "Indeed. I am currently absorbing the power of the dragon vein. However, its flow is inexhaustible. To fully assimilate it will require a considerable span of time. In a state of urgency, Narukami Milk inquired, approximately how long will it take? Yasaka Aru closed his eyes, estimating before replying, roughly 8 to 9 years. The two women gasped in unison, 8 or 9 years. Such a lengthy period. Yes, it is indeed the necessary time for complete absorption of the dragon vein. Once accomplished, I will be able to fully harness its power, he reassured Narukami Milk. You should return with Queen Lulon. I have already overcome the greatest challenge of this process. From here on, it shall merely be a matter of gradual progress. Turning to Queen Lulon, he sincerely requested, I kindly ask that you look after my friend in the times to come. With a wave of his hand, Queen Lulon soared into the air, landing gracefully before him. Yasaka Aru extended his hand, and a beam of white light swiftly entered her being. The speed was astonishing, and the light penetrated her body so quickly that she gasped in surprise. Fearing the unknown, she closed her eyes, yet after a moment, she discovered with astonishment that the light had not harmed her. The anticipated sensation of being pierced did not materialize. Instead, she felt an unprecedented lightness enveloping her form. With confusion, Queen Lulon asked, My body, is it truly unharmed? What have you done? I sense a transformation within. Yasaka Aru elucidated. There is no cause for alarm. I have not inflicted harm upon you. Your body has undergone a thorough healing. I utilized my abilities to cure your ailments. You should now perceive that the lingering afflictions within you have been entirely eradicated. Indeed, Queen Lulon felt the truth of his words. Her body was imbued with a newfound lightness. At that moment, her expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, leaving her at a loss for words. Take her away from here. This ancestral land is now entrusted to me. Our transaction is complete, he instructed. Queen Lulon and Narukami Milk retraced their steps back to the kingdom of Lulon. Throughout the journey, Queen Lulon remained in a state of profound contemplation. The events of the day had left her utterly astounded. It was not every day that a stranger approached her with an offer to trade for the dragon vein, especially one willing to pay 50 million. Moreover, this individual had miraculously cured her ailments. The surreal nature of these occurrences felt as though fate had bestowed upon her a fortuitous windfall. As she sat in the carriage, lost in thought, she reflected on the remarkable events that had unfolded that day. Sitting beside her, the fragrant Whirlpool spoke, Your Majesty, could you prepare some books for me? The Queen of Lulon, regaining her composure, replied, Of course, you are our esteemed guest here in the ancient kingdom of Lulon, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. What kind of books do you require? What genres are you interested in? The fragrant Whirlpool responded, Any will suffice. Preferably those pertaining to intelligence. I wish to gain a comprehensive understanding of the foundational information concerning this ninja world. Additionally, could you arrange for a dedicated convoy to the Dragon Vein in the future? I intend to visit him often during these years. He is absorbing the Dragon Vein's power. Each time I come to see him, I wish to bring along a selection of books, as he will feel quite lonely here alone. The fragrant Whirlpool explained. Bringing him some books to read will alleviate his boredom. At this moment, the Queen of Lulon teased, Your relationship with him is quite special. The fragrant Whirlpool did not deny it and admitted, Indeed, I share a very close bond with him, as he is my only remaining family. The Queen of Lulon then appropriately apologized, I am sorry for your sorrow. The fragrant Whirlpool replied, I look forward to your continued guidance. As time flew by, a thud echoed as a stack of books landed on the ground at the Dragon Vein's seal. Yasaka Aru remained suspended above the Dragon Vein, continuously absorbing its power as he had always done. The fragrant Whirlpool retrieved a sealing scroll from her sleeve and swiftly performed a series of hand seals. With a resounding bang, the scroll unfurled, revealing a large stack of books. This was indeed the sealing scroll of the Whirlpool clan. In midair, Yasaka Aru observed the fragrant Whirlpool's adept movements, indicating that she had diligently studied the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan over the years. It had been 3 full years since Yasaka Aru began absorbing the Dragon Vein's energy. He inquired, How have you been lately? The fragrant Whirlpool recounted the amusing events of the past years and her interactions with the Queen of Lulon. After nearly 3 years of companionship, the two had forged a bond akin to that of sisters. During the Queen's busy affairs of state, the fragrant Whirlpool often assisted in caring for the Queen's child, Ziyue. At this moment, the fragrant Whirlpool remarked, A significant event has recently occurred. The Third Great Ninja War erupted not long ago. Upon hearing this, Yasaka Aru, who had remained calm and composed, suddenly expressed interest. During his time at the Dragon Vein, he was not oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. On the contrary, he was quite informed. The fragrant Whirlpool frequently visited the Dragon Vein, allowing the Queen of Lulon to gather intelligence from the 5 great ninja villages, which she shared with Otosaka Aru. This included various pieces of information regarding the 5 major ninja villages. The fragrant Whirlpool elaborated, this time. It was the Land of Wind that instigated the conflict. The Kazakage of the Land of Wind mysteriously vanished. Consequently, the Land of Wind mobilized its entire nation to aggressively attack the Land of Fire. After hearing this, Otosaka Aru, with rational clarity, concluded, regardless of whether the Kazakage is missing or not, they would have initiated this war. Over the past 3 years, Otosaka Aru has read extensively. From the whispers of the swirling milk fragrance, one can discern the specific causes behind the Ninja World War. By analyzing the detailed intelligence from the 5 great ninja villages, certain motivations become apparent. The Land of Wind, perpetually besieged by harsh sandstorms, lies adjacent to the prosperous and resource-rich Land of Fire, which has just emerged from the exhaustion of the Second Ninja War. Although the Land of Wind has endured the Second Ninja War, it has not suffered significant losses. Its military strength is robust, and its population has seen considerable growth over the years, presenting an opportune moment to instigate conflict. The swirling milk fragrance nodded in affirmation of Otosaka Aru's insights and further elaborated that the Third Ninja War is also marked by the fierce clashes between the 2 major villages, Kumogakure and Iwagakure. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth have long been adversaries. The former's national strength is second only to that of the Land of Fire, while the latter has frequently endured disturbances from its neighbor, deepening their enmity. The hostilities between these 2 great nations have undeniably altered the dynamics of the entire ninja world. Coupled with the conflicts involving the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, it is fair to say that the eruption of warfare among the 4 great nations constitutes a significant upheaval, aptly termed the Third Ninja War. Otosaka Aru, filled with emotion, remarked, "Indeed, war has erupted outside." He then inquired about the recent happenings in Lulon. She has been quite busy lately," came the reply. Due to the ongoing battles among the various ninja villages, there has been a tremendous fluctuation in food prices. Lulon is overwhelmed with these issues. However, the ancient kingdom of Lulon is relatively safe compared to the smaller nations on the front lines, as it is situated deep within a barren desert, devoid of strategic value. Otosaka Aru acknowledged, "True, the current conflicts are primarily among the great ninja villages, and Lulon remains largely unaffected." Yet, he offered a timely caution. The ninja world is in a state of turmoil, making it exceedingly unsafe for you to remain in Lulon. It is advisable to refrain from wandering about. I can sense that my absorption of the Dragon Vein is nearing its conclusion. Should any trouble arise, it may be prudent to withdraw temporarily. I am currently ensnared within the realm of the Dragon Vein, and cannot guarantee your safety at all times. Remain vigilant and protect yourselves. He then proposed a solution. If you encounter an overwhelming adversary, you may seek refuge with me along with the Queen of Lulon. No matter the foe, I shall be prepared to confront them. The swirling milk fragrance comfortingly replied, "All right, I understand. You need not worry. Both Lulon and I are well aware of our situation, and we have made ample preparations." This is not Lulon's first encounter with the Ninja World War. Noting his worried demeanor, she added, "Moreover, the daimyo of Lulon is also providing us with protection. You can focus on your absorption of the Dragon Vein without concern." Time swiftly elapses, and the world outside undergoes its relentless transformations. Across the realms of the shinobi world, an unceasing torrent of warfare erupts, a harrowing reality that defies imagination. The terrifying Third Shinobi World War continues to rage on, far longer than anyone could have anticipated. Yet, in this moment, Otosaka Aru finds himself in a realm untouched by such turmoil. The once mighty purple dragon now appears feeble and insubstantial. Its once fearsome visage diminished to a mere shadow of its former self. Below, Uzumaki Naruto gazes up at Otosaka Aru with a countenance brimming with joy. For it has been 8 long years since he absorbed the dragon's essence. Today marks the final moment of that momentous event. 8 years. Time has flowed like a fleeting shadow. Uzumaki Naruto has undergone a remarkable transformation, blossoming from a girl of 11 into a radiant young woman, her beauty now reflecting the allure of youth. Cascading red tresses frame her delicate features, lending her an enchanting charm. However, as she gazes up at Otosaka Aru, she is astonished to find that Despite the passage of 8 years, his appearance remains unchanged, as if time holds no dominion over him. The dragon's essence, after 8 years of absorption, has finally dimmed, culminating in a sound akin to a bubble bursting, a final act of defiance in this world. Yet, it serves no purpose, with the purple dragon ensnared. The resonant sounds of its demise echo as the essence vanishes entirely from existence. As Yasaka Erasure descends gracefully to the ground, it signifies his complete mastery over the dragoness power. He has wholly absorbed the essence, becoming a vast reservoir of chakra. Were Uzumaki Naruto to employ the unique Kagura Shingon of her clan at this moment, she would discern the immense chakra swirling within Yasaka Erasure, reminiscent of an ocean's depth. As he gently lands, Uzumaki Naruto, brimming with excitement, rushes forward and embraces him, their bond akin to that of the closest companions, a harmonious pairing. With a radiant smile, Uzumaki Naruto exclaims, "Yasaka Erasure, how wonderful! You are finally free." Yasaka Erasure returns her smile, responding, "Thank you for your patience. Let us return home together." "Yes, let us go home," Uzumaki Naruto replies cheerfully. Lulon has prepared an extravagant feast. Over the course of these 8 years, the two have forged an unbreakable sisterly bond, with the ancient kingdom of Lulon becoming Naruto's second home, apart from her clan. As they ride in the carriage, their conversation flows joyfully. "How do you feel after absorbing the dragon's essence? Is there anything amiss?" Uzumaki Naruto inquires. "Not at all. I feel an unprecedented strength coursing through me." Yasaka Erasure responds with a beaming smile. "Moreover, my body has never felt this light before." Yasaka, with those wide eyes, gazed intently at his own palm. His body had transformed into a porcelain-like purity, his eyes having shifted from a once ethereal green to a pristine white, all due to the power of the dragon vein. Uzumaki Milk, filled with curiosity, inquired eagerly, "What abilities has the dragon vein bestowed upon you?" Observing the excitement radiating from Uzumaki Milk, Yasaka, without any pretense, replied, "Many." With that, he began to demonstrate. His entire form underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Crystalline purple minerals began to sprout across his body. In the span of merely 3 breaths, he was adorned with armor resembling amethyst, enveloping him in a dazzling layer of purple crystal that reflected the sun's rays with resplendent brilliance. Uzumaki Milk, utterly astonished, gazed with wide, sparkling eyes at the crystalline armor enveloping Yasaka, seemingly entranced by the allure of shimmering objects. Without hesitation, Uzumaki Milk queried, "What is this? Is this the special ability granted by the dragon vein?" Yasaka began to elucidate, "I have named this the dragon vein armor. These purple crystals on my body are crystallized energy formed by the substantial compression of dragon vein energy. I have fortified these energy crystals, resulting in a formidable defensive capability. Moreover, I can transmit this energy to others, allowing them to don this armor as well." Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Milk's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Is it true? Can I truly wear this splendid purple crystal armor?" Yasaka, eager to meet her anticipation, affirmed, "Indeed, I can channel the dragon vein energy into your body, enabling you to wear this dragon vein armor. Not only that, but by donning the armor, you will also establish a connection with me through the dragon vein, thereby acquiring abilities akin to mine. My solidification power will enhance this crystalline armor, remaining effective as long as I live. Furthermore, when your chakra is depleted, you can actively absorb this armor as energy to replenish your chakra reserves. However, this crystalline armor cannot be maintained indefinitely. Should you absorb it back into energy, you would need to seek my assistance again to restore the dragon vein's power and reconstitute the armor." Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Milk's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. "Wonderful. Your armor is truly exquisite. I adore it." Observing her delight, Yasaka smiled in return. "Indeed, it is remarkable. From this day forth, I can wield ninjutsu as well." Yasaka mused inwardly. "Now that I am prepared, is the ninja world ready to welcome my arrival?" Chapter 26. The Plunder of the Misty Hidden Village. The two travelers returned to the ancient kingdom of Lulon amidst swirling sands. Upon their arrival, Yasaka noticed a remarkable transformation in the realm since his last visit 8 years prior. The streets, once barren, were now bustling with an array of unfamiliar shops, vibrant street vendors, and a lively throng of people. Despite the ongoing eruption of the Third Shinobi World War, it appeared that the kingdom of Lulon remained largely unaffected. Yasaka mused to himself that the Lulon Empress had skillfully managed the affairs of her kingdom. Upon entering the royal palace of Lulon, Yasaka spotted a girl of about 8 or 9 years, twirling around the Lulon queen. This child was unmistakably the same one he had seen in the queen's embrace years ago. The sight stirred something within Yasaka Yu. Everything had changed since his last encounter with the Lulon queen. Upon noticing Yasaka Yu's presence, the Lulon queen rose to introduce her daughter, Sarah. Delighted by the arrival of the two visitors, little Sarah bounded over to Uzumaki Natsuki, exclaiming joyfully, "You're back, Sister Natsuki." Her lively demeanor was infectious. "Big brother. Who are you? Are you the friend my sister always talks about?" Responding to Sarah's inquiry, Yasaka Yu gently patted her head and replied, "Yes. I am your sister Natsuki's friend. My name is Yasaka Yu. I often hear your sister Natsuki speak of you, little Sarah. She describes you as an exceptionally charming child." Sarah beamed with delight at the handsome young man's compliment, her laughter ringing like music. The Lulon queen observed the joyful interaction between her child and Yasaka Yu, her face radiating a blissful smile. As evening descended, the group gathered for a sumptuous banquet within the palace. Marking the conclusion of Yasaka Yu's endeavor to absorb the dragon vein, the Lulon queen spoke up, "Alas. The outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War has escalated to a critical phase. Our kingdom is facing an economic crisis. Being situated in a remote area with harsh conditions, we can only navigate between the great ninja villages. The wars between the land of lightning and the land of earth have adversely impacted us. However, thanks to your generous donation of 50 million Ryo, our kingdom has managed to avoid significant economic turmoil, and our citizens continue to live in happiness. In fact, the war has not severely affected us, and the living conditions have even improved compared to before." The Lulon queen spoke with a touch of embarrassment, but Uzumaki Natsuki interjected. "What has transpired in Lulon? Has there been any peculiar situation?" With the sacrifice of the third Raikage of the land of lightning, the kingdom now set its sights on the land of fire. Meanwhile, it seemed that the land of earth also harbored motives to shift the conflict towards the land of fire. Beside her, Yasaka Aru listened patiently to the narrative of the Queen of Lulon. Now, the three great ninja villages had simultaneously set their sights on the most coveted land of the land of fire. The three villages launched a coordinated assault on Konoha. In response, Konoha mobilized almost all of its ninjas to resist the invasion from the other villages, resulting in an unprecedented escalation of the war's intensity, causing prices across all sectors to skyrocket. The Queen of Lulon began to explain, "The 5 million Ryo you bestowed upon us has nearly been exhausted. Although the Lulon kingdom may not be as vast as the great ninja nations, the livelihoods of its villagers could typically maintain balance. Yet, no one anticipated the ferocity of this war, which has persisted for nearly 8 years. The economic system of the Lulon kingdom has been utterly drained by the protracted conflict. In the near future, we fear that the entire economic structure of Lulon may collapse. The 5 million Ryo you provided us has offered some respite, but money will inevitably run out. As long as the war continues, the economic plight of the Lulon kingdom will remain unresolved." Upon finishing her words, the Queen of Lulon knelt down, bowing her head in respect towards Yasaka Aru. Observing this scene, Yasaka Aru immediately rose to assist the queen, stating, "There is no need for such reverence." The queen, however, remained on the ground and continued, "I implore you to assist us. The economic situation of the Lulon kingdom has become dire. Thankfully, due to the 5 million Ryo you provided, we have managed to survive until now. However, the prolonged duration and intensity of the war have become unbearable, and soon the citizens of Lulon may face starvation. I cannot bear to ask you to end this war. Such a request is beyond my capacity." At this point, the queen's gaze hardened as she turned to Yasaka Aru, saying, "I know that you, having absorbed the dragon veins, are a formidable ninja. Therefore, I beseech you to take action and seize resources from the other villages." Yasaka Aru was taken aback. He had not expected the usually gentle Queen of Lulon to utter such fierce words. It seemed that, as he had imagined, the first time he met her, he sensed her extraordinary nature. Now, with her robust health and status as both a sovereign and a mother, she had grown remarkably resolute. Beside them, Uzumaki Natsuki quickly came to support the queen. "Do not do this, Lulon. Even without your words, we will assist you." With Natsuki's support, the queen rose. Yasaka Aru then spoke directly, "I am grateful for your care of Uzumaki Natsuki over these years. You have kept your promise. She has often visited me, and I can see that she has lived joyfully. It is only right that I extend my assistance to the Lulon kingdom." Upon witnessing the enthusiastic agreement from Uzumaki Naomi, she nodded with delight, affirming, "Indeed, the ancient kingdom of Lulon has long been our homeland, and Lulon, You are an integral part of our family. Otosaka Aru inquired. Since we are set to embark on this venture of plunder, have you established a target? At this moment, Uzumaki Naomi responded, we have indeed decided. Our target for this endeavor is the Land of Water. Hearing the name of the Land of Water, Otosaka Aru's brow furrowed, not due to the challenge at hand, but because he was acutely aware of the lingering impact the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan had on Naomi. The village of Kirigakure had been among those who initially besieged the principal members of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, designating the Land of Water as their target likely harbored a tinge of vengeance from Naomi. Over the years, Lulon had meticulously gathered intelligence from the 5 great ninja villages. Coupled with the eruption of the Third Shinobi World War, information pertaining to each village had scattered across the world like snowflakes, and every nation had diligently studied the nuances of their respective villages. Otosaka Aru was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Kirigakure, which is situated in the Land of Water, encircled by the sea, and perpetually shrouded in mist due to its unique geographical conditions. Kirigakure's first Mizukage, Hakurin, established the village by emulating the governance model of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, uniting the various local factions, also known as bloodline limit clans. Through astute political maneuvering, he brought an end to the era of warring states. Presently, the third Mizukage has assembled a distinctive unit known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, revered for their swordsmanship, a legacy passed down through generations in the Land of Water. This elite group frequently traverses the shinobi world, earning considerable renown. As these pieces of intelligence swirled within Otosaka Aru's mind, he turned to Uzumaki Naomi and stated, now that the target has been determined, let us choose a day to set forth. Beside him, Uzumaki Naomi chimed in, indeed. Let us embark together and take this opportunity to witness the fruits of your training over the years. Chapter 27. The robbery of the water country feudal lord Uzumaki Naisaki and found themselves aboard a vessel, navigating the tranquil seas that led them to a foreign land. The waters of the shinobi world were notably calm, offering a swift passage as they journeyed southward, traversing the Iron Country. Within just a few days, they arrived at the outskirts of the water country. Although the periphery was still enveloped in trees, the architecture retained a vintage charm reminiscent of the shinobi era, not vastly different from other ninja villages. Upon their arrival in the water country, the duo promptly donned the attire of ordinary citizens, keen to avoid drawing the attention of the ninjas from the Mist Village. Their intentions were clear as they made their way towards the residence of the water country feudal lord. Naisaki, observing the surrounding populace, remarked on the disheartening state of the people, which seemed to surpass even the plight of common folk in other nations. Scrutinized the demeanor of those around him, noting that while their overall health appeared poor, there was a conspicuous absence of rampant vice. However, the presence of numerous beggars indicated the weakened state of the country's economy. As had mentioned, the water country had refrained from participating in the Third Shinobi World War, managing to preserve its strength to a degree. Although they had not suffered the ravages of war, the quality of life for the common citizens had not significantly improved, revealing a lack of adept governance by the feudal lord. Under the cover of night, the two stealthily infiltrated the feudal lord's estate. Inside, they were met with a scene reminiscent of decadence and excess. The feudal lord of the water country presented an unrefined image, his corpulence betraying a life of indulgence. It was the dead of night, and the estate was aglow with light, as the rotund man reveled amidst a lavish spread of exquisite delicacies. With unrefined eagerness, he seized a golden, fried cloud egg cake from the table, devouring it with a lack of decorum, the remnants of his feast clinging to his fingers. The sight of this gluttony was far from dignified, as he shamelessly licked the cream from his hands. Naisaki whispered in disdain, expressing her disgust for the man, noting that his voracious appetite was indicative of the exploitation he inflicted upon the people of the water country. Remained impassive, observing the feudal lord's behavior without any visible reaction. The two then pushed open the wooden door to the hall, prompting a startled response from the feudal lord, who initially mistook them for servants delivering food. After a brief moment of surprise, he lifted his gaze, taken aback by their presence. The sudden intrusion was nothing short of astonishing for the pampered lord of the Water Kingdom. Two unfamiliar ninjas entered his chamber, leaving him utterly bewildered. He intended to rise and demand answers, yet his cumbersome form collapsed onto the tatami mat with a thud, causing the dishes surrounding him to scatter across the floor. The sound of shattering porcelain resonated throughout the hall. Yasaka Aru stepped forward, approaching the lord of the Water Kingdom. The lord, witnessing Yasaka's presence, slowly advanced, seemingly too anxious to speak fluently. Who are you? Why do you dare to invade my estate in the dead of night? You possess immense audacity. However, before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted. A massive crater had formed in the tatami beside him, splintering the wooden floorboards and tea table, resulting in a remarkably chaotic scene in an already disordered room. The Lord of the Water Kingdom, who had intended to prattle on, abruptly ceased his words upon witnessing the devastation, stammering, What do you want? I will do my utmost to satisfy your demands, as long as you spare my life. Yasaka Aru wasted no time with superfluous words, directly stating the purpose of their visit. We are bandits from the nearby mountains, here solely for the sake of plunder. If you cooperate, your life will be spared. Yasaka spoke the truth. Their intent was to seize the Lord of the Water Kingdom for ransom, devoid of murderous intent. In fact, prior to entering the Lord's chamber, Yasaka had discerned that this noble was utterly inept and not a renowned ninja, but rather an ordinary man, provided he complied. Yasaka had no desire to torment such a mundane individual, despite the possibility that the Lord had oppressed the impoverished citizens of the Water Kingdom. Yet, what did that matter to him? Now, with the threat to his life looming, the once imposing Lord resembled a toothless creature, stripped of his usual authoritative demeanor that he wielded over the people of the Water Kingdom. In this moment, he was more akin to a docile kitten, obediently following Yasaka and his companions to a hidden chamber beneath the Lord's estate. Navigating through a narrow and dark, twisted passage, the trio eventually arrived at an underground space. The Lord of the Water Kingdom fumbled with various mechanisms along the wall, resulting in a thunderous rumble as a massive stone door swung open. Behind the door lay an unimaginable treasure trove of gold, silver, and an array of rare gemstones such as agates, emeralds, and glazed items, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire chamber. Trembling, the Lord of the Water Kingdom exclaimed, You may take all of this wealth, just spare me. These treasures are yours to do with as you please, and should I escape, I will even offer you additional silver. It was evident that the Lord's will to survive was exceedingly strong. Meanwhile, the nearby Uzumaki Natsuki gazed in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with disbelief at the sight before her. The allure of gold before the fragrant whirlpool is undoubtedly comparable to the lifetime savings represented by the ledger of the daimyo. In fact, the two are entirely incomparable. For what lies before the fragrant whirlpool is tangible gold and silver. Conversely, the ledger, devoid of warmth, is merely a cold string of numbers, lacking the profound impact of the shimmering treasures at hand. That ledger may become obsolete with the passage of time, unrecognized by various nations, while the gold and silver present are invaluable and universally accepted. With a composed demeanor, Yasaka stepped forward, retrieving the unique sealing scroll of the Whirlpool clan. His expression grave. As the white smoke dissipated, the resplendent gold that had illuminated the secret chamber moments ago vanished without a trace, now sealed within the enigmatic scroll. Only then did the spirits of the fragrant whirlpool seem to regain their composure. Yasaka, you spoke directly. All right, we have accomplished our mission. It is time for us to depart and appreciate our bounty upon our return. He paid no heed to the astonished daimyo of the Water Nation, and together they exited the secret chamber, oblivious to their surroundings. The daimyo of the Water Nation remained in place for quite some time, ultimately confirming that the two had indeed left, and then he erupted in a frenzy, rushing from the chamber to the ninja guards of the hidden mist village. With great fervor, the daimyo recounted the events that had just transpired. Previously submissive before Yasaka, he now began to assert his authority, furiously reprimanding the ineffectual ninjas of the hidden mist village. The daimyo expressed his ire, exclaiming, Is this how you safeguard my precious existence? The enemy has already breached my estate. What use are you to me? Have I perhaps overfunded your hidden mist village? You must recover my losses this time, or you shall forfeit the allocations for the coming years. Meanwhile, the two were savoring the unique delicacies of the Water Nation in a distinctive izakaya. They remained calm and composed, showing no signs of exhilaration or panic from their recent heist of the daimyo's treasures. Chapter 28. The Raid on Hidden Mist Village. Within a quaint tavern, two individuals indulged in the unique culinary delights on offer. Yasaka Aru, as per his usual demeanor, voraciously devoured the delicacies on his plate, singularly focused on his meal, a trait that had never wavered. In stark contrast, Uzumaki Nadeshiko appeared utterly disoriented, her expression reflecting a profound distraction. Although an array of exquisite dishes lay before her, her lack of enthusiasm was palpable. Even Yasaka, typically oblivious, could sense that something was amiss with Nadeshiko. While Yasaka Aru was known for his carefree disposition, it did not imply he was lacking in intellect. He understood that the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan was an indelible shadow over Nadeshiko. Presently situated in enemy territory, a sense of unease was only to be expected. Without further ado, Yasaka Aru activated his storm intake mode, swiftly consuming the food before him. Once finished, he spoke without lingering, "Let us be on our way." Upon hearing his call, Nadeshiko turned and rose to leave. However, as they walked, a peculiar issue arose. After a brief distance, Nadeshiko noticed they were not retracing their steps to the land of the ancients. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Where are we headed?" "To the Hidden Mist Village," Yasaka replied. At this revelation, Nadeshiko's head shot up as she comprehended the implications. Their intentions were now clear. The two ventured through the streets of the Land of Water, making their way towards the Hidden Mist Village. Their unfamiliarity with the terrain led them to meander in circles before finally approaching their destination. This was entirely understandable, for they were not natives of the Land of Water, relying solely on a map for guidance. Eventually, they stumbled upon the Hidden Mist Village. Nadeshiko, taking the initiative, exclaimed, "Phew, we have finally arrived. This must be the Hidden Mist Village. It certainly seems extraordinary." The village was perpetually shrouded in mist, rendering the scenery at its periphery difficult to discern. However, it possessed a distinct charm, prompting the two to step into the fog. No sooner had they set foot than they were met with an assault. A torrent of water surged towards them. Crashing against the tree they stood beside with a resounding thud, the once mighty trunk reduced to splinters by the force of the water projectile. The ambush was executed with remarkable swiftness. Despite the rapidity of the attack, both were skilled combatants. With a deft maneuver, they swiftly dispersed. Clearly, this initial strike had been ineffective. However, after this probing attack, there was an eerie silence, as if the aggression had fizzled out. After a brief pause, Nadeshiko noted the absence of subsequent assaults and remarked, "It seems we have been detected." Yasaka Aru responded, "That is to be expected. Given that this is one of the 5 great ninja villages, it is only natural for shadowy guardians to be ever vigilant, monitoring the surroundings of the village. The ninja who just attacked us was merely testing our defenses. Having failed in his attempt, he likely retreated to report the situation. This is the norm." Disregarding the warning, Yasaka Aru suggested, "Since we have been discovered, let us adjust our strategy." They now plunged directly into the village. After speaking, Yasaka Aru grasped the hands of Uzumaki milk fragrance. A violet chakra instantly enveloped her form. As the concentrated chakra continued to coalesce, the sound of cracking ice echoed through the air. A suit of violet dragon vein armor adorned both Yasaka Aru and Uzumaki milk fragrance, and their figures vanished in an instant. This was one of Yasaka Aru's abilities, invisibility. Ever since his body had fully absorbed the dragon vein, Yasaka Aru could now freely wield all his supernatural powers. Abilities that were once functional yet lacked lethality had now been reclaimed, with invisibility being one of them. Soon, the two wandered through the Mist Shadow Village, unperturbed, acquiring a general understanding of its structure and layout. Yasaka Aru resolutely declared, "Let us first take action against the Akatsuki clan." The Akatsuki clan was also one of the vital blood sacrifice families within the Blood Mist, possessing a unique blood offering ritual. Having been detected by vigilant ninjas at the outset, the entire Mist Shadow Village had begun to heighten its defenses, both overtly and covertly. The two did not linger, making their way directly to the Akatsuki clan's stronghold. Yasaka Aru descended from the sky, landing in the heart of the Akatsuki clan's territory. From his point of impact, the earth began to crack, fissures spreading throughout the Akatsuki domain, accompanied by a resounding earthquake. This initial strike wrought significant destruction upon houses, trees, and various structures. The moment they engaged, it was as if the heavens themselves had split. The ninjas of the Akatsuki clan swiftly converged upon the epicenter of the chaos, scrambling to rescue their kin, with some even calling out warnings of an impending enemy attack. The atmosphere was rife with confusion. What is happening? Intruders! Prepare for defense. The air was filled with the sounds of shattering space. In mere minutes, countless ninjas had encircled the two. They had not made any significant effort to conceal themselves, and it was only natural for the Akatsuki clan to discover them. All clan members began to assume defensive postures. At that moment, the clan leader, Akatsuki Fumetsu, commanded the gathered ninjas to disperse and focus on rescuing their clan members, declaring that the enemy would be his responsibility to confront. The crowd that had just gathered swiftly disbanded, rushing to aid those in distress, leaving only the clan leader, Akatsuki Fumetsu, standing. Akatsuki Fumetsu stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you? How dare you infiltrate our Akatsuki clan and wreak such havoc. Are you prepared for death? With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring over 20 water clones that charged toward the two. Beside him, Yasaka Aru disregarded Fumetsu's counterattack, continuing his conversation with Uzumaki milk fragrance as if unfazed. Leave this to me. The rest is up to you. Feel free to do as you wish. Upon hearing Yasaka Aru's words, Uzumaki milk fragrance displayed no signs of fear. Instead, her eyes gleamed with boundless hatred. A momentary whirlpool of creamy essence vanished, plunging into the domain of the Kaido clan, where it commenced the deployment of various ninjutsu. The brutal carnage ensued from behind. You scoundrel! Do you dare to look down upon me? Over 20 water clones swiftly formed hand seals, executing the water release, water collision wave, all aimed at Isaka Yu. He paid no heed to whether his previous attack had been effective. The clan leader, Kaido Kazuki, leaped away, rushing towards his kin in a desperate bid to offer aid. However, before he could reach them, the memories of the 20 water clones had already flooded into his mind. He understood the unfolding events. The 20 clones had been annihilated instantaneously, their demise necessary for the memories to transfer to him. Moments earlier, the water clones had unleashed the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Isaka Yu's figure had already vanished, leaving behind a web of black spatial cracks. As if reality itself had been sliced apart. The sheer destructive force was a manifestation of Isaka Yu's ability to disrupt the fabric of space. With the space shattered, the 20 water clones were inevitably obliterated in an instant. In Kaido Kazuki's mind, he saw only a black fissure before losing consciousness. Yet, when Kaido Kazuki regained awareness, it was too late. Isaka Yu, who had just executed his disruptive strike and disappeared, now stood beside him. So swift. In a mere moment, Isaka Yu delivered a spinning side kick that obliterated Kaido Kazuki's body. The only sound that remained was the thunderous explosion of water. Isaka Yu had employed his instantaneous movement ability to appear beside Kaido Kazuki and commenced his assault. The barrage of attacks was executed with astonishing speed, leaving the clan leader and his comrades unable to respond. As the rapid onslaught approached Kaido Kazuki, he activated the Kaido clan's unique bloodline limit in a fraction of a second. His form erupted into a spray of water, effectively nullifying Isaka Yu's powerful strike. Isaka Yu furrowed his brow. Did he evade? Kaido Kazuki found himself at a distance, panting heavily, clutching his chest to draw in air and affirm his survival. This was the Kaido clan's exclusive bloodline sacrifice ability, allowing one to transform into flowing water, rendering them immune to most physical attacks while controlling the surrounding waters. It is indeed a formidable bloodline limit within the ninja realm. The anguished cries of his clan members reached Kaido Kazuki's ears. Although the Kaido clan possessed a unique ability that rendered them largely immune to physical attacks, not every member was endowed with this bloodline limit. Consequently, some of the ordinary ninjas at the rear were directly struck down by the Whirlpool's lethal embrace. The indomitable chains of the diamond lock entwined around her, as the 8 iron chains were wielded by Uzumaki Milk as a whip, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Each strike of the diamond lock unleashed a tremendous sonic explosion, wreaking havoc upon the members of the H-Zuki clan, their flesh and blood scattered in the aftermath. Some members of the H-Zuki clan, desperate to resist, lunged forward with their kunai, but their efforts proved futile. Uzumaki Milk remained steadfast, effortlessly swinging her whip to lash out at the H-Zuki clan. Whenever a member of the H-Zuki clan managed to breach her defenses and engage her in close combat, they discovered that they could not penetrate the protection of the dragon vein armor. The despair etched upon their faces was palpable. Meanwhile, the elder of the H-Zuki clan, H-Zuki F. Getsu, witnessing the slaughter of his kin, erupted in furious exclamations. You scoundrel, you beast! I shall see you slain, torn apart in 1,000 ways. As the anguished cries of the H-Zuki clan echoed, Yasaka Aru had directed his focus to the rear, initially disregarding the H-Zuki leader. Upon hearing the elder's furious barks, he finally turned his attention to the living presence before him. Their eyes met, and H-Zuki F. Getsu internally lamented his ill fate. It was too late. Yasaka Aru's white pupils glimmered with an eerie green light, revealing the activation of his plundering ability. The H-Zuki leader, who moments ago had been barking defiantly, now found himself bereft of control over his own body. 5 seconds slipped by, and he collapsed to the ground, stripped of all means of resistance. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Yasaka Aru had siphoned away all of H-Zuki F. Getsu's chakra. Yasaka Aru's hands underwent a peculiar transformation, shifting fluidly between the forms of water and palm, a manifestation of the Huga clan's unique bloodline sacrifice. Not only had he drained Getsu's chakra, but he had also acquired the clan's distinctive bloodline sacrifice. Yasaka Aru marveled, exclaiming how wondrous it was that his body could transmute between solid and liquid forms. Indeed, chakra was a remarkable force. He stepped forward to where Huga Getsu lay sprawled like a defeated beast. As his large hands enveloped the elder's head, it marked the final scene Getsu beheld in life. Ultimately, the insurmountable gap in power led to the demise of the Huga clan's leader, who succumbed in bitter resignation. Yasaka Aru procured a sealing scroll, carefully placing Huga Getsu's lifeless form within its confines. Intrigued by the event, he chose to preserve the elder's body within the scroll. As he completed this task, a faint rustling echoed through the ruins. It was then that two children, concealed in the debris, made a noise upon witnessing the death of Huga Getsu. Huga Suigetsu was silenced by his elder brother, Huga Getsu, who covered his mouth to stifle any sound. Yasaka Aru, of course, noticed the two children hiding amidst the ruins. Fortunately, after vanquishing Huga Getsu, he did not pay heed to these small figures. Amidst the ruins, the ghostly lantern, Yumeng, shone brightly, its eyes weeping incessantly, the expression on its face twisted in agony. Tears of hatred soaked the ground below. The once vibrant Yumeng, now rendered completely lethargic, had just struck down its brother, Shueiwe, to prevent him from succumbing to madness and recklessly confronting this formidable foe. Thus, it resorted to this desperate measure. Yumeng held his only kin, his younger brother Shueiwe, close. Having already lost their father, he would never allow his brother to face peril. Shueiwe lay unconscious in his embrace, oblivious to the outside world. As the elder brother, Yumeng silently bore witness to the unfolding events. Though he had shielded his brother well, the sight of it all pierced Yumeng's heart like a dagger. Chapter 29. The annihilation of the Keimoto clan following the demise of the Keimoto clan's chieftain at the hands of Yasaka Aru. The clan seemingly succumbed to an irrevocable inability to resist. In swift succession, Uzumaki Naika employed her formidable sealing techniques, dispatching the majority of the Keimoto clan members with ruthless efficiency. Only a scant few managed to escape, having fled at the first sign of impending doom. The scene resembled a grotesque tableau of hell, with dismembered corpses littering the ground, remnants of the Keimoto clan's once thriving lineage. The battle concluded rapidly, and Yasaka Aru approached Uzumaki Naika without a hint of discomfort at the carnage surrounding them, uttering merely, "Let us depart for our next destination." Hand in hand, they executed a swift teleportation, vanishing from the Keimoto territory as though they had never existed. Yet, the shattered remnants and scattered remains bore witness to their arrival. Akin to harbingers of death reaping countless lives, their next objective lay to the north of Mist Shadow Village, where the Kagaya clan resided, another lineage steeped in the art of bloodline sacrifice. Upon their arrival at the Kagaya clan, they spared no words and immediately commenced a merciless slaughter. Uzumaki Naika summoned 8 colossal sealing pillars, crafted from the Uzumaki clan's potent sealing arts, which spanned the entirety of the Kagaya territory. The resounding clanking of the massive chains echoed through the night as they wreaked havoc upon the structures and flora in their path. Such a tumultuous disturbance swiftly drew the attention of the Kagaya clan, who encircled the intruders with their ninja forces. Notably, the Kagaya clan did not prioritize the rescue of civilians, instead opting for a fervent counterattack against the perceived architects of their demise. As they confronted Yasaka Aru and Uzumaki Naika, one ninja unsheathed his own bones, transforming them into a unique weapon, leaping towards the assailants. The scene was eerily surreal. Observing the oncoming Kagaya ninjas, Yasaka Aru unleashed a barrage of countless white droplets, each imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, piercing through the ranks of the Kagaya fighters. The sound of flesh being penetrated echoed ominously, yet the Kagaya clan displayed an unyielding ferocity, continuing their advance despite their grievous injuries. Intrigued by their tenacity, Yasaka Aru pushed Uzumaki Naika into the heart of the Kagaya stronghold, leaving himself to face the multitude of Kagaya ninjas alone. With only one adversary remaining, their fury intensified, launching a reckless charge towards Yasaka Aru. The clash of bones and armor reverberated through the darkness as the Kagaya warriors fought with a frenzied abandon, sustaining injuries of their own yet showing utter disregard for their well-being. In the midst of the chaos, Yasaka swiftly dispatched the first wave of Kagaya clan ninjas with little more than a wave of his hand, leaving behind only dismembered remnants as if they had vanished into thin air. The battlefield was soon strewn with figures, some reduced to mere upper or lower halves. As crimson entrails gushed forth, splattering the ground in a violent display. Blood poured forth as if it were an inexhaustible resource. And just as it threatened to splatter onto Otosaka, it too dissipated into nothingness. In this single moment, 7 or 8 Kagaya clan ninjas met their demise. Yet more continued to surge forward from behind. These bone-wielding ninjas, upon witnessing their comrades suffer such gruesome fates, displayed no signs of fear. Instead, their eyes gleamed with ferocity and brutality. As the fallen Kagaya clan members lay lifeless, an unrelenting tide of ninjas surged forth from the rear. The foremost among them bellowed, "Isn't this merely space ninjutsu? Who do you look down upon?" With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, coordinating with his fellow Kagaya clan members to unleash a devastating area of effect jutsu, Dance of the Bracken. The ground trembled as countless white skeletal branches erupted from below, piercing upwards towards Otosaka. Historically, this technique had wrought widespread devastation on the battlefield, serving as one of the few trump cards for the Mist Village during the war. The magnitude of this lethal assault underscored the depth of the Kagaya clan's hatred for him. Yet, despite its vast range, this technique proved futile against Otosaka. As the skeletal arms broke through the earth, Otosaka had already vanished without a trace. In an instant, he had executed a teleportation jutsu, evading the lethal grasp of the bones. With a series of piercing sounds, the protruding bones pierced the soil, leaving behind a multitude of jagged spikes reaching 7 to 8 meters high. However, all this destruction was rendered useless. The inability to strike meant that power lost its significance. One Kagaya clan member, demonstrating some semblance of intelligence, observed Otosaka's disappearance and cautioned that enemy's spatial ninjutsu is ineffective against him. We must remain vigilant. Meanwhile, the recently vanished Otosaka had reappeared amidst the throng of Kagaya ninjas, clad in striking purple crystal armor that commanded attention. Even the dullest among the Kagaya clan quickly recognized his presence, exclaiming, "There he is." The very ninjas who had unleashed the Dance of the Bracken now sensed Otosaka's location and hastily transitioned to a new jutsu, bone insertion technique. The white bone spikes that had recently emerged from the ground seemed to respond to this newly invoked ninjutsu. With a thunderous explosion, hundreds of skeletal fragments shattered, hurtling towards Otosaka's position. Yet, therein lay another dilemma. Otosaka was now surrounded by the Kagaya ninjas, and the fragments of bone rained down upon them as well. The air was soon filled with anguished cries, echoing across the battlefield, as the ninjas who had just completed their hand seals unleashed their jutsu. They were immediately pierced by their own techniques, turning them into grotesque figures soaked in blood. The member of the Kagaya clan who had previously issued a warning now lay lifeless, his head riddled with countless shards of bone, his blood flowing freely, clearly beyond salvation. The sole individual possessed of any semblance of sense had fallen victim to their own folly. The remaining survivors, merely robust in physique, were sustained solely by their formidable bloodline. This left Otosaka utterly speechless, confronted by such sheer foolishness. Disturbed by the gruesome spectacle, he waved his hand, and in an instant, all the ninjas on the battlefield became lifeless corpses. There was not a single living soul left. As was his custom, Otosaka employed a sealing scroll, effortlessly packaging one of the fallen Kagaya clan members for transport. Those sealing scrolls are quite valuable within the ninja realm. The Uzumaki clan is renowned for their mastery of sealing techniques. Having inherited the legacy of the Uzumaki, he was far from lacking in such scrolls. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Uzumaki Natsuki was propelled by Otosaka's touch to the heart of the Kagaya clan's territory. Without uttering a word, she swiftly formed hand seals to perform the shadow clone technique. The rationale behind this was clear. The destruction had prompted the Kagaya clan to react swiftly, scattering the civilian populace in all directions. The Akatsuki clan was among the first to suffer the assault. Natsuki launched a massacre, while Otosaka engaged the strongest of the Akatsuki. The Kagaya clan had already dispersed at the onset of the attack, with the courageous few who dared to resist gravitating towards Otosaka. The remaining individuals were utterly devoid of the will to fight back. Several clones resembling Uzumaki Natsuki spread out, pursuing the fleeing members of the Kagaya clan. They, too, wielded the diamond lock, each summoning 8 massive iron chains that flew through the air, mercilessly claiming countless lives. In the shrine of the Kagaya clan, several elders descended into an underground prison. Within this confinement lay a formidable weapon of war belonging to the Kagaya clan, a child entirely covered in white bones, known as Kimimaro. He possessed the clan's most unique and potent bloodline limit. Yet, this powerful ninja was treated as a mere weapon, deprived of the familial regard he deserved. Elder Gumming of the Kagaya clan spoke, addressing Kimimaro. We, the Kagaya clan, are under siege. We require your strength to vanquish those who dare to challenge us. Go forth. Fight valiantly, even in death. Uphold the honor of our clan. In the shadowy confines of the dungeon, the child raised his head upon hearing the elder's words, dragging the weighty chains as he emerged from his confinement. Outside, Uzumaki Natsuki and her clones coordinated their efforts, relentlessly slaughtering the Kagaya clan members. The anguished cries echoed through the night, a haunting symphony of death that resonated with the essence of life being extinguished. Each swing of Natsuki's chains harvested lives in clusters, as the Kagaya clan members wailed in despair. Murmuring to oneself, one questioned, why do you, this monster, choose to do such things? Why must you take our lives? Yet, Vortex Mikasa paid no heed to the cries of the Kagaya clan. The repetitive slaughter inflicted upon them was a grim reminder of the anguish once endured by the Vortex clan. Wait, you are not the only ones from the cloud, water, and even the leaf. None of you shall be spared. The contrast between Vortex Mikasa's usual sunny disposition alongside Yusaka Aru and the dark depths of hatred festering within the Vortex clan was stark. Initially, the domain of the extinguished Hozuki clan was now a gathering place for numerous ninjas, brandishing torches. These were the elite members of the Water Shadows Umbu, who, having received news of the Hozuki clan's demise, hastily arrived at the scene, each commencing an investigation. Unfortunately, the surviving members of the Hozuki clan had long since fled, leaving behind only lifeless bodies. Captain, over here. There are 2 children. An Umbu called out, summoning his comrades to rescue the 2. The children, huddled together in a diminutive ruin, trembled in fear. These 2 were Hozuki Mangetsu and Hozuki Suigetsu, the offspring of the clan leader. The leader, upon discovering the children, immediately launched into a series of inquiries, showing little concern for their well-being, focusing instead on what had transpired and the whereabouts of the enemy. However, just as Mangetsu was about to respond, an Umbu ninja rushed in, interrupting their conversation. Captain, trouble brews. The Kagaya clan to the north is also under siege. Their civilians have sent out a distress signal. The captain, taken aback, called for his subordinates and swiftly departed from the Hozuki clan, heading towards the Kagaya clan's domain. Left behind were the 2 Hozuki children, accompanied by a lower-ranking ninja guiding them away from the bloody scene. In the northern territory of the Kagaya clan, Junmura followed their leader to the site of the massacre. Emerging from the dark confines of their prison, Junmura took a deep breath of freedom, only to hear the leader pointing at 5 identical-faced women, declaring, "These are the victims of our enemies." Without a moment's hesitation, Junmura charged towards Vortex Mikasa. Driven by the command he had received, his newfound freedom igniting a frenzy within him. Meanwhile, Yusaka Aru, having dispatched the deranged Kagaya clan members, arrived at Vortex Mikasa's location. Floating serenely in the sky as he observed her actions, it was then that he noticed a child emerging from the ground, surrounded by a group of people who seemed to issue commands. This child, grotesquely transformed, was covered in pallid bones, resembling a hyena as it scampered across the ground towards Vortex Mikasa. Upon witnessing this bizarre creature charging forth, Vortex Mikasa summoned a chain from behind, prepared to strike. With a resounding crash, the creature that had just rushed in on all fours was violently flung aside by the Vortex of Milk Fragrance. Vortex Milk Fragrance paid little heed to this event, instead continuing to harvest the lives of the Kagaya clan with the formidable defenses of her diamond barriers. In the sky, Yusaka Aru lifted his gaze into the distance, observing flickering torches making their way towards them. The approaching figures were none other than the support team from the Umbu of Kirigakure, arriving to aid the Kagaya clan. The creature, previously cast away, surged back from the ruins with even greater speed, its skeletal spines extending like a sea urchin, relentlessly spinning and lunging towards her. This time, the assault came too swiftly. Despite Vortex Milk Fragrance attempting to defend with her diamond barriers, the shadow clone ultimately succumbed to the onslaught. With a thunderous impact, white smoke billowed forth, revealing that the shadow clone had been slain by the spiny monstrosity. Initially engaged in a separate campaign against the Kagaya clan, Vortex Milk Fragrance felt the demise of her shadow clone and turned her gaze in that direction. The remaining 5 shadow clones seemed to respond instinctively to their primary's command, converging towards the fray. It was not long before they surrounded the child. Junmaru, resembling a cornered beast, whimpered as his bones continued to grow, intimidating his adversaries with movements and postures reminiscent of a monster. Surrounded by Vortex Milk Fragrance and her 5 clones, Junmaru found himself besieged. The 40 diamond barriers struck him in succession, transforming him into a spinning top amidst the battlefield. However, as a weapon of the Kagaya clan, his physical resilience was remarkable. Despite the relentless beating, he did not perish. Instead, he knelt upon the ground, curling into a ball like a hedgehog. Yasaka Aru descended from the heights, declaring, "All right. Reinforcements have arrived. We must take our leave." In the end, the two refrained from delivering a fatal blow to the suddenly vulnerable child. Jamaru, stripped of his fearsome monstrous demeanor, lay on the ground, transformed into an ordinary child, huddled and defenseless. Perhaps motivated by compassion, they chose to spare him. Hand in hand, the two vanished with a soft hum from the battlefield. As they prepared to depart, Yasaka Aru cast a final glance at the child, his mind likely drifting back to memories from another world. The long-buried recollections within Yasaka Aru's mind began to stir, revealing a glimpse of the past. Chapter 30. The movements of Konoha. The torchlight illuminated the night, heralding a tumultuous evening for the village of the Hidden Mist. The Umbu team dispatched by the Mizukage swiftly arrived, only to find the Kagaya clan in a state of grievous loss. They soon reached the heart of the Kagaya clan's territory, where they discovered Kimimaro curled up on the ground. The medical team promptly advanced to provide assistance to the child. Surrounding them were the remaining members of the Kagaya clan, elderly individuals who had long since sensed the impending danger and hidden away. Among them, one elder appeared to have assessed the situation as safe and emerged, commanding the Umbu, "Forget about that war weapon. Tend to us first." Upon hearing this command, the Umbu team glanced at the group, noting their lack of visible injuries, and felt a surge of disdain, choosing to ignore the elder's words. "Hey, what is this attitude? Did you not hear my command?" The elder's voice echoed, escalating the tension. Observing the rising discord, the Umbu captain approached and issued a direct order. "Unrelated individuals, leave at once. You few are coming with us for an investigation." With a swift motion of his hands, his subordinates encircled the elder and his companions. The elders of the Kagaya clan, now visibly intimidated, shrank back in fear. With a facade of bravado, one stammered, "What are you doing? I am the leader of the Kagaya clan. You cannot treat me this way." The Umbu captain, however, remained indifferent, commanding, "Arrest them." "Yes, sir." The teams complied with their captain's orders, moving forward to detain the troublesome elders of the Kagaya clan for questioning about the events of that fateful night. Meanwhile, Otosaka held the hand of Vortex Naruto, and in a flash, they reappeared within the royal palace of the ancient kingdom of Lulon. The palace was aglow with light, where the queen of Lulon diligently managed the affairs of the state, accompanied by her daughter, Sarah. At that moment, Sarah noticed a change in the corner of the room and tugged at her mother's sleeve, pointing. The queen followed her daughter's gaze, and in an instant, the figures of Naruto and Yu materialized before them. Sarah was taken aback, astonished by their swift return. Despite their earlier journey to the land of water taking almost half a month, could it be that their mission was incomplete? She pondered, suppressing her doubts as she rose to greet them. "You too have returned. How is it? Are you injured?" "I'm just relieved you are safe." Upon hearing the queen's concern, Naruto's heart swelled with joy. No longer the harbinger of bloodshed from the Hidden Mist village, she now radiated warmth and sunshine with her smile. As she conversed with the queen, young Sarah chattered excitedly, weaving tales about their adventures. After a lively exchange, the group was finally able to grasp the full scope of the situation. Yu then produced a sealing scroll, and with a loud thud, white mist enveloped the room and dissipated. Within a room long prepared, an abundance of gold, silver, and precious jewels dazzled the senses, a splendid display of opulence. Antique paintings and exquisite artifacts crafted from coral, agate, and jade filled the space, gleaming with brilliance. Even the queen of Lulon, a ruler of a great nation, stood in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief at the sight before her. Covering her mouth with her hands, she gazed in wonder. "Oh my, our ancient Lulon kingdom is saved." At that moment, tears streamed from the corners of the queen's eyes, her emotions a tumultuous blend of gratitude and relief. "Thank you, truly. Thank you. It is a joy to know you." Witnessing the queen's overwhelming joy, the comforting figure of Vortex Milk Fragrance stepped forward to embrace her. "Do not be this way, Lulon. We are already family. Is it not our duty to assist family?" With those words, the Lulon queen found solace in the warmth of camaraderie. Meanwhile, news of the attack on Misty Shadow Village had not spread widely. However, amidst the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, several major ninja villages had already infiltrated each other with an untold number of spies. The likes of Konoha, Yunin, and Iwagakure were well aware of the unfolding events. Though the specifics remained unclear, by the second day after the annihilation of the Kagaya and the Akatsuki clans. The upper echelons of various villages had received substantial intelligence. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was at the ninja building, receiving reports from the Umbu. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, he perused the scroll that detailed the assault on Misty Shadow Village. Ninjas clad in purple armor? Without headbands, their village remains indiscernible. Which village is responsible for this? Exhaling a plume of smoke, Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Alas, this sudden attack on Misty Shadow Village may herald new turmoil. It could spell trouble for Konoha. Summon SH-10K Haru, Mito Gate, and Dan Shimura for a meeting regarding the recent attack on Misty Shadow Village, he commanded, and the Umbu swiftly obeyed. Before long, the Konoha F4 convened within the Hokage Tower to deliberate on the incident involving Uzaka Y and Vortex Milk Fragrance's strike on Union Village. Hiruzen tossed the intelligence scroll to the two advisors of Mizukage before finally sharing it with Dan's. What are your thoughts on the intelligence provided by the Umbu? The two advisors spoke up promptly. It is undoubtedly the handiwork of another village. Their intentions are clear. The Third Great Ninja War has raged for 8 years, and now, with the sudden attack on the only major village yet to engage, Misty, they will undoubtedly react. The flames of war may soon be directed at Konoha. Dan's, slamming his palm on the table in indignation, declared, in that case, it is time for me to the assembly convene to deliberate on a course of action. And at the helm stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, who gradually voiced his concerns regarding the dire situation in Konohagakure. The allied forces of the Lightning, Earth, and Wind countries had now turned their sights upon the Land of Fire, and should the Water country choose to intervene, the circumstances could spiral into uncontrollable chaos. In this critical juncture, Sarutobi proposed sending a delegation to the village hidden in the mist to foster stability through diplomatic means, emphasizing the necessity to prevent the flames of war from further engulfing the region. However, Danzo Shimura vehemently opposed this notion, slamming his hand upon the table. Sarutobi, with the mist village lurking ominously, do you still entertain the fantasy of achieving tranquility through peaceful negotiations? We ought to initiate indiscriminate assassinations to further muddle the waters. Our front line is well defended by the legendary Sannin, and with Minato at the helm, we can provide support across various battlefields. Despite the odds being 3-1 against us, the tide of war currently favors us. Danzo then laid bare the advantages of expanding the battlefield, inciting conflict among the other villages to divert their focus away from the Land of Fire, thereby presenting a strategic advantage for their own cause. He disparaged Sarutobi's cautious approach as a shameful evasion of responsibility. Upon hearing his counsel dismissed, Sarutobi furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze towards the two elderly advisors, who, despite their unwavering commitment to the welfare of Konoha, found themselves in disagreement with Danzo's alarming perspective. Ultimately, the advisors cast their votes in favor of pursuing diplomatic relations with the Mist Village to avert further escalation of conflict. With a resounding thud, Danzo slammed his hand on the table and stormed out of the conference room, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Old man, I fail to comprehend why the Hokage chose you. I too could have sacrificed for the greater good. This incessant retreat will only lead to our demise. A torrent of dark thoughts surged through his mind, yet he managed to suppress them. The remaining three continued their discourse on how to approach the establishment of relations with the Mist Village. The advisors deliberated on who should undertake this pivotal mission. Ultimately, Sarutobi suggested dispatching Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, along with Might Guy and Ibiki Marino to represent Konoha in their diplomatic endeavor. This choice, he believed, would convey their earnest intentions. Yet, was this truly the best course? The remaining son of the White Fang alongside an unremarkable genin seemed inconsequential to Sarutobi. Nevertheless, the advisors endorsed this proposal. In due course, the decision was made to send them forth to the Mist Village to execute the task of establishing diplomatic relations. Chapter 31. Experimental Hypothesis. In a dimly lit chamber, Yasaka Ayu found himself engrossed in an intricate undertaking upon the operating table. The scene was truly remarkable. A myriad of thoughts flitted through his mind. The cellular slices were being observed with unparalleled clarity under the microscope. Yasaka Ayu simultaneously examined the cells from the Kagaya clan and the Obon clan, successfully documenting segments of their genetic blueprints. Astonishingly, he discovered that the genes of these individuals contained completely identical fragments, as he had surmised. However, despite the constancy in the number of genes, there existed a conspicuous deficiency of information. Their genetic makeup was evidently lacking in certain elements. Within the identical genetic framework lay disparate informational proteases, which could elucidate the unique ritualistic blood offerings they were capable of performing. Through his research, Yasaka Ayu discerned that their genetic structures were evidently incomplete. With bizarrely fractured gene chains and an overwhelming obstruction in the transmission of information, the remnants of their genetic legacy were clearly the result of generations of dilution and weakening through procreation. Seated in contemplation, Yasaka Ayu concluded that his hypothesis was indeed validated. The ancestors of humanity on this planet had survived through propagation, implying that the forebears of the inhabitants here originated from a singular source. The implications were terrifying. What manner of bloodline could sustain such a lineage? Yet, this flaw was glaringly apparent. As the generations of humanity continued to reproduce, their bloodline would inevitably become increasingly diluted. A creaking sound interrupted his thoughts as the laboratory door swung open, allowing the entrance of Uzumaki milk fragrance. Light flooded into the room, illuminating the previously shadowy space. This place truly resembles the underworld. Given that we are no longer financially constrained, could we not enhance the aesthetics of this so-called laboratory? She lamented, urging him to treat himself better. In truth, since returning from the land of water, Yasaka Ayu had been consumed by his research. For reasons unknown, his mind brimmed with an insatiable desire for scientific experimentation, as though a new persona had emerged within him. Nevertheless, this proved to be advantageous, enabling him to contemplate issues from multiple perspectives and perceive matters with greater rationality and objectivity. Consequently, Yasaka Ayu petitioned the queen of the ancient Lulon kingdom for his own laboratory, dedicating his studies to the corpses of the Obon clan's leader and the Kagaya clan he had brought back from the land of water. These two corpses provided profound inspiration, allowing Yasaka Ayu to grasp a more authentic understanding of the world's truths. Indeed, wherever one may be, science remains the foremost productive force. Uzumaki milk fragrance presented a platter of fruit. On it lay plump, sun-kissed green grapes, sweet and delectable, a specialty from the Lulon kingdom. The fruits, with their pale green hue and succulent flesh, were among Yasaka Ayu's favored delicacies. Since the establishment of this laboratory, he had seldom ventured out, often accompanied by Uzumaki milk fragrance, who would bring him food and engage in conversation. Today, as on many occasions, she noticed that his spirits appeared particularly elevated. It seems you have conducted some research. What have you discovered? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Yasaka Aru turned to gaze intently at Uzumaki milk, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Uzumaki milk, jokingly, inquired, "What are you doing? You don't intend to dissect me, do you?" Yasaka Aru shook his head and replied, "Not at all. I was contemplating how to enhance your abilities. I have a general understanding of your performance in Rain Shadow Village. I have discerned that you belong to the category of those who possess immense physical strength. The ninja system can be broadly classified into three domains: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Ninjutsu relies on various intricate techniques and combinations for combat. Taijutsu, needless to say, revolves around sheer numerical superiority, where even a mere brush with a past injury could be fatal. Yasaka Aru then proceeded to discuss the aspect of genjutsu. We shall not delve into genjutsu here. Although your Uzumaki clan possesses the unique Kagaya Hard Eye ability, you are not particularly suited for illusions. Your clan's chakra is of the yang attribute, which significantly enhances physical capabilities. Conversely, your aptitude for genjutsu is lacking. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki milk scratched her head, acknowledging, "What you say does seem to hold some truth." Yasaka Aru used himself as an example, stating, "My own affinity leans more towards taijutsu as well. However, when faced with more troublesome adversaries, I resort to my ability to deliver a decisive blow. This can be considered a form of capability since my ability, solidification, allows me to stabilize my entire bodily state, rendering me impervious to external forces and consequently unharmed. As for my offensive capabilities, I shall refrain from elaborating. It is a straightforward mechanism that can even disrupt space, epitomizing ultimate output without a hint of finesse. Regarding genjutsu, I am not well versed. Perhaps one could only comprehend its intricacies when encountering genjutsu users. The Uzumaki clan has provided scant information on illusions, with the most renowned in the ninja world being the Uchiha clan and their ocular techniques, such as the Sharingan. My eyes are rather unique, perhaps not suited for genjutsu." After absorbing this series of explanations, Uzumaki milk's eyes widened, indicating her comprehension of his words. She scratched her head and inquired, "If my abilities lean towards taijutsu, how do you suggest I enhance them?" Subsequently, Uzumaki milk appeared to envision a scenario crossing her arms and stepping back repeatedly, saying, "You wouldn't want to place me on an operating table to conduct some bizarre experiments, would you?" Yuzaka Aru assured her. "Rest easy, that will not happen, at least for now." Upon hearing this, she exhaled deeply, feeling relieved. This fool has completely missed the underlying implications. It's just a temporary assurance. I observed your combat against those ninjas in Mist Shadow Village, and I noted that your attack range is rather extensive. The insight provided by the Kagaya Heart Eye grants you exceptional enemy detection capabilities, complemented by your Vajra sealing technique, which is quite standard. However, your agility leaves much to be desired. You are not particularly swift. Although your clan, the Uzumaki, possesses remarkable physical talents, I would say your physical prowess is merely adequate. Uzumaki Koyomi grasped the essence of Yusaka Aru's words. "You mean to enhance my physicality, do you not?" Yusaka Aru shook his head, clarifying that this was not the case. He intended to improve your mobility. Uzumaki Koyomi, with fervor, flexed her biceps. "How shall we achieve that? Is it through physical training?" Yusaka Aru began to explain that such methods would be cumbersome, as physical training yields slow results. Moreover, this approach would require you to adapt to your adversaries. It would be far more effective to shift the paradigm and compel your enemies to conform to you. I plan to enable you to take flight. In the air, your agility will be greatly enhanced, and your combat perspective will transform into 3 dimensions. Departing from a 2-dimensional combat style will force your foes to adapt to your new approach. In the air, you will have the freedom to unleash your skills, and the diamond lock technique will assist you in better confronting your enemies. This revelation ignited a fire within Uzumaki Koyomi, who eagerly inquired, "What must we do?" Yusaka Aru responded to her curiosity by sharing his observations of the ninja world, noting a unique technique known as the heavy stone jutsu, which allows individuals to briefly escape the constraints of the ground, a rather intriguing ninjutsu. I intend to travel to the land of Earth to procure this technique for you, while simultaneously uncovering another matter. It is said that within Iwagakure resides a formidable individual named Inoki, a master of the bloodline elimination technique. Perhaps delving into the intricacies of bloodline elimination will offer me some unique insights. Uzumaki Koyomi was perplexed by Yusaka Aru's discourse. But upon hearing of the journey to the land of Earth, she clapped her hands in agreement, exclaiming that they should embark on this adventure soon. She remained blissfully unaware of the deeper implications of their undertaking, resembling someone eager for a vacation. Nonetheless, Yusaka Aru sensed that something was amiss with Uzumaki Koyomi. As a child, she had exhibited a relatively normal demeanor, yet with the passage of time, her intellect appeared to have faltered, not in terms of intelligence, but rather in her increasingly forthright and candid nature. Yusaka Aru formed a bold hypothesis. This might be a peculiar trait of the Uzumaki clan. An overly expansive soul could impose unforeseen consequences upon the body. He recalled his own experiences upon first arriving in the ninja world, when he frequently suffered episodes akin to madness, a consequence of possessing an excessively large soul. What, then, would result from a robust physique? The answer is evident. The roles of the two seem to have reversed, with Yusaka Aru, after subduing the dragon vein, now finding himself in the position of caring for Uzumaki Koyomi. Chapter 32. The Theft of the Sealed Book. Hey, stop. Who are you? A series of swift sounds pierced the air as 5 or 6 ninjas surrounded Uzumaki Nadeshiko and Yusaka Aru. Their garb revealed them to be the vigilant guards of Iwagakure. The leader, seemingly the captain of the group, stepped forward and inquired, "What brings you here?" This captain remained on high alert, tightly gripping a kunai, prepared to strike at the slightest provocation. Nadeshiko, taking the initiative, stepped forward to engage with the Iwagakure ninja, hoping her graceful appearance might alleviate their wariness. "We are merely here for hunting and harbor no ill intentions." However, her words did little to assuage their vigilance. The captain retorted, "Do not underestimate us. In these times of war, it matters not who you are. If you dare to trespass in the territory of Iwagakure, you shall remain here forever." Before the captain could act further, he suddenly found himself half-kneeling, unconscious on the ground, as the sounds of thuds echoed around them, with each ninja collapsing in a similar fashion. Nadeshiko sighed in exasperation. What a nuisance. During wartime, the defenses of each village are exceedingly tight. Any slight disturbance puts them on edge. Yusaka Aru shared his perspective. This is to be expected. The current situation is already tumultuous, and the Third Shinobi World War has escalated to a critical phase, prompting the ninja villages to bolster their defensive capabilities. Reflecting on their recent escapade in the Land of Water, where they had caused considerable chaos, Aru remarked, "The repercussions are evident. Every village has long since prepared for such intrusions, making stealthy entries quite troublesome. We must act swiftly. Extracting sufficient intelligence from this ninja is imperative, for it will not be long before someone scouts this area, he added. Without further ado, the duo subjected the Iwagakure ninja to an array of torturous interrogations. Alas, if only I possessed mind-reading abilities or expertise in genjutsu, our efficiency in extracting information would certainly improve, Nadeshiko lamented. Half a day had passed since they began their interrogation. Initially, the Iwagakure ninja had cooperated, revealing the village's defensive strategies. However, just as they were about to proceed with their plans, Aru sensed something amiss. After another round of torment, the intelligence gleaned contradicted the initial information. It became apparent that the profession of a ninja was fraught with cunning. When they interrogated the ninja for a second time, the information reported was identical to the first. Flummoxed, they pondered. Is it truly wise for a ninja to demonstrate such loyalty? Ultimately, after a prolonged interrogation, they managed to extract a semblance of useful intelligence. Aru, slightly impatient, remarked, "This is quite troublesome. It seems I must acquire some abilities in genjutsu to address my own shortcomings. The ancient kingdom of Lulon possesses a commendable understanding, if not a comprehensive grasp, of the intelligence pertaining to various ninja villages. Yasakayu has mentally traversed the circumstances surrounding these villages. Perhaps the Uchiha clan of Konohagakure represents a commendable choice, as intelligence suggests that their Sharingan possesses genjutsu capabilities, making it an excellent option for extracting information." The two figures flickered and vanished from the scene, leaving behind a chaotic aftermath. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, traversed several leaps to arrive at this location, which lies at the confluence of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, not far from the battlefield. This proximity accounts for the rapid discovery of their presence. An unusual disturbance had been sensed, prompting the Four-Tails Jinchuriki to hasten to the scene. Upon arrival, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the remnants of several fallen ninja from the village, and realized that enemies had likely infiltrated the village. He promptly employed a special communication method to relay a message back to the village. Old Purple formed intricate hand seals to execute various ninjutsu. Soon, the Umbu of Iwagakure received the message regarding the potential enemy incursion, which was conveyed to the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. Meanwhile, the two individuals found themselves ensconced in an underground hideout within Iwagakure, a location to which Yasakayu had transported them utilizing his spatial abilities. His powers were remarkably convenient, allowing him to manifest in any location he desired. However, in the absence of a specific target, the destination could be rather arbitrary. If he could conjure a rough image of the desired location in his mind, he could instantaneously arrive there. This method of spontaneous teleportation, however, rendered the exact spot uncertain. When he first arrived in this world, during his battle with the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure, he absorbed a significant amount of the Eight-Tails chakra, replenishing the energy his body lacked. This led to a large-scale random transfer, ultimately bringing him to the land of whirlpools. Yasakayu was fortunate to encounter the young Uzumaki Kushina at that time, and thus their bond began to form. Memories of the past flooded back to him, each moment vividly replaying in his mind. The two had journeyed together for more than a decade. A voice broke through his reverie, Kushina calling to him, "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" Yasakayu snapped back to the present, gazing at the figure of Uzumaki Kushina, momentarily suppressing his thoughts. The tunnel they traversed, constructed within Iwagakure, was extracted from the knowledge of a certain Jainin. This Jainin, privy to much intelligence within Iwagakure, had revealed this passage, which led directly to the heart of the village. As they advanced through the tunnel, they soon arrived at the Iwagakure headquarters. Upon reaching the building, they activated their invisibility techniques, rendering their presence completely undetectable, even to sensory ninjas. Thus, they smoothly infiltrated the Iwagakure headquarters. According to the information disclosed by the Jainin, the building housed a wealth of classified intelligence, including numerous ninjutsu legacies and scrolls. However, upon entering the headquarters, they discovered that the guards were relatively few, merely a group of ordinary ninjas. Upon their arrival at the office of the third Tsuchikage, Noki, the two individuals discovered that he was seemingly absent. Initially, they had anticipated a potentially troublesome encounter with the third Tsuchikage. However, it turned out to be a fortuitous twist of fate as their paths coincided perfectly with his absence. Within the confines of this Tsuchikage's exclusive office, their search yielded little of value, merely mundane intelligence pertaining to the village. Yet, amidst the Tsuchikage seat, they stumbled upon a key. The two quickly surmised that it might lead to some hidden chamber or special space. Uzumaki Natsuki speculated aloud about where the Tsuchikage might conceal his treasures. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Could it be that the Tsuchikage hid things underground? Heeding Natsuki's insight, they ventured into the subterranean levels of the Tsuchikage's building. And upon their arrival, they found the underground area entirely excavated. The space was comprised of uniformly divided chambers, and the duo began to leisurely explore, collecting numerous precious items, including rare treasures and ninja technique scrolls, as well as chakra-infused metals. As they meandered through, they eventually arrived at a secret chamber, which was sealed by intricate mechanisms. The chains adorning its surface suggested that whatever lay within was undoubtedly extraordinary. Natsuki remarked that there must be something valuable inside. Given her heritage as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she possessed an innate sensitivity to sealing techniques. Yet upon examining this particular seal, she scratched her head and said, "I can break it, but it may take a considerable amount of time." In response, Yusaka commented, "No need, we have the key." At that moment, a realization dawned upon Natsuki as she glanced at Y, who produced the key they had just acquired from the Tsuchikage's office. The key matched perfectly with the seal on the door, and with little effort, they gained entry into the hidden space. Inside, they discovered 5 or 6 tomes of sealing techniques. Y opened one of the tomes and found it detailed various exclusive ninjutsu of Awagakure, including the light and heavy stone technique, which was divided into 2 volumes, light stone technique and heavy stone technique. Most intriguing to Y was a scroll inscribed with the technique titled Dust Shield Separation. Without hesitation, the two proceeded to gather these treasures and prepare them for transport. Chapter 33. Examining the Dust Shield, Confrontation with Inoki. The two did not utilize their teleportation abilities to depart from this place. Instead, they retraced their steps through the secret passage. Uzaka, in a moment of inspiration, wished to observe the battlefield and comprehend the nature of the Ninja World War. The clashes of ordinary mortal armies might be characterized by blazing fires and the thunderous bombardment of artillery, with the sharp sounds of bullets and gunfire intermingling. What, he pondered, would the conflicts among ninjas in this era resemble? His curiosity was piqued. This endeavor was undeniably perilous. Any ordinary ninja attempting such a reckless act would likely not survive for long. Yet, Uzaka felt no trepidation, for he was akin to a deity, unafraid of the dangers that lay ahead. Accompanying him was Uzumaki Natsuki, who steadfastly supported his decisions, even if they led them into the maw of battle. "Who are you?" The familiar exchange of words seemed reminiscent of a scene from the past, causing Natsuki to scratch her head, sensing something amiss. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, hovered in the air, gazing down at the duo from his elevated position. As the two swiftly departed the rock shadow tower through the secret passage, they encountered an elderly man of diminutive stature at the exit. Their eyes met instantly, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. In that moment, a girl came sprinting toward them, breathless and panting. Her lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly, and her ample bosom heaved with each breath, a sight both captivating and provocative. The intensity of the situation softened considerably with her arrival. Kuratsuchi, observing the two clad in purple armor, suddenly recalled something and turned to the third Tsuchikage, exclaiming, "Grandfather, be cautious. These two are notorious bandits. Just days ago, they raided the Land of Water's daimyo and annihilated the Kagaya and Hozuki clans within the Mist Village." Upon hearing Kuratsuchi's warning, Inoki's eyes widened in realization. His initial lack of response was merely a consequence of his advancing age. The recent upheaval of the Third Ninja World War had left him overwhelmed. Now, spurred by Kuratsuchi's reminder, he instantly recalled the wanted posters for these two individuals. The third Tsuchikage reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly forming hand seals and bellowing, earth-style, weighted rock technique. The ground beneath the two suddenly felt as if it were pressing down upon them, with web-like fissures spreading across the earth, unable to bear their weight. Having executed his first technique, Inoki promptly altered his hand seals to cast another jutsu, earth-style, Quake of the Mountain. The surrounding soil shattered and surged toward the two, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed in their ears. Indeed, Inoki was a formidable warrior who had survived the Warring States period. Upon confirming the identity of his adversaries, he unleashed a series of ninjutsu in quick succession. However, regrettably, this combination of techniques bore little effect. As the smoke dissipated, the two individuals remained unscathed in their positions, adorned in resplendent purple dragon vein battle armor, rendering their defenses virtually invincible. A series of minor attacks directed at Yusaka and his companion left no marks upon them. The shimmering armor glistened under the sunlight, pristine and unmarred by even the slightest scratch. Observing this spectacle, Ohayaki was taken aback and promptly commanded Kuratsuchi beside him. Kuratsuchi, you must leave this place at once. Frequently witnessing such events, Kuratsuchi appeared momentarily dazed, only regaining his senses upon hearing Ohayaki's urgent call. However, he hesitated, torn by the desire to stay close to his grandfather, having just witnessed his grandfather's series of attacks fail to injure the adversaries. He grasped the formidable nature of these two opponents. Ohayaki charged forward, engaging the two in battle, declaring, "Staying here will only hinder me. Kuratsuchi, depart at once so I may unleash my full potential." Although conflicted, Kuratsuchi ultimately acquiesced, leaping away without delay. With a flash of white light emanating from his hands, Ohayaki surged towards the duo, shouting, "Dust Shield Dispersal Technique." A blast of brilliant white light surged forth, enveloping the pair. The dust shield moved swiftly, and Yasaka Aru sensed impending danger from the radiant beam. Just as it seemed the dust shield would engulf them, the two vanished from sight. Though the dust shield traveled rapidly, Yasaka Aru and his companion were swifter. The sound of rushing wind reached Ohayaki's ears, and he instantly recognized the reappearance of the previously vanished Yasaka Aru. As Ohayaki finally discerned the identity of the intruder, a bolt of black lightning descended towards him. Reacting instinctively, Ohayaki employed the heavy rock technique, not against Yasaka Aru, but on himself, causing his body to levitate momentarily. The application of this powerful gravitational force enabled him to plummet to the ground just in time to narrowly evade the black lightning's assault. Yasaka Aru smirked, now positioned above, while Ohayaki found himself on the ground. "Not bad, old man," Yasaka Aru exclaimed with excitement. "Your reaction speed ranks among the finest I have ever witnessed. Most would have perished at the sight of my technique." Ohayaki, stung by such taunts, retorted, "A foolish youth's arrogance knows no bounds." Swiftly forming hand seals, he struck the ground with force, causing the surrounding earth to morph and coalesce into identical clay clones of himself. These clones promptly executed the heavy rock technique, soaring into the air to encircle Yasaka Aru. The most alarming aspect was that these clay duplicates could also perform the dust shield technique. The battlefield erupted with flashes of the dust shield, as the clones surrounded Yasaka Aru, taking turns unleashing the radiant white light. Yet, none of these strikes succeeded in landing a blow on him. The situation on the battlefield is rather peculiar. Although Naka's attacks are swift and fierce, and the destructive power of dust release is evident, capable of disintegrating anything it touches, the ground where the two engage is riddled with craters, an effect of dust release. However, not a single strike lands on Yasaka Aru, whose behavior appears quite unusual. Uzumaki Milk observes the battlefield from a distant slope and notes that Yasaka's actions differ greatly from his usual demeanor. In the past, after enduring such relentless assaults, he would have retaliated fiercely, yet this time, he seems to be evading the elderly Naka's attacks. This does not imply that Yasaka is weak. On the contrary, his ability to remain entangled with Noki simply by dodging showcases his formidable strength. Yet, the crux of the matter lies here. Yasaka could engage Noki directly and even disrupt his dust release, so why does he persist in evasion? He seems to be waiting for something. After a flurry of attacks, Noki realizes the anomaly and halts his dust release. "Oh, have you stopped? I thought you would continue to flounder about like a headless fly," Noki exclaims, his anger palpable. "You wretched brat, how dare you disregard me?" Yasaka scoffs in disdain, replying, "Do you even think you are worthy? I was merely toying with you, investigating the intricacies of your dust shield. Now that I have observed enough, it is time to conclude this tedious game." At this moment, Noki trembles with rage, his diminutive stature only amplifying the absurdity of his furious demeanor, which starkly illustrates how deeply he feels belittled. Yasaka, unfazed by Naka's fury, calmly remarks, "Your dust shield is quite reminiscent of my abilities. Initially, I believed your dust release would annihilate its targets as mine does. However, through observation, I have discerned that your technique disintegrates matter. I had thought you possessed a Kekii Genkai akin to that of the Kagaya clan, yet after your barrage, I surmise it is a unique bloodline limit formed by the distinct elemental transformations of earth, fire, and wind." Upon hearing this, Noki is astonished to realize the extent of Yasaka's talent. He has already grasped the fundamental workings of dust release after just a few exchanges. In the ninja world, dust release is renowned for its immense destructive capability, yet only the core figures of a Wagakure comprehend that Naka's dust shield is, in essence, a process of material disintegration. "Well, I've studied enough. After letting you play for so long, it's time for me to make my move." I hope you can survive this one, he declares, his entire arm transforming into a deep black hue. The darkness gradually recedes, forming a black ring within his palm. The black ring transformed into gray powder, which subsequently disintegrated into finer particles, continuing this cycle of dissolution. Whenever the gray ring approached collapse, it was reverted to its original state to resume its decomposition. At this juncture, Otosaka seemed to take an interest, leisurely narrating a tale. There exists a theory known as the dichotomy theory. If a person were to chop down a tree, they could only sever half of it. The question arises, how long would it take to fell the tree entirely? The answer is, it is an eternal impossibility. Continuously having the remaining portion ad infinitum ensures that a remnant will always persist. The black ring in his possession exemplified this principle. Otosaka divided the chaotic energy into a circular form, employing his destructive capacity to perpetually obliterate the chaos itself, a feat he was previously incapable of achieving. This ability demanded exceptional control, as any slight miscalculation could unleash an explosive force beyond his comprehension. However, having absorbed the dragon vein, he ingeniously employed his time manipulation powers to reverse the impending chaos whenever it threatened to spiral out of control. Consequently, this destruction became limitless, continuing to unravel indefinitely. The ring in Otosaka's grasp had accumulated an astonishing number of catastrophic events, tallying over 10,000 instances of annihilation. The potential devastation should it escape his control was a mystery even to him. Currently, he had chosen to test this on the elderly figure, Noki. Noki, thank you. The atmosphere surrounding them was heavily laden with tension. Noki sensed the formidable threat posed by the ring in his hands, his gaze fixated upon the ominous black circle. I hope you can survive. With that, he cast the black ring aside with both hands. Chapter 34. Post-war Reflections and the Enumeration of Spoils in a Quaint Izakaya. The sound of clinking glasses resonates, as the pristine marble dining table is adorned with delicacies unique to the land of Earth. Uzumaki Milk and her companion are relishing the leisurely pleasures of life within the establishment. Both exhibit a demeanor of utter relaxation, indulging in an array of exquisite dishes complemented by the distinctive bamboo liquor of the ancient country of Lulon, feeling as if they are floating among the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, their escapade has inadvertently stirred a tempestuous calamity, as they have not only pilfered various treasures of the land of Earth, but have also stolen the secret sealing scrolls of a Wagakure, thus amassing a bountiful haul. With a flick of his wrist, a black ring is cast aside from the grasp of Otosaka, who immediately activates his teleportation ability, whisking away the onlooking Uzumaki Milk. In a flash of brilliance, the two vanish from a Wagakure, reappearing in the prosperous commercial district situated to the north of the village. They procure some local specialties, savoring the unique charm of a foreign land before departing without a second thought. In an instant, utilizing their spatial traversal abilities, they return to the ancient kingdom of Lulon. Much like a whimsical journey, mere moments ago they were engaged in a fierce battle with the third Tsuchikage, and yet in the blink of an eye, they have seamlessly transitioned from the battlefield to leisurely explorations. However, for Noki, the situation is far less carefree. The black ring continues to rotate, collapsing inward like a swirling vortex. After detaching from Otosaka's hand, the ring remains suspended in midair, while the surrounding space continuously collapses inward. All matter in the vicinity gravitates toward the ring, creating a formidable gravitational pull that distorts the very fabric of reality. As if the world were being kneaded like pliable clay, the three-dimensional realm is drawn toward the black ring, resembling a lump of dough. Having lived for so long, Noki may not comprehend the concept of a black hole, yet the ominous energy emanating from the ring is unmistakable. It voraciously absorbs all surrounding matter, dismantling and amalgamating space itself. Without hesitation, Noki unleashes a dust shield aimed at the black ring. Historically, this formidable technique has wrought devastation, but against the black ring, its effect can only be described as negligible, if not entirely futile. The white shield disintegrates, fading into nothingness, and Noki senses an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. This area feels profoundly wrong, and a deep sense of apprehension washes over him. Yet, he discovers that no matter how he maneuvers, the space around him persistently converges toward the black circle, leaving him trapped in a spatial labyrinth, unable to escape. In truth, Noki has already vanished from this world. The moment the black ring was released, the connecting space contracted, collapsing into chaos. The area is crushed by an overwhelming mass, creating a black hole effect. When Noki gazes outward, everything seems normal, but to others, he has become nearly imperceptible. Before long, The battlefield echoes with footsteps. As Kuratsuchi arrives with a contingent of ninjas from a Wagakure to assist Noki, Haito undoubtedly embodies the admirable legacy of her grandfather, Onoki. Immediately after escaping peril, she summoned the Umbu ninjas for assistance. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a desolate landscape, pockmarked and devoid of life. The only anomaly was a solitary black circle, gracefully floating and spinning in the air amidst an unsettling silence. Haida scanned her surroundings, desperately seeking any trace of her grandfather. Yet her efforts proved futile. The only presence was that of the enigmatic black ring. Within this circle, Onoki, now reduced to the size of a proton, had observed the external world. Upon seeing Haito, he called out her name with fervent urgency, but his attempts were in vain. When one is diminished to an infinitesimal mass, all actions directed towards the outside world are rendered futile. Even sound fails to propagate beyond that realm. Realizing the futility of further movements, Onoki noted that the onlookers were oblivious to his existence. While he could see them, they could not perceive him. Onoki murmured to himself, pondering whether this peculiar jutsu was the strange trick of that young lad. Had he unwittingly fallen into its grasp from the very beginning? Haito, overwhelmed with despair, wept, her tears cascading to the ground. The young girl raised her hands in the air, calling out for her grandfather amidst the desolate battlefield, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Observing her anguish from within the black circle, Onoki felt his heart wrenched in sorrow, his own cries echoing the depth of his pain. Desperate to escape, Onoki exerted his ninjutsu, striving to break free, yet to no avail. No matter how swiftly he attempted to depart, the fabric of space inexorably pulled him back. Witnessing the young lady's breakdown, a group of jonin moved to console her. Several ninjas convened to discuss the situation, ultimately deciding to replace the frontline defenders at the main camp with the steadfast K2. Only Old Purple remained on the battlefield as a stabilizing force. Upon learning of his father's predicament, K2 hurriedly arrived to assess the situation, cradling the still weeping Haidu and offering her words of comfort. Fear not, your grandfather is the Tsuchikage Onoki, have faith in him. Although he spoke soothingly to the distressed child, K2's expression betrayed his own anxiety. The earnest middle-aged man was visibly drenched in beads of sweat, revealing a stark contrast between his comforting words and his apprehensive demeanor. K2 noticed the ominous black circle but refrained from approaching it recklessly. He commanded his subordinates to bring forth captured combatants, directing them to the vicinity of the black circle to ascertain its nature. Initially resistant, the captives ultimately complied following a significant memory restoration technique. Yet, as they ventured within 5 meters of the black circle, they vanished without a trace, leaving the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Subsequent experiments revealed that both life and matter would instantaneously disappear upon nearing the circle's perimeter, a revelation that left all present in shocked disbelief. Due to the limitations of the human eye, which cannot perceive minuscule particles of dust, individuals mistakenly believe that objects near the black circle have vanished. In reality, they are merely adhered to the surface of the black circle. Ultimately, they conclude that the third generation of Tsuchikage has likely perished. The elder of the Onoki clan observes his beloved son conducting several experiments before hastily declaring his demise. Frustrated, he fumes in exasperation. Consequently, the area is designated as a forbidden zone, encircled to prevent anyone from approaching, for should one venture within 5 meters of the black circle, they would instantaneously disappear without a trace. With no means to draw near this ominous circle, the location is thus safeguarded. Meanwhile, 2 individuals indulge in a feast, taking a brief respite before they commence gathering the spoils of their expedition. They are surrounded by countless precious ores, a pile of unrefined, pitch-black chakra metal, and a dazzling array of gold. Additionally, they possess the unique sealing books from a Wagakure, titled Explosive Shield and Dust Shield, both invaluable acquisitions. Uzumaki Naizen, upon grasping the sealing book from a Wagakure, begins her training. In the training chamber, she meticulously studies the descriptions within the sealing book, though her head nodding reveals the efficacy of her efforts. Nearby, Yasaki-yu is preoccupied with some objects, and soon approaches her with 2 items in hand. Curious, Uzumaki Naizen inquires about the slips of paper he carries, questioning their purpose. Yasaki-yu explains, these are chakra testing papers that can ascertain an individual's chakra attributes. After reviewing the sealing book, I learned that to master the shields, one must possess mastery over earth, fire, and wind chakra. Thus, I wish to test her chakra attributes. Upon hearing his instructions, Uzumaki Naizen complies, channeling her chakra into the testing paper. Shortly thereafter, The paper reacts, shattering, petrifying, floating upwards, igniting, and emitting a green glow. Just as I suspected, Uzumaki Naizen exclaims in astonishment, "How can there be so many variations?" Yasakayu responds, "This chakra testing paper is of my own creation." Providing high accuracy, it reveals all variations of chakra attributes present within the human body, including those you have yet to master. You possess a total of 6 chakra attribute variations. Aside from the In attribute, it can be said that you already embody attribute chakra, fully meeting the conditions for training and the elimination of bloodline limitations. Chapter 35. Mastering the Dust Shield. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Milk's eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if a certain keyword had triggered a revelation. She boldly declared, "Indeed, I am a genius." Then, she noticed another chakra test paper and inquired, "Is this test paper prepared for yourself? What chakra attribute do you possess?" Observing her self-praise, Wai smiled gently and replied, "I was just about to conduct the test." Wai infused his chakra into the paper, but it remained utterly unresponsive. This mere piece of paper was still just paper, and when he channeled the dragon vein chakra, it shattered into pieces. Just as I suspected, Uzumaki Milk exclaimed in astonishment, "How could it break? What type of chakra do you possess?" Wai addressed her queries, stating, "I do not possess chakra at all. The chakra I just infused belongs to the dragon vein. What I injected into the test paper was my mental energy or soul energy, not chakra. However, when infused with the dragon vein, this paper simply cannot withstand it and is incapable of revealing any attributes." Uzumaki Milk, somewhat disheartened, remarked, "Then haven't you wasted your effort in absorbing the dragon vein? You still cannot produce chakra. You've misunderstood something. It is not that I absorb the dragon vein to generate chakra, rather. It is my lack of chakra that allows me to absorb the dragon vein. I have no chakra, and utilizing the power of the dragon vein yields the same effect. My current exposure to ninjutsu is limited. For now, I find nothing appealing. I do not lack offensive capabilities. My destructive power surpasses even the strongest dust shield in the ninja world. Ninjutsu, for me, serves merely as a body of knowledge to study. Moreover, chakra is simply a tool, not a skill. To me, chakra and ninjutsu are entirely distinct. Chakra is merely a form of energy, yet ninjutsu possesses a unique allure. In my eyes, the ninjutsu of your ninja world is akin to a treasure trove of knowledge with greater potential than chakra. You need not worry about my affairs. I am in excellent condition, and the dragon vein has resolved the issues with my body. As for ninjutsu, whenever I desire to seize from others, I can simply draw upon the power of the dragon vein to execute it. Whether I can generate chakra is of little consequence." Wai shifted the topic back to the essentials, stating, "Now it is time for you to earnestly study. Enhancing your abilities is paramount. Perhaps one day, your strength will enable you to protect me in return." Queen Lulon had specially constructed a training ground for them, where the sounds of explosions echoed continuously. With the activation of Diamond Lock, each location reached would trigger a tremendous blast. Uzumaki Milk unleashed 8 chains from her back, swiftly flying forth to ensnare her target, followed by a series of resounding explosions that wreaked havoc, creating a truly terrifying devastation. In the midst of the sky, waved his hands, conjuring a tremendous gust of wind that dispersed the dust on the training ground. With a broad grin, observed the vast void created before her and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am a genius." Floating above, clapped his hands and remarked, "What a brilliant idea." The combination of the explosion shield and the diamond lock techniques into a mutually reinforcing ninjutsu is truly impressive. The synergy of the two techniques yielded astonishing results. In a real battle, their application could inflict significant damage upon adversaries. The diamond lock inherently possessed control capabilities, and when coupled with the ability to ensnare enemies, would trigger an explosive effect of devastating magnitude. With a powerful push from her feet, levitated into the air, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Utilizing the light rock technique from the heavy light rock ninjutsu, not only had she mastered the explosion shield, but she had also acquired the ability to fly through the heavy light rock technique, rendering her agility and defensive capabilities remarkably formidable. "Your clan's talent is truly remarkable," he praised. "In just a few days, you have mastered most of the ninjutsu from the scrolls. It is now time to delve into the 3 elemental chakra transformations associated with bloodline elimination. You have already learned the fire and earth transformations. Now, it is time to advance to the superior version of the explosion shield, specifically the dust release technique favored by." With a bold declaration, replied, "I am a genius. No ninjutsu can confound me, not even bloodline elimination." She promptly settled herself on the ground, centering her thoughts as she began to refine her chakra to practice dust release. Her body emanated yellow earth chakra, followed by a crimson fire chakra, and then the wind chakra, a striking shade of red and white. In this moment, exhibited a surprising focus, a stark contrast to her usual carefree demeanor, as she endeavored to merge the fire and wind chakras into the earth chakra. A cacophony of thunderous explosions erupted as the three chakra types intertwined, summoning raging winds and fierce flames that culminated in a colossal explosion. She sustained considerable damage, her attire torn asunder by the fierce flames and gales, revealing her fair skin, a sight that could only be described as a springtime revelation. Clearly, the fusion of the three chakra types had not succeeded. Rather, it had led to a minor mishap. Ugh, this wind chakra is such a nuisance, she complained, even amidst the chaos of the recent explosion. Nevertheless, she remained seated, hands clasped, diligently refining her chakra, seemingly oblivious to her disheveled state. It appeared as though the explosion had spared her, as she sustained no injuries, merely a tattered outfit, leaving her in a somewhat disarrayed condition. A testament to the resilience of the clan. At this moment, Yasaka Aru, who had been silently observing everything, spoke up. It is quite normal. The fusion of three chakra attributes is fundamentally different from the fusion of two. It requires a delicate balance among the various chakras, allowing them to work in harmony. Your control and chakra output must reach a standard level. His interruption caused Uzumaki Nika to pause her chakra refining process. The two exchanged glances. And it was Nika who first turned crimson, her face matching her vibrant red hair. Embarrassed, she covered her chest and exclaimed, Hey, how long are you going to stare? If you want to see it at night, I can show you then. This is not the right occasion. Upon hearing her flustered remarks, Yasaka Aru discreetly stepped aside, allowing her some space. His interruption had added a hint of ambiguity to the atmosphere. However, the psychological trauma from the previous training had been completely forgotten by Uzumaki Nika, who resumed her focused practice. Over the past 3 days, Nika had diligently trained, emboldened and unafraid of injuries, perhaps even a bit oblivious, and she had devoted herself to her training for a full 3 days. After this period of practice, drawing from her prior experience of merging two secret techniques, she successfully developed the dust shield. The air was filled with the sounds of her exertions. Each time she raised her palm to strike, a massive, circular beam of light erupted. The traces left by the circular beam resembled objects being sliced by countless sharp blades. The remnants of the destroyed objects still left behind many dust-like fragments, differing from the effect produced by Inoki's dust shield. Yasaka Aru descended from the sky and began conversing with Uzumaki Nika. It seems you have successfully cultivated the dust shield, but its effectiveness leaves much to be desired. Observing the destruction caused by the dust shield, he concluded, your control over the dust shield is rather coarse. Normally, objects struck by the dust shield would be decomposed into very fine particles, almost as if they were sliced with a knife. Yours resembles the action of a saw. In a relaxed manner, Uzumaki Nika replied, Well, that's not a big deal. As long as it works, I'm satisfied. It's quite impressive that I managed to cultivate the dust shield in just 3 days, you know? It was evident that she sought reassurance from Yasaka Aru. He responded with genuine praise. Indeed, your talent is remarkable. For an ordinary person, mastering the dust shield could take years, yet you accomplished it in merely 3 days. That speaks volumes about your innate abilities. Furthermore, the cylindrical shape of your dust shield is likely due to your lack of control, but as you said, as long as it works, that is what matters. Uzumaki Nika eagerly responded, Really? Is that so? I knew it. As long as it works, who cares about the details? At this moment, Yasaka Aru added, In fact, I have also discovered an interesting point. Your dust shield possesses a far greater range than that of the old man Noki. His shield is square, whereas your cylindrical form conserves significantly more chakra. If I am not mistaken, this is related to the unique physique of your Uzumaki clan. Members of the Uzumaki lineage are naturally endowed with superior chakra and physical prowess compared to ordinary individuals. This explains why your dust shield is circular, as you are hardly concerned with chakra consumption. In a certain light, one might argue that you are more suited to mastering the shield than Noki himself. Uzumaki Milkshake shrugged, indicating that there was no choice. The old man simply falls short. Noki retorted, Why do you sound like a mutt? Chapter 36, Where the Leaves Dance. The fire burns eternal. The Third World War rages with fervor, as the elderly Chiyo of the Wind Country, a master of poison, wreaks havoc upon the forces of the Fire Country. As the conflict reaches its zenith, both sides employ every conceivable tactic, including the ruthless use of poison and assassination. The Leaf Village has suffered significant casualties due to the Wind Country's various puppets and covert operations, prompting the dispatch of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, to confront Chiyo of Sunagakure. Within the Hokage's office, enveloped in a haze of smoke, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, inhales deeply, the smoke curling continuously from his lips. On the table lies a map depicting the ongoing battles between the Fire Country and the three great nations. His advisors, Mito Gate and Tien Kamaru, begin to elucidate the current state of the battlefield. Ignoring Hiruzen's continued smoking, they articulate that the Earth Country's military movements have significantly slowed, adopting a more conservative stance in their operations within the Grass Country. They have ceased their offensive maneuvers of late. Hiruzen contemplates the map, fixated on the border between the Grass and Fire Countries, seemingly lost in thought. After a profound inhalation, he speaks slowly, asserting that now is not the time for drastic measures. The reasons behind the Earth Country's current inaction remain unclear, and it is prudent to remain steadfast amidst uncertainty. Additionally, it is uncertain whether the Earth Country is amassing strength for a more formidable assault. The presence of Orochimaru in the Land of Lightning should mitigate potential threats. Should the formidable duo of the Land of Lightning, including Minato Namikaze, make an appearance, a swift retreat could be executed. The current war landscape is already unfavorable, and it is essential to refrain from altering the offensive strategy. As long as the conflict endures, the Fire Country retains a significant advantage, given its vast resources capable of sustaining prolonged warfare. Ultimately, the advisors acquiesce to the Hokage's counsel, maintaining the status quo on the battlefield. Hiruzen then shifts his gaze toward the territory of the Water Country and inquires about the recent diplomatic mission. Have Kakashi and Might Guy relayed any news? Just as he finishes speaking, an Umbu ninja unexpectedly enters the Hokage's office, presenting a scroll before Hiruzen. With urgency, Hiruzen unrolls the scroll, his expression transforming to one of shock as he exclaims, "Quickly, send some ninjas to the border of the Water Country to offer support." His advisors, puzzled by the gravity of his words, approach to examine the intelligence he has received. The report details a series of incidents encountered by Kakashi, Might Guy, and Ibiki Marino during their diplomatic journey to the Water Country. In the southern outskirts of the Water Country, amidst a desolate forest, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoes as a white-haired youth, none other than Kakashi, son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, navigates through the underbrush. Now, his right eye is completely blind, blood flowing incessantly, having received only a brief bandaging. Beside him stands the special Jonin, Sanaya Biki, who accompanied him on the diplomatic mission to the Land of Water. Both of them appear in a dire state. Sanaya Biki encourages Kakashi, urging him not to give up, stating that he has transmitted the information back to Konoha. As long as they reach the border, rescue will be at hand. However, as they linger, several ninjas from the Mist Village have already emerged behind them, hurling explosive shurikens and other weapons towards the pair. The forest is filled with the relentless sound of explosions. As the Mist ninjas draw closer, Sanaya Biki is already covered in wounds, bleeding profusely from various injuries inflicted by shurikens and kunai. Not only that, but he is also carrying the incapacitated Kakashi on his back. The Mist ninjas slowly encircle them, and one of the Jonin exclaims, "Dare to kill our 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? This shall be your burial ground." Sanaya Biki, lacking the desire to explain the situation, resolves to fight his way out or perish in the attempt. A chaotic skirmish ensues. As a special Jonin of Konohagakure, Sanaya Biki possesses formidable offensive and defensive techniques. Yet carrying Kakashi, a burden, renders him vulnerable. Ultimately, he employs several large-scale fire, water, and earth shields, creating distance between himself and the Mist ninjas. Continuing his desperate flight toward the border of the Land of Water, the Mist ninjas relentlessly pursue him, hot on his heels. The fierce battle in the forest soon dissipates, leaving the lush greenery in an eerie silence. Minutes pass, and after ensuring no one remains to surveil the area, Sanaya Biki breaks through a layer of earth shield that had concealed them. A white-haired ninja emerges from beneath the ground, taking deep breaths of fresh air, realizing that without a few more minutes, he might succumb to asphyxiation underground. This is, in fact, Kakashi, son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, who had earlier used a transformation jutsu to create a shadow clone, while Sanaya Biki bore the brunt of the confrontation. The real Kakashi had hidden underground during the initial explosions of battle. Without hesitation, Kakashi moves in the opposite direction towards the border of the Land of Water, his expression devoid of emotion. He understands that this time, Sanaya Biki may not survive. Why undertake such a perilous act to save him? Undoubtedly, it is for the sake of his father, Konoha White Fang. In his youth, Tsunayabiki was a close partner of Konoha White Fang, who gained great renown during the Second Shinobi World War and had once saved Tsunayabiki's life. Thus, Tsunayabiki is determined to secure a glimmer of hope for Kakashi, willing to sacrifice himself if necessary. Before departing, he transfers all the intelligence gathered from the Mist Village onto Kakashi. As a bait, he diverted all the Mist Shadow ninjas. Now, they had completely encircled Senju Ibiki, leaving him with no escape routes. Their objective was to capture this renowned Konoha intelligence ninja and extract valuable information, which explained their relentless pursuit. It was the reason they had persevered through numerous sieges. This group of Mist ninjas was intent on taking him alive. One of the Jonin from the Mist Village spoke, urging him to surrender peacefully, for there was no way out. The Mist ninjas revealed their shark-like teeth as they taunted, suggesting that he wouldn't want the ninja behind him to perish alongside him. Senju Ibiki placed Kakashi, who had been at his back, onto the ground, and with a loud bang, he transformed into a cloud of white mist. The Mist ninjas were astonished to discover that this Kakashi was but a shadow clone. Their focus swiftly shifted back to Senju Ibiki. Now, Senju Ibiki unwrapped the headband from his forehead, revealing a myriad of scars, grotesque and serpentine, coiling around his head, evoking discomfort. These were the marks left from his captivity by the Sand Village, a grim reminder of the torment he had endured. The scene was reminiscent of the Second Ninja World War, as he once again found himself besieged by foes, though this time it seemed unlikely that fortune would favor him with a savior. Senju Ibiki swiftly formed hand seals, and deep crimson patterns resembling tadpoles began to emerge across his body. As torrents of blood erupted forth, like serpentine tendrils, the blood ensnared the surrounding Mist ninjas before crashing back into his form with a resounding thud. This was a unique sealing technique exclusive to Konoha, adapted from the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, allowing him to utilize his own blood to create a distinctive seal that would take all his enemies down with him. Upon employing this jutsu, his own body would not remain intact, thus preventing any leakage of information about his village. The immense pressure bore down on Senju Ibiki, his bloodless form growing desiccated until, finally, a gust of wind swept him away, reducing him to mere remnants. Meanwhile, Kakashi stumbled his way to the borders of the Land of Water, where he was met by a ninja squad dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, who came to his aid and carried the severely injured Kakashi away. When he awoke 3 days later, he found himself in a hospital bed at Konoha, opening his remaining eye to gaze vacantly at the white ceiling. He murmured, "Am I still alive?" "Of course, young man, pull yourself together," replied the voice beside him, that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha. Recognizing the Hokage, Kakashi recounted the events that transpired in the Mist Village. Initially, their entry into the Land of Water had gone smoothly as they made their way to the Mist Village. But they had not yet had the chance to meet the third Mizukage. They were suddenly ambushed by the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the exact reasons remained shrouded in mystery. Kakashi recounted everything he knew, and in this dire moment, when we had braced ourselves for the worst, Might Guy stepped forward, placing himself in front of us. With sheer determination, he unleashed the 8th gate of death, granting us a fleeting opportunity to escape. In the end, we fled, with Senior Senju Ibiki using the shadow clone technique to create a diversion for me, allowing me to conceal myself underground and evade capture, leaving me as the sole survivor. Kakashi formed hand seals and summoned a scroll of intelligence, handing it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing Kakashi's despondency, Hiruzen seemed to recall the white-haired man, Konoha's White Fang, their figures gradually merging in his mind. With unwavering resolve, Sarutobi placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder, stating that their sacrifices were not in vain. "Just as your father was a hero, do not succumb to despair, young one. The essence of Konoha's will of fire lies in the willingness to sacrifice for one's comrades. Where Konoha thrives, the flame endures eternally." Upon hearing these uplifting words, Kakashi finally lifted his weary brow, solidifying his resolve, laying the groundwork for the future of the Kamizukabashi. Chapter 37. The watchful eyes of Otsutsuki Ishiki. After visiting Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Hokage building, where he unsealed the scroll acquired at the expense of 2 ninja lives from the village. The scroll contained 2 crucial pieces of information. The first revealed that the Mist Village had no intention of negotiating with Konohagakure and was instead preparing for an aggressive alliance to attack the Land of Fire, revealing their grand ambitions. Consequently, the third Mizukage dispatched a subordinate team from the 7 ninja swordsmen to assassinate the team sent from Konoha. However, among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Suigetsu Hozuki had defected to Konohagakure. This scroll was the information transmitted by Suigetsu, detailing the entire sequence of events. The second matter indicated that the Mist Village was experiencing unprecedented weakness. Following reconnaissance by Konoha and the content of the scroll, it was determined that only 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen remained. Moreover, the 2 prominent bloodline clans of the Mist Village had been eradicated, rendering its power severely diminished and unlikely to instigate large-scale warfare, which was fortunate news for Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, upon returning to the Hokage building, he received new intelligence that rekindled his earlier anxiety. Hokage-sama, we have received information from the Land of Earth. They demand that Konoha take responsibility for the disappearance of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, and the sudden attack on the Tsushigakure. This unexpected news left Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily stunned. When did we attack Tsushigakure? Could it be that Danzo is behind this? Danzo, agitated, retorted, "What the hell? Why are you blaming everything on me?" Without further ado, Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a discussion on the matter, summoning the 2 Hokage advisors and Danzo, who was sifting through battlefield intelligence from the root. The 2 advisors spoke, noting that the sudden pause in the Land of Earth's offensive, which had been entrenched in the Valley of Grass, was due to the mysterious disappearance of their 3rd Tsuchikage. After extensive deliberation, it became evident that this incident had no connection to Konoha whatsoever. Without hesitation, they issued a public announcement and formally communicated to the Land of Earth that Konoha bore no responsibility for the incident, expressing deep regret over Inoki's disappearance, and offering all assistance except for material resources. Due to Inoki's encounter with the enigmatic Otsutsuki, his disappearance had stirred considerable turmoil. Fortunately, Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi, had returned, and through his mediation, significant unrest within Tsushigakure was avoided. After comforting his daughter, Kuratsuchi resumed managing village affairs, returning to the Tsuchikage building, utterly exhausted. Upon his return, Kuratsuchi was shocked to discover signs of a potential burglary. Searching the premises revealed that while no intelligence had been lost, the secret chamber appeared to have been compromised. As the son of the Tsuchikage, he was well aware of the underground chamber beneath the Tsuchikage building. He hurriedly descended into the underground chamber, only to find that precious chakra-infused minerals, gemstones, and various forms of currency had vanished, along with the most valuable forbidden jutsu scrolls. The situation has become quite dire for Noki. The disappearance of Noki had already posed significant challenges, and now, his own home has been burglarized and left in disarray. In light of these events, Noki convened a meeting within the Tsuchikage building. Present were the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, the relatively youthful Kuratsuchi, and various elders from Iwagakure who gathered to deliberate on this matter. Noki decisively proclaimed that this issue could not be concealed any longer, and it would be prudent to announce it openly. The elders exchanged glances, uncertain. Noki continued, asserting that the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage is linked to Konoha, just as our 3rd Tsuchikage's disappearance is also tied to them. Therefore, this incident is indeed the handiwork of Konoha. Kuratsuchi, still in her youth and lacking full comprehension of the intricacies at play, was aware that her grandfather had seemingly passed away rather than simply gone missing, and that this had no connection to Konoha. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to accept her father's assertions without question. Noki issued a command to report this matter to the Land of Fire, demanding that Konoha be held accountable for the incident. After all, they had a history involving the Kazekage, which would not differ significantly from our own Tsuchikage's plight. Konoha, how dare you behave like a dog? The Iwagakure ninjas, enraged by the news of the conflict between the Land of Grass and Konoha, rallied to exact various forms of retribution against Konoha. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, stationed on the battlefield in the Land of Earth, lamented the sudden intensification of ninja assaults. In the vicinity where Noki and the formidable Tsutsuki Kinshiki clashed, only a continually swirling black circle remained. A ripple coursed through space, and a black spatial barrier unfolded in layers, resembling the pages of a book. Within this space, a figure clad in white robes emerged. This was Tsutsuki Ishiki. He gazed intently at the black circle left behind by Kinshiki and stepped forward, only to be astonished to find that the closer he approached this dark circle, the smaller his form became in proportion. Ultimately, he vanished from that realm, appearing before Noki. At this moment, Noki was exceedingly weakened, having endured more than 10 days since his encounter with Kinshiki without sustenance. His ability to persevere in this space was commendable. The sudden appearance of the unfamiliar white-robed monk left him utterly astonished. Noki witnessed this stranger open a peculiar spatial passage, akin to a space-time ninjutsu, leading to the site of his battle with Kinshiki, and now this individual stood before him. Without a hint of caution, Noki floated serenely in that realm. He regarded the young monk who had materialized and spoke, "Young one, do not fear. I mean you no harm. Come closer and allow me to share a tale with you. Through it, you shall comprehend all that transpires here. And I can also assist you in departing from this place." In this moment, Noki, relying on his age and experience, sought to deceive Otsutsuki Ishiki into approaching him. Upon entering this extraordinary realm, Otsutsuki Ishiki continuously surveyed his surroundings, disregarding Inoki, who appeared foolishly engaged in soliloquy. After a thorough observation, Otsutsuki Ishiki raised a hand. And Inoki uncontrollably levitated before him, his eyes wide with terror as he witnessed Ishiki's actions. Utterly devoid of any means to resist, like a mere puppet at the mercy of its master. With a swift motion, Otsutsuki Ishiki plunged his hands into the frail body of the elderly Inoki, withdrawing them to reveal a swirling mass of blue chakra energy. Without a shred of hesitation, he consumed this vibrant essence, savoring it as he swallowed. The vivid memories of Inoki battling against the enigmatic Whirlpool Aru flickered in Ishiki's mind like a series of slides, presenting a third-person perspective of the conflict. Wherein Inoki initially summoned his clones to engage in combat with the stranger. Ultimately, he recalled witnessing the stranger converge peculiar energies in his hands, manifesting the very circle before him. This circle resonated with a fragment of knowledge in Ishiki's mind, a point of mass, a dimension born of high quality and energy, evolved into a realm of compression. Amashirera. A smirk graced Otsutsuki Ishiki's lips, intrigued by the unexpected variables this planet had unveiled. Having absorbed Inoki's chakra, he gleaned the complete narrative of events, their causes, and outcomes. Observing this wondrous space, it was evident that Otsutsuki Ishiki comprehended its true nature. He understood deeply that ordinary beings could not escape its grasp. With a decisive gesture, he sliced through the surrounding space with a swift hand, creating an opening to his own dimension. Stepping through, he departed from this place, leaving behind only Inoki's lifeless body, which, as time waned, withered away, drained of all chakra, transforming into dust that gradually dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 38. Fleeing is the essence of life theory, the art of dust shield removal, with a resounding bang. The swirling fragrance of milk unleashed a cylindrical beam of light, instantly obliterating the very spot where Otosaka Aru had been standing, leaving only a gaping cylindrical crater in its wake. In a flash, he had shifted his position, now hovering in the cerulean sky above. Observing this, the swirling fragrance of milk, unwilling to be outdone, executed the technique of heavy and light rock, allowing him to float in the air and pursue Otosaka Aru. The two engaged in a relentless chase, constantly repositioning themselves amidst the skies. However, whenever he failed to catch up with Otosaka Aru, the swirling fragrance of milk would employ the dust shield to create disturbances. Bang, bang, bang. The cylindrical beams of light radiated across the training ground, each ray of light leaving the ochre rock walls marred with deep craters. The scene unfolded with the swirling fragrance of milk in persistent pursuit of Otosaka Aru, continuously unleashing the dust shield. Each time the luminous shield approached Otosaka Aru, he would deftly evade the fierce assault with a swift flicker. In essence, it was the swirling fragrance of milk that pursued him while releasing the dust shield. Eventually, after exchanging several rounds of attacks, their pace began to slow, and both landed gracefully on the ground. The swirling fragrance of milk spoke up, lamenting, "Even though I can float and fly like you, my speed pales in comparison. I cannot even graze your hem. You are simply too swift. All I can do is unleash the dust shield to hinder you and diminish your velocity." Standing beside him, Otosaka Aru added, "No, you can also employ the diamond lock technique." The swirling fragrance of milk responded disheartenedly. "While the diamond lock can indeed restrain you, it requires me to close the distance. The greater the distance, the more energy it consumes. Your speed in evading me is far too rapid for the diamond lock to capture you. I cannot even approach you. Alas, before learning the dust shield, I could not defeat you, and after learning it, I still cannot. Was my mastery of this ninjutsu in vain?" This expression of despair from the swirling fragrance of milk portrayed a sense of deep dismay. Observing her despondency, Otosaka Aru sought to console her, stating, "In truth, you should have no significant issues contending with ordinary ninjas. Your current strength should allow you to easily handle battles against mid-ranking shinobi. My prowess has transcended to a different dimension. It is only natural that you cannot contend with me. Furthermore, dealing with agile adversaries is challenging for anyone, myself included." At this juncture, Otosaka Aru added, You have been diligently practicing the dust shield lately, but have somewhat neglected your sealing techniques. While I understand that the dust shield is like a new toy to you, and it is natural to be overly focused on it initially, do not forget that your clan, the Uzumaki, excels in sealing arts. Wasn't our original purpose in visiting a Wagakure to help you bolster your weaknesses? Now, your shortcomings have been largely addressed. You should devote greater attention to your sealing techniques. Upon hearing the reminder from Yasaka Aru, Uzumaki Milk realized that during her time with him, experiencing the wonders of the land of earth and acquiring various techniques, she had somewhat lost herself, neglecting the innate strengths of her Uzumaki clan. After sharing this insight, Yasaka Aru seated himself upon a stone chair in the training ground, silently closing his eyes to meticulously contemplate the myriad of ninjutsu he had learned. Uzumaki Milk approached him slowly, taking out the sealing scroll entrusted to her by the clan leader. At that moment, Yasaka Aru also produced several ninjutsu scrolls, a diverse assortment that included techniques from both the mist and rock shadows. This gesture captured the attention of Uzumaki Milk, and before she could ponder further, Yasaka Aru rose and moved to an adjacent clearing. With remarkable speed, he formed hand seals, producing 3 identical clones of himself amidst bursts of white smoke. Uzumaki Milk looked up, realizing he was employing the essential technique of ninjas, the shadow clone technique. The 3 identical Yasaka Arus gazed at one another, their appearances and physiques indistinguishable, prompting an onlooker to mistake them for triplets. Uzumaki Milk then inquired, "Didn't you claim you could not refine chakra? How then are you executing ninjutsu?" Yasaka Aru, appearing somewhat exasperated, replied, "I possess a dragon vein. As long as one learns to form the seals and utilizes chakra effectively, ninjutsu can be performed. The reason I refrained from using ninjutsu in previous battles was due to the overwhelming power of the dragon vein, which hinders the execution of intricate techniques. Furthermore, my innate abilities, enhanced by chakra, are already formidable enough. There is no need to employ complex ninjutsu when my current methods suffice against foes. I am only now beginning to adapt to the power fluctuations brought about by the dragon vein." Uzumaki Milk, upon hearing this, began to understand why he had previously abstained from using ninjutsu, leading her to mistakenly believe he was entirely incapable of it. She then expressed her confusion. "But why did you choose to use the shadow clone technique now? To be frank, I have never witnessed you utilize any ninjutsu before. This must be your first." Excluding the dragon vein armor, of course. A barrage of questions ensued, to which Yasaka Aru addressed each one. Save for a singular inquiry, he consistently sidestepped. The dragon vein armor, he clarified, is not classified as ninjutsu. It is merely a product of highly condensed chakra, with its unique aspect being the special abilities it bestows upon me through my connection to the dragon vein. This indeed marks my inaugural attempt at utilizing ninjutsu, a skill I have only recently acquired. Previously devoid of chakra, I was entirely incapable of unleashing any of my abilities. Now, though I possess chakra, the overwhelming force of the dragon vein renders intricate maneuvers exceedingly challenging to master. Yasaka, sensing the moment, jested. "It took me a considerable time to master the art of shadow clones as well, and in comparison to you, it seems my talent is rather lacking. The myriad abilities I previously exhibited were merely a result of siphoning chakra from others empowered by the dragon vein. I was nothing but a thief, pilfering from others." My curiosity about the unique technique of shadow clones prompted my inquiry. "Do you possess your own consciousness? Are you aware of your identity?" The shadow clone replied, "I am your clone. When my chakra is exhausted, I shall cease to exist. I lack independent thought and can only act upon your commands." In a swift motion, Yasaka commanded, "Exhibit the abilities I possess." The shadow clone trembled momentarily, but failed to manifest any of Yasaka-Yu's myriad powers, be it flight, invisibility, plundering, or decay. It was incapable of performing any. Upon confirming this, Yasaka-Yu waved his hand, and with a resounding pop, the 3 clones dissipated into thin air. Beside him, Uzumaki Natsuki voiced her confusion. "What are you doing?" Yasaka-Yu replied nonchalantly, "Initially, I was intrigued by the notion of creating another version of myself. So I delved into the study of this ninjutsu. I anticipated that I would produce another life or a version of myself with the same consciousness. However, it appears I have merely conjured a facsimile of my appearance, devoid of independent thought. I had hoped that the clones would at least be able to wield some of my abilities, but according to my assessment, these shadow clones lack the soul that binds my powers. They are mere constructs of chakra, devoid of a soul, and thus incapable of executing my abilities." This realization corroborated my hypothesis. The moment I acknowledged them as mere creations of chakra, it became evident that these shadow clones would not be able to wield my powers. Ultimately, their inability to perform my abilities confirmed my judgment. Uzumaki Natsuki, still perplexed, inquired, "Why did you have your clone test the capabilities?" Yasaka did not respond to this question, but fixated his gaze upon Uzumaki Natsuki, observing her with an unruffled demeanor. The radiant visage of the red-haired girl was reflected in his eyes. The atmosphere was profoundly serene, with even the faintest sound echoing like a falling pin. Under his steady gaze, Uzumaki Natsuki felt her heart race uncontrollably. From their first encounter a decade ago to the present, the memories of their shared moments flooded her mind. In tandem, she became acutely aware that the boy's visage had remained unchanged throughout the years. Suddenly, a flicker of fear emerged in the whirlpool of creamy thoughts. What is this sensation? It is a profound loneliness, a dread of losing a beloved, saturating her heart and relentlessly pressing upon her. The once overwhelming feeling of happiness has been supplanted by a great terror, leaving her filled with uncertainty about the future. The atmosphere in the arena began to grow heavy. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the palace, and a girl in a flowing green gown, her skin a warm, sun-kissed hue, hurriedly approached, shattering the oppressive ambience. The girl advanced briskly and, upon seeing the two, bent slightly to greet them. Her melodious voice rang out, "The two queens request your presence for a discussion. I have been sent to convey their message." The arrival of this young maiden dispelled the tension in the air, prompting the two to rise in unison. Without uttering a word, they departed the training ground, leaving behind the previous topic of concern. Chapter 39. In close proximity, one can defeat nations. Within the opulent palace, the Queen of Lulon sat regally upon her magnificent throne, awaiting the arrival of her companions. Guided by a young maiden, they swiftly arrived at this palace, now even more resplendent than before, to meet with the Lulon Queen. Yasaka Aru carefully noted that the lively and spirited Sarah was conspicuously absent from the Queen's side. As the maiden departed and closed the heavy doors of the palace, only the Lulon Queen and Yasaka Aru remained within. Vortex Mikoto was the first to speak, inquiring about the Queen's sudden summons. "What troubles Lulon? Why have we been called here so abruptly?" The Lulon Queen, without preamble, elucidated the reason for their gathering. "The daimyo of the Land of Fire has sought our aid." Upon hearing this, Vortex Mikoto expressed her bewilderment. "Why would the daimyo of the Land of Fire seek assistance from us? Is not the Land of Fire the largest nation in the shinobi world?" Unfazed by the Queen's status, Mikoto boldly remarked, "Our Lulon Kingdom is but a small place, lacking formidable military strength. Why would they turn to us for help?" Her words bore a hint of disdain for Lulon, yet fortunately, her rapport with the Queen allowed for such candor. Had it been another, the Queen might have taken offense. The Lulon Queen addressed Mikoto's concerns. "In truth, it is not just our Lulon Kingdom, the Land of Birds, the Land of Soup, and the Land of Iron have all received invitations from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. It seems that all the smaller nations, aside from the 5 great nations, have been called upon." Yasaka Aru, perplexed, interjected, "How could this be? Has something changed in the Third Shinobi World War? Is not the Land of Fire entangled in conflict with the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Wind? Why, after all this time, do they now require the assistance of other nations?" The Lulon Queen gradually explained the unfolding events. The third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure has mysteriously disappeared. The Land of Earth has directly challenged the daimyo of the Land of Fire and has declared total war. According to intelligence from Iwagakure, it was a Konoha ninja who infiltrated their village, instigating chaos and assassinating the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. Consequently, the Land of Earth has fully engaged in war with Konoha. Meanwhile, the Land of Water has also declared war on the Land of Fire, with Kirigakure commencing an assault on Konoha. The Third Shinobi World War has effectively transformed into a coalition of 4 nations against the Land of Fire. Upon hearing this, Yasaka Aru comprehended why the Land of Fire began seeking assistance. Konoha was now facing a daunting 1 against 4. The situation for the Land of Fire's daimyo was evidently dire. Thus, the terms proposed to the smaller nations in exchange for their support were substantial, should they emerge victorious in this conflict. The Land of Fire would open extensive trade opportunities and provide monetary rewards to these nations, contingent upon their reinforcement. The revelation that the Tsuchikage had been assassinated by Konoha left both Yasaka Aru and Vortex Mikoto in a state of shock, particularly as the Land of Water joined the fray against the Land of Fire, further astonishing them. Astonishing events did not cease there. The Queen of Lulon presented a scroll of intelligence before the 2 individuals. They beheld the contents, which revealed that on the battlefield of the Bear Country, a tailed beast Jinchuriki had emerged. This individual was none other than a member of the Uzumaki clan, specifically Uzumaki Kushina. The Queen of Lulon spoke with measured gravity, stating that a descendant of the Uzumaki clan had appeared on the battlefield, and she was indeed a tailed beast Jinchuriki. The intelligence confirmed her presence at the site where the borders of the water and fire nations intersected. Upon hearing the queen's explanation, Uzumaki Naika's pupils widened in shock. The scroll depicted the visage of the Konoha's nine-tails Jinchuriki, characterized by her flowing red hair. The name Uzumaki was unmistakably indicative of her lineage. It was no wonder the queen had summoned the two. After 8 years of companionship, she was well aware that Uzumaki Naika was indeed a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. The emergence of a clan member on the battlefield was precisely why the queen was so conflicted about whether to assist the Fire Nation. Uzumaki Naika, caught in a tempest of emotions, gazed at the scroll depicting Uzumaki Kushina, lost in contemplation. Both the queen and Yasaka Aru remained silent, awaiting Naika's response. Yet, her expression revealed her inner turmoil over the decision to support the battlefield effort. After all, Uzumaki Naika's answer would significantly impact the fate of the ancient kingdom of Lulon. The kingdom of Lulon, a small nation, had unexpectedly found itself entwined in the Third Shinobi World War. The consequences could be dire should Konoha emerge victorious. The rewards would be substantial. Conversely, if Lulon participated and Konoha faced defeat, the repercussions would surely incite retaliation from the four great nations hostile to the Fire Nation. Yasaka Aru observed the once carefree Uzumaki Naika now grappling with her conflicted emotions, aware of the gravity of her decision and the potential calamities it could incur. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as everyone awaited Naika's reply, yet it was Yasaka Aru who shattered the silence. He stepped forward and spoke, "Lulon, you should accept the terms proposed by the Fire Nation." Uzumaki Naika looked up in shock. "I will not put you in a difficult position," Yasaka continued. "This time, only I and Uzumaki Naika will participate in the conflict. Rest assured, no citizens of Lulon will be compelled to join the fray." Hearing Yasaka Aru take the initiative to shoulder this burden for her, Uzumaki Naika raised her head abruptly, staring at the man before her in disbelief. With her hands clenched tightly, the scroll of intelligence revealed her tension as she lowered her gaze, hesitant to speak. The Queen of Lulon, however, remained composed and unfazed. She gestured dismissively, "Let us not take this too seriously. We are merely assisting the Fire Nation in safeguarding their territory, not primarily engaging in warfare. Furthermore, given Lulon's remote location and small size, they would be unlikely to expend significant resources to invade our realm." The queen's jesting demeanor served to alleviate the palpable tension in the air. The creamy swirl of milk knew well that matters were far more complex than they appeared. She shared a friendship with the Queen of Lulon, who had taken her feelings into account while speaking. At that moment, Yasaka Aru stood by the tranquil lake, indifferent to the number of adversaries, declaring that regardless of the foes, it remained the same. Within arm's reach, one could confront an entire nation. The two were astounded by his words, as Yasaka Aru, like a towering mountain, bore the weight of an entire nation's fate and the lives of countless individuals upon his shoulders. The Queen of Lulon understood the profound implications of Yasaka Aru's words. And now, she regarded the youth with a different expression. In her eyes, he appeared almost divine, unfazed by the trials of the world. The burden of a nation's destiny was immensely heavy. As the sovereign of the ancient kingdom of Lulon, she recognized the extraordinary courage and capability required to shoulder such a responsibility. Yet, here stood Yasaka Aru, effortlessly shouldering it all like a deity. Tears glistened in the corners of the creamy swirl's eyes, for she realized that Yasaka Aru need not involve himself in these matters. However, driven solely by a desire to assist her kin, he willingly accepted this considerable burden. With a sob, she lamented, "What is this? We agreed that I would take care of you, yet here I am, appearing to be your burden instead." Yasaka Aru gently ruffled her hair and reassured her. "Do what you wish. With me here, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Moreover, there will undoubtedly be many formidable ninjas participating in the war. I too wish to gauge the strength of the world's mightiest. It is time for the trivialities to come to an end." The Queen of Lulon, witnessing their resolute determinations, spoke up. "Oh, nice young, do not cry. We are all here for you. We are your family." Rising from her throne, she declared with newfound resolve, "Since you have made your decision, I shall inform the daimyo of the Land of Fire that our ancient kingdom of Lulon is willing to support the Land of Fire." Chapter 40. Journey to the Hidden Leaf Village. The Queen of Lulon spoke. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Otosaka shook his head and replied, "No need. Leave it to me." With that, he waved his hand and departed the queen's palace, accompanied by Uzumaki Milk Fragrance. The two held each other's hands, leisurely exiting the palace, while behind them, the queen silently watched their departure. Throughout their journey, the pair remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. Eventually, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance, unable to suppress her curiosity, broke the stillness. When shall we head to the land of fire?" Observing her eagerness, Otosaka teasingly responded, "Are you so impatient to meet your kin?" Uzumaki Milk Fragrance shook her head. "No, I merely wonder if we need to prepare anything. After all, we are headed to a battlefield." She then added with concern, "This is unlike our previous infiltrations. This time, we shall confront the enemy directly, and unforeseen dangers may arise. I simply wish to be adequately prepared." Otosaka gently patted her head. "Do not worry, I will be by your side." His calm demeanor seemed to soothe her anxious spirit. "Since you are so eager, let us take action now," he declared, holding Uzumaki Milk Fragrance's hand. He leaped into the air, and in a flash, they vanished from sight. After a brief shift in perspective, the two found themselves at the border of the Land of Fire. With a map of the ninja world in hand, they proceeded towards the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Fire to discuss matters of war support. The daimyo's estate, located in the northern region of the Land of Fire, sprawled over an impressive area of 50 kilometers, exuding opulence. Surrounded by dense woodlands, it served as a fortress against external threats, a veritable sanctuary for warriors. The duo made no attempts to conceal their presence as they boldly approached the estate's outer sentries. Shortly thereafter, an unnamed ninja from the Hidden Leaf village approached them, inquiring, "Who are you two, and what brings you to the daimyo's estate?" As was her custom, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance engaged in the necessary exchanges with the outsider, while Otosaka stood to the side, entrusting her with the matter. After a series of verifications, she produced documentation from the ancient kingdom of Lulon, allowing them to gain entry into the daimyo's estate. Navigating through layers of classical architecture, they ultimately arrived at a traditional Japanese palace. The grandeur of the daimyo's abode was immediately apparent from its exterior, having previously visited the Land of Water. They were well aware that the structures of the daimyo's estate often held a commanding presence. However, they were taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the palace in the Land of Fire. Yasaka Aru could not help but ponder that the disparity between nations appeared to be far greater than that between man and dog. No wonder the Land of Fire could triumph against 3 adversaries. It was now struggling against 4 and had to seek assistance from smaller nations to continue its campaign. Under ordinary circumstances, many nations would have capitulated by now. Guided by the attendants, the two eventually arrived at the Great Hall of the Land of Fire, the very chamber where the daimyo resided. The daimyo had been informed of their impending arrival well in advance, and had thus prepared to receive them. The ruler of the Land of Fire was a corpulent middle-aged man, his face a canvas of wrinkles, gleaming with an oily sheen. And speckled with dark freckles, his appearance was hardly commendable. However, having anticipated the visitors, he had made considerable efforts to present himself, resembling a well-dressed beast. Upon entering the daimyo's court, the attendants maintained a respectful distance, allowing ample space for the proceedings. The three engaged in discussions of significant diplomatic matters. Uzumaki Naomi introduced the purpose of their visit, and the daimyo, realizing that they were esteemed guests sent by the Queen of Lulon for assistance, was readily convinced of their importance. Yasaka Aru, standing aside, remained indifferent to the praises being heaped upon them, unconcerned with others' perceptions. Even more astonishing was the daimyo's gullibility. He believed that the two were divine beings sent to rescue the Land of Fire. It could be said that anyone capable of becoming a daimyo must possess a mind somewhat unhinged. The daimyo promptly promised that should the Land of Fire emerge victorious from the war, he would allocate at least several million taels of gold and silver to the ancient kingdom of Lulon, along with various trade agreements. Furthermore, the daimyo provided the two with a decree permitting them to visit the Hidden Leaf village to validate their origins as allies of the Land of Fire. The pair then explored the Land of Fire, immersing themselves in its unique culture and the enchanting wonders of its forests. They meandered leisurely toward the Hidden Leaf village before dusk. The vigilant shinobi, Kamizuki Akatsuki, observed two figures approaching the village from a distance and alerted his companion to be on guard. Upon hearing the warning, the other shinobi immediately became alert, and the two remained watchful. Soon, the four individuals convened, with two shinobi stepping forward to interrogate the newcomers. Uzumaki Naomi, adept at navigating such formalities, stepped ahead to present the daimyo's decree. After explaining that they were there to lend support to the Land of Fire's battlefield, The shinobi confirmed that the document was indeed pinned by the daimyo himself, and they promptly altered their demeanor to warmly welcome the two into the village. An Umbu shinobi, observing the entrance and eavesdropping on the conversation, vanished in a flash. This Umbu proceeded to report the situation to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the two entered the Hidden Leaf, they began to take in the surroundings of the village. In the Hidden Leaf village, the bustling marketplace was alive with vendors hawking a diverse array of goods, including the village's unique three-colored dumplings, various ramen dishes, and the famed kimchi barbecue. Amidst this lively scene, a group of black-clad members of the security force patrolled the vicinity with vigilance. These individuals bore a distinctive emblem, a red and white fan, symbolizing their affiliation with the illustrious Uchiha clan. Noticing the unfamiliar faces of two individuals, the security members refrained from approaching, recognizing that they were accompanied by leaf ninjas, and thus chose to ignore them. The two outsiders observed the differences of the Hidden Leaf village compared to other villages. Despite the ongoing war, the spirit of the villagers here appeared far more vibrant than those in the mist-shrouded Hidden Mist village or the barren terrain of the Hidden Stone village. A stark contrast became evident when comparing the residents. The people of the Hidden Leaf exuded an aura of happiness and tranquility, seemingly untouched by the turmoil of the ninja world. As they surveyed the surroundings, they too attracted the attention of the villagers. Given the wartime context, every village had heightened security, and the residents were not oblivious to the unusual circumstances. Consequently, there was a palpable sense of wariness directed towards outsiders. Even behaviors that might seem out of the ordinary were deemed acceptable under such conditions. However, Yasaka Aru found it peculiar that the villagers were fixated on him. Their gaze was unmistakably directed at his eyes, and each time he attempted to make eye contact, they instinctively averted their gaze. This left Yasaka perplexed, as he was well aware that he had never set foot in the Hidden Leaf village before. The way the villagers looked at him evoked a sense of familiarity tinged with fear, perhaps more accurately, trepidation. Yasaka pondered this unsettling reaction, although he was aware of his past, where he had taken lives without hesitation and earned the moniker of the One-Eyed Grim Reaper. He believed he had changed. He had recently made efforts to reform himself and had only engaged in confrontations with the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone villages. He had no history with the Leaf village. Why, then, did these villagers regard him with such dread? Vortex Milk, a member of the Uzumaki clan, also sensed the villagers' unease. Possessing a heightened sensitivity to her surroundings, she discerned their fear of Yasaka, which seemed unwarranted. During their missions in the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone villages, they had donned the Purple Dragon Pulse battle armor, concealing their appearances completely. Logically, the villagers should have had no knowledge of their true identities. Now, with their appearances appearing rather ordinary, she was bewildered as to why they inspired such apprehension. Thus, the two of them, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, made their way to the Hokage building, where they were to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen and two Hokage advisors. Sarutobi Hiruzen had received early reports from the Umbu, knowing that esteemed guests, personally appointed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, were arriving. Thus, as the Hokage of the village, he took it upon himself to welcome them. The benevolent smile gracing Sarutobi's face resembled that of a venerable elder, as he observed the approach of the two individuals. Taking the initiative, he stepped forward to greet them. However, when Sarutobi's gaze fell upon Yasaka Aru, he was momentarily taken aback by the striking whiteness of Aru's eyes. Yet, true to his reputation as a cunning Hokage, he expertly masked his astonishment, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he continued to engage with the two guests. Welcome, esteemed visitors who have journeyed from afar. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konohagakure. His courteousness was evident, extending due respect to the pair. The two individuals, including Uzumaki Natsuki, reciprocated the pleasantries and engaged in a brief exchange to confirm the purpose of their visit. After a lengthy and somewhat tedious introduction, they proceeded to the conference room within the Hokage Tower. Chapter 41. Sarutobi Izashi arriving empty-handed. You call this support? As Sarutobi Izashi and Yuzaka Arashur, along with their companions, made their way to the Hokage building for discussions, they were blissfully unaware that their arrival had already stirred a significant commotion within the village. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the houses of Konohagakure, a phenomenon the villagers had long grown accustomed to, having accepted the casual trampling of their homes as a part of life. Eventually, the relentless footsteps ceased abruptly upon reaching the Huga clan's territory. A ninja clad in a white training uniform leaped down from the rooftops and landed in the Huga clan's compound. Upon landing, he hurriedly approached the clan leader, Huga Hayashi. Observing the frantic demeanor of his clansmen, Hayashi reprimanded, What a disgrace, Huga Kiyoshi. As a member of the Huga clan, you ought to conduct yourself with composure. Do you wish to be the subject of ridicule? Hayashi continued, I shall grant you a moment to collect yourself before we converse. Upon hearing the leader's admonishment, Huga Kiyoshi swiftly straightened his posture, suppressing his exhaustion, and awaited permission to speak. Once Hayashi noticed that Kiyoshi had regained his composure, he inquired, What has transpired to cause such distress? Kiyoshi responded, Clan leader, 2 strangers have arrived in the village, a man and a woman, neither bearing any headbands. I am unaware of their origins. However, the male possesses eyes of an immaculate white hue, reminiscent of our Huga clan's Byakugan. Upon hearing Kiyoshi's report, Hayashi's stern facade crumbled, and he rose to his feet. Are you certain that the individual's eyes are of pure white? He pressed. Kiyoshi, intimidated by Hayashi's intensity, became even more flustered and quickly affirmed the truth of his words, not daring to deceive. Hayashi promptly opened the entrance and made to leave, instructing Kiyoshi, Lead me to that person. Noticing Hayashi's urgency, Kiyoshi hastily reminded him, Clan leader, those 2 strangers were escorted to the Hokage building upon entering the village. Hearing this, Hayashi halted in his tracks and asked, What do you mean? They went directly to the Hokage building after entering the village? Kiyoshi confirmed, Indeed. I witnessed them being received by the 3rd Hokage. Upon seeing them enter the Hokage building, I hastened back to report to you. Hayashi returned to his previous kneeling position, contemplating the sudden intelligence brought forth by Kiyoshi. He then inquired, Who else is aware of this matter? Huga Kiyoshi responded, I reported to you immediately. But many in the village, including Akimichi, Nara, and Uchiha, witnessed this individual entering. Almost everyone in the village has seen the 2 of them. Huga Hizashi pondered for a moment before stating, Gather all the elders of the clan. No, I shall handle this personally. Also, summon the head of the branch family. Understood, replied Huga Kiyoshi as he took his leave. Huga Hizashi furrowed his brow, contemplating the intricacies of this matter, as various doubts and speculations swirled in his mind. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, welcomed Yasaka Yu and his companions into the Hokage building, where they convened around the conference table to discuss the 3rd Great Ninja War. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly got to the point, expressing, I am grateful for your presence. The Land of Fire has always been a steadfast friend to the ancient kingdom of Lulon. In these perilous times, your willingness to send reinforcements is greatly appreciated. He then inquired, When can we expect the troops from the kingdom of Lulon to arrive in Konoha? Our front lines are under immense pressure, and we are in urgent need of support. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Uzumaki Naika and Yasaka Yu exchanged glances. The 2 advisors to the Hokage looked on, hopeful for a response indicating that a vast army from Lulon was on its way to solidify their position in the ongoing war. Uzumaki Naika, maintaining her composure, replied, The reinforcements have already arrived. At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank, an unsettling premonition taking hold. Choosing to disregard Uzumaki Naika's previous statement, he reiterated, May I ask again, when will the troops from Lulon arrive? Uzumaki Naika responded, The reinforcements are here, consisting solely of the 2 of us. Upon receiving this definitive answer, the once warm smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face vanished, leaving him looking akin to one bereaved. Yet, being the 3rd Hokage with a thick skin, he quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile as he said, No worries, no worries. Since the kingdom of Lulon has sent 2 young friends, surely it is to deliver vital supplies and resources, correct? That would suffice. After all, with sufficient supplies, our Land of Fire can secure victory on the front lines. At this moment, Uzumaki Naika felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yasaka Yu, unable to bear the situation any longer, stood up and declared, Indeed, the kingdom of Lulon has sent just the 2 of us. But as for the supplies you mentioned, we do have some. Upon hearing of the supplies, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened once more, his demeanor becoming affable again as he said, The kingdom of Lulon truly exemplifies righteousness, providing support in our time of need. Should we survive this war, the Land of Fire shall establish an everlasting alliance with the kingdom of Lulon. In times of peril, Konoha shall surely lend its utmost assistance. Upon hearing that audacious remark, Uzumaki Nai's nearly lost her composure. After all, when the Uchiha clan faced annihilation, Konoha had offered no assistance whatsoever. Thus, the words spoken by Sarutobi Hiruzen were nothing short of absurdity. As Sarutobi Hiruzen anticipated the duo to produce some resources, Yasaka Yu directly retrieved a sealing scroll. Upon seeing the scroll, a genuine look of anticipation graced Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. With a resounding thud, white smoke dissipated, revealing a sum of 500 ryo laid out neatly on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed incredulously at the 500 ryo before him, not because the amount was astonishingly large, but rather due to its paltry nature. He felt momentarily disoriented, stepping closer to scrutinize the 500 ryo, feeling his defenses crumbling. Indeed, it was 500 ryo. He had not miscalculated. It was not 50,000 or 500,000 ryo, but a mere 500. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain his disbelief and exclaimed, "Only 500 ryo. And you still chose to encase it in a sealing scroll? Surely, that scroll must be worth more than this paltry sum." At that moment, two of the Hokage's advisors, Nara Shikaku and Mito K-Rin, promptly rose to restrain the visibly flustered Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yasaka shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "There is little we can do. The ancient kingdom of Lulon is situated in a desert, where resources are scarce. Our territory is small, unlike your land of fire, which is vast and abundant. This 500 ryo represents our annual salary." Upon hearing such a brazen declaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned heavily on the table, one hand cradling his head, as if the weight of the world had descended upon him. True to his title as Hokage, his advisors quickly intervened, helping him regain his composure. Despite the overwhelming circumstances that threatened to unravel him, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained the dignity befitting his position. He waved his hand and declared, "Honored guests, having traveled such a distance, we have prepared a resting chamber for your convenience. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with the state of the battlefield. Should we require your assistance, I shall summon you." With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his pipe and turned his back to indicate the end of their meeting. Uzumaki's eyes rose without a care for Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor, for her purpose in coming was to seek out Uzumaki Kushina and connect with her kin, thus entangling herself in the affairs of the Third Shinobi World War. As for Yasaka, he remained indifferent. Why should a deity concern itself with mortal opinions? Both stood and exchanged glances, surprised to find no hint of remorse in one another. However, neither uttered a word and simply departed from the Hokage's office. Chapter 42. Midnight Conference. After leaving the Hokage building, the two were escorted by a portly middle-aged man with red hair to a traditional Japanese structure in the village of Konoha. This man, who had previously introduced himself as the head of the Akimichi clan, was named Akimichi Dingswa. He guided Yusakayu and his companion to a guest room specially prepared for them. Akimichi Dingswa courteously stated, "Please make yourselves comfortable here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the Chunin at the entrance." Appreciating his politeness, Yusakayu and his companion nodded in acknowledgement. Akimichi Dingswa reciprocated with a nod and departed, leaving the space for the two. Shortly after their exit from the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensed their departure and was filled with rage. With a resounding thud, he struck the table, causing it to tremble, while the 500 ryo bills left by Yasakayu scattered about. The two Hokage advisors nearby hurriedly approached to dissuade him, inquiring, "Hiruzen, what are you doing?" Hiruzen, upon hearing the admonitions of his old friends, returned to his seat and began to smoke his pipe in silence, his eyes closed as he contemplated the unfolding situation. The atmosphere in the Hokage office grew increasingly tense. Hiruzen spoke, "Send two Umbu to monitor them and report any unusual occurrences." Mito Gate and interjected, "Hiruzen, they come bearing the Fire Country Daimyo's decree, offering support to us. Let us not allow any incidents to transpire in the village." T-Rin Kamaru added, "Indeed, Hiruzen, if action is to be taken, it should only occur on the battlefield. After all, they have come under the pretense of assisting us. Should anything untoward happen within the village, it would be difficult to explain to both the Fire Country Daimyo and the ancient nation of Lulon." Hiruzen replied, "I am well aware of the gravity of this matter. The circumstances surrounding the Third Great Ninja War have become exceedingly dire. We cannot afford any further complications." With that, Hiruzen unfurled a map, examining the distribution of power throughout the ninja world. He inquired, "Which nations have offered to support us in this conflict?" T-Rin Kamaru responded, "Currently, only the ancient nation of Lulon has provided a definitive answer." Mito Gaiden added, "The Dragon Kingdom has also responded, but they have declared their absolute neutrality in this Third Great Ninja War, refusing to dispatch any ninjas to assist any nation." Hiruzen, upon receiving their replies, shook his head in bitter resignation and remarked, "It is as expected. Given the unprecedented severity of the Third Great Ninja War, which nation would willingly risk involvement?" The two advisors to the Hokage wore expressions of deep concern. Mizudomin remarked, It is indeed surprising that the ancient nation of Lulon has willingly extended a helping hand to the land of fire, a gesture unforeseen by all of us. Meanwhile, Tsurugi Kamaru added, in truth, it would be ideal if the land of dragons were to provide assistance, as they possess a tailed beast at their disposal. Although the involvement of these two individuals raises some suspicions, we in the Hidden Leaf Village must still prepare adequately. Ms. Yutomin cautioned, let us assign 2 Umbu to monitor the pair, while also sending some of our people to escort them around Konoha village, ensuring they are well treated, so that these ninjas from smaller nations do not look down upon our village. Tsurugi Kamaru then inquired, what should we do regarding the battlefield in the land of water? Upon hearing this serious topic, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he continuously inhaled and exhaled smoke from his pipe. Tsurugi Kamaru elaborated on the situation. While Kushina can restrain both the 6 tails and 3 tails, the overall battle remains defensive. Furthermore, the special ninja forces from the Mist Village have been persistently harassing our front lines, causing them to shrink. If this continues, the battlefield may shift from the land of bears to the land of fire, which could lead to a dire situation within our own territory. Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, isn't Minato able to provide support at any time? Ms. Yutomin reminded him, the battlefield in the Land of Thunder is being handled by Orochimaru and Minato. But the Land of Thunder has also dispatched the 2 tails and 8 tails. If Minato were to be absent for an extended period, it would be challenging for Orochimaru to manage alone. Although Minato can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly traverse between battlefields, he remains indispensable to the Land of Thunder, and even his support can only be momentary. Sarutobi Hiruzen then turned his attention to the battlefields in the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, ultimately conceding, very well. I shall send some members of the Sarutobi clan, along with several Uchiha, to assist Kushina in her efforts to delay the progression of the battle. Tsurugi Kamaru replied, it seems we have no other choice. After all, Jiraiya and Tsunade are also preoccupied with the Jinchuriki in the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, making it impossible for them to provide support to either side. From their discussion, it became evident that the Land of Fire was beset on all sides, making it no surprise that they sought assistance from neighboring nations. As the night deepened, Konoha entered a state of curfew. However, the Huga clan's ancestral home remained brightly lit. Within the grand residence of the Huga clan, a gathering of clan members convened. At the forefront were the elders of the Huga clan, all members of the main house, while at the helm stood the clan leader, Huga Hayashi. Surrounding him were several members of the main house, along with a few from the branch family, whose smooth foreheads bore the marks of 2 ominous scars. This is precisely the renowned caged bird seal of the Huga clan, a fundamental protection that prevents the secrets of their Byakugan from leaking to the outside world. However, the cost of this protection is that life and destiny are firmly held in the hands of the practitioner. It is said that even the legendary second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was unable to unravel this caged bird seal. Gathered together, the members of the Huga clan chattered excitedly, speculating on what had transpired. At the top of the assembly, the 3 esteemed elders of the clan spoke up, commanding silence. Promptly, the commotion among the Huga members ceased, all waiting for the clan leader, Huga Hizashi, to speak. Hizashi soon relayed the details of what Huga Kiyo had witnessed during the day to the clan leader and the members present. Upon hearing that an outsider had obtained their clan's precious Byakugan, the atmosphere became charged with unrest. One particularly headstrong member of the main family boldly declared, clan leader, let us immediately hunt down this ninja and eliminate him to reclaim our Byakugan. This suggestion sparked agreement among the other members, who chimed in, indeed, indeed. Our Byakugan should not be sullied by outsiders. In contrast, several branch family members maintained their composure, quietly sitting aside and listening attentively to the main family's discourse. The branch family members remained silent, playing the role of mere spectators. As the situation escalated, the 3 high-ranking elders of the main family interjected, commanding silence once more. The assembly returned to its previous state of quietude. One elder then turned his gaze to Hizashi, inquiring, Hizashi, what is your perspective on this matter? Hizashi surveyed the main family members and then glanced at the branch family elders before responding. We must first ascertain the identity of the individual who obtained the Byakugan. Furthermore, we need to understand his connection to the 3rd Hokage. Only then can we make an informed decision about whether to retrieve the Byakugan or consider alternative approaches. Upon hearing Hizashi's proposal, several members of the main family dismissed it with brash comments, scoffing at the notion of the 3rd Hokage, asserting, what does he know about the Byakugan's true value? Let us simply eliminate this person and recover our Byakugan without complicating matters. The previously silent branch family members, upon hearing such audacious remarks from a main family member, lowered their heads even further, resembling ostriches attempting to evade detection. The clan leader, Hizashi, had yet to voice his thoughts. However, the three elders of the Huga clan opened their pristine white eyes, their temples throbbing with suppressed fury, and exerted an oppressive presence that forced the audacious main family member to the ground. One elder admonished sternly, "Hizashi, you must not act recklessly." The member of the Huga clan, who was pinned to the ground, spoke up, "Grandfather, I merely." However, he was abruptly interrupted by an elder of the Huga clan. "Enough. Have I not made myself clear?" After a brief deliberation among the three esteemed elders of the Huga clan, they addressed Hinata Hizashi. "This matter is entrusted to you, Hizashi. How you negotiate with the Hokage and decide on the subsequent course of action is left to your discretion. Should any difficulties arise, feel free to consult us." The old fellows. Hinata Hizashi respectfully rose and bowed to the three clan leaders, responding, "Understood." Subsequently, the gathered individuals began to disperse, leaving only Hinata Hizashi alone in the arena. Chapter 43. The Fragrance of Young Girls. The accommodations arranged for Yasaka Aru and Uzumaki Milk Fragrance in the Hidden Leaf Village were quite tidy, allowing the two of them to settle in comfortably. At present, Yasaka Aru had his head resting on Uzumaki Milk Fragrance's abdomen, inhaling her unique floral scent, which could only be described as exceptionally intoxicating. It was evident that he had taken to using her as a pillow. This was not to imply that the room was lacking in comfort, as there were indeed two separate futons provided beside the tatami mat. However, they chose to lie together on a single mat in an undeniably suggestive manner. Uzumaki Milk Fragrance appeared accustomed to this arrangement, allowing Yasaka Aru to playfully engage with her. After all, they had known each other for a decade, fostering an intimate understanding between them. With the dim yellow light casting a warm glow, Yasaka Aru perused a magazine, the rustling pages breaking the silence of the room. His engrossed demeanor suggested that he was deeply absorbed in the material, and anyone unaware of the context might have mistaken him for a diligent scholar. In truth, the book he held was indeed remarkable, filled with astonishing knowledge. It was a purchase made during their journey to the Land of Fire, Intimate Paradise, a well-known work by the lecherous sage Jiraiya. The content of this book was undeniably provocative. Initially curious about its contents, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance flipped through a few pages before returning it to Yasaka Aru, clearly disinterested as a young woman in such themes. Thus, they remained in quietude, with Uzumaki Milk Fragrance observing Yasaka Aru as he read. Initially silent, she eventually could not contain herself. "It's getting late, let us sleep. My leg is getting numb from you resting your head on it." Yasaka Aru feigned ignorance to her words, continuing to recline on her while flipping through the pages of Intimate Paradise. Reluctantly, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance spoke up again. "If you wish to read, I do not mind, but could you please not lie on me? It's making me feel quite warm and uncomfortable." Although she complained, her actions were affectionate, as she gently stroked Yasaka Aru's hair, softly urging him to sit up. Disregarding her remarks, Yasaka Aru merely turned his head to the side and replied, "This creates a more atmospheric setting." Upon hearing the term atmospheric setting, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance could hardly contain herself and inquired, "What do you mean by atmospheric?" Yasaka Aru, with a robotic expression, replied, "You smell delightful. Reading like this feels quite special." At this, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance's face flushed a deep hue, akin to her hair. With no other option, she acquiesced to his playful antics, and after a playful tussle, she ultimately surrendered to Yasaka Aru's whims. Yasaka Aru ultimately finished reading a magazine and rose from beside Uzumaki Nayuki. After a brief moment of tidying up, the two extinguished the lights and succumbed to slumber, undoubtedly side by side. At this hour, the night had deepened, and it could be said that most reasonable households had long since retired for the evening. Yet, in the shadows of the road, three furtive figures lingered. Clad in white training attire, two of them bore strange scars upon their heads, while the leader appeared unblemished. It was evident that these three were members of the Huga clan. The leader inquired of his companions, "Are you certain that the two individuals were settled here during the day?" His tone was haughty as he questioned the two, who, despite being older than him, responded with utmost deference. Indeed, Lord Hugagaku. Hugagaku was the very clan scion who had suggested an outright assassination during the earlier meeting. Recently chastised by his clan elder, he remained undeterred, stealthily summoning members of the branch family who had surveilled Yasaka Aru during the day. intent on undertaking clandestine endeavors. The branch family members answered his inquiry. After this person entered the Hokage building, we kept a vigilant watch using our Byakugan. We witnessed him leave the Hokage building and be escorted here by the head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Chca. Huga Gaku declared, "Very well. We shall commence our operation immediately." The two companions, wary of opposing him, silently acquiesced to the commands of this Huga clan member, having been previously warned of the complexity of their target. However, Huga Gaku, consumed by arrogance, disregarded the subtle caution embedded in their words. The two trailed closely behind him, adopting a servile demeanor. Eventually, the trio arrived at the abode of Yasaka Aoyu and Uzumaki Nayuki. Huga Gaku activated his Byakugan, the veins at his temples protruding. Utilizing the piercing vision granted by his Byakugan, he confirmed that the interior of the room indeed contained two individuals, a man and a woman. Upon closer observation, he noted that the chakra emanating from the woman seemed to flicker like flames, leaving him utterly astonished at its magnitude. Shifting his gaze to the man, he was perplexed to find that he possessed no trace of chakra whatsoever, his body devoid of any flow, resembling an ordinary person. Huga Gaku remarked, "How audacious of an ordinary person to dare steal the Byakugan." Meanwhile, elsewhere in Konoha, Huga Hizashi returned home after dinner with his wife, Huga Mihue. He prepared a modest gift and set off to the residence of Sarutobi Hiruzen to discuss matters concerning the Byakugan. After all, it was only reasonable to visit the Hokage's home at such a late hour, for even the leader must return home to rest after a long day. It is preferable to discuss the matter of the Byakugan privately. Large meetings for trivial matters and small meetings for significant issues has become a tradition. As the head of the Huga clan, Huga Hizashi is well aware of the intricacies involved. Before long, he arrived at the residence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the esteemed Hokage of the village. His abode was quite luxurious, resembling a modern two-story villa. Upon reaching the entrance, Huga Hizashi knocked on the door, and soon the sound of footsteps approached. With a creak, the grand door swung open, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, Sarutobi Biwako. The two were familiar with each other. Biwako stepped aside and inquired, "Hizashi, what brings you here at this late hour?" "Please, come in." Huga Hizashi, demonstrating great politeness, bowed and replied, "I apologize for the late visit." Shortly thereafter, he met with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and their conversation meandered through various topics until Hiruzen discerned the purpose of Hizashi's visit. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. "Hizashi, the individual known as Uzumaki-yu, is a distinguished guest from the ancient kingdom of Lulon. They have come to aid us on the battlefield of the Land of Fire, and their arrival was sanctioned by the daimyo. As for his unique eyes, I have taken note, but I refrained from inquiring initially. After all, we are not well acquainted with them, and given their recent arrival in Konohagakure, it would not be prudent to broach the subject of the Byakugan directly. They are distinguished guests." He emphasized the term. "I am uncertain of their previous identities, but they certainly belong to the royal lineage of Lulon. It is imperative that no incidents occur within the village. Do you understand what I mean, Hizashi?" Huga Hizashi nodded in agreement. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I comprehend your intent." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and reassured him. "However, there is no need for undue concern. This matter is manageable, though it may require some time." He spoke with the cunning of a seasoned fox. If anything were to transpire on the battlefield, it would not be unexpected, would it? "Hizashi?" Upon hearing this, Huga Hizashi's eyes widened in realization of Hiruzen's implication. Just as the two clan leaders were engaged in their amiable discourse, a sudden loud bang shattered the tranquility of the night. The resounding noise prompted the villagers to ignite their dim oil lamps, while some children, startled by the commotion, began to weep. The patrolling ninja dogs barked furiously, evidently frightened by the disturbance. The cacophony of barking mingled with the cries of children, creating a lively atmosphere in the night. Moreover, the Umbu began to mobilize, heading towards the source of the deafening noise. As clan leaders with considerable strength, both men were acutely aware of the unfolding situation. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, as an Umbu member swiftly arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence. As the Umbu ninja prepared to report the situation, he caught sight of Hinata Hizashi, leaving him somewhat flustered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon noticing the arrival of the Umbu to deliver news, sensed an unspoken gravity in the air and promptly urged, "Speak swiftly." "Yes, Lord Hokage. The two individuals from the ancient kingdom of Lulon have been attacked. 3 members of the Huga clan have already been slain by him. He is now advancing towards the clan's territory. We have dispatched Umbu to intercept him, but we seek your guidance on how to proceed." The intelligence relayed by the Umbu was succinct yet laden with critical implications. The cascade of distressing news caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow to furrow, as if the losses were not those of the Huga clan, but rather his own Sarutobi lineage. Meanwhile, standing beside Hiruzen, Hinata Hisashi's complexion turned pale, as he grasped the concealed implications behind the Umbu's words. Chapter 44. Night Raid. Hinata Gaku traversed the tranquil corridor. Arriving at the entrance of the room where Otsutsuki-yu resided, he commanded the two members of the branch family, "You two wait outside. Do not allow anyone to enter." With that, he boldly opened the door, stepping into the room. As soon as the door creaked open, Otsutsuki-yu reclined upon the tatami mat, sensed the intrusion. He sat up silently, fixating his gaze upon Hinata Gaku's actions. The moment the door swung wide, their eyes met, an unspoken tension enveloping the air. Hinata Gaku, oblivious to Yu's awakening, was instead captivated by the purity of his eyes, as white as the Byakugan itself. With a tone laced in disdain, Hinata Gaku declared, "How dare you steal the Byakugan of the Hinata clan? You have chosen the path to your demise." Without hesitation, he lunged forward, drawing a kunai to thrust at Otsutsuki-yu, anticipating an easy victory over one who lay defenseless. After all, he had previously utilized his Byakugan to ascertain that Yu bore no chakra, instilling a false sense of security. A sickening sound pierced the dimly lit room as flesh was punctured. The sudden turn of events startled all present. Just as Hinata Gaku unsheathed the kunai, Otsutsuki-yu had vanished from the tatami mat, reappearing directly in the path of Hinata Gaku's reckless advance. In an instant, Gaku found his chest impaled by Yu's fist. Crimson blood cascaded onto the wooden floor as Hinata Gaku gazed in terror at Otsutsuki-yu, disbelief etched upon his face. Yu, unfazed, withdrew his fist with a deliberate calmness. A sickening sound followed as Hinata Gaku began to cough up blood, desperately shouting, "Do you know who I am? How dare you attempt to kill me? You cannot do this. The Hinata clan will never allow." Before he could finish, Otsutsuki-yu unleashed a powerful kick, sending Hinata Gaku crashing out of the room like a discarded rag doll. Puzzled, Yu remarked, "Who is the fool making such a racket at this hour?" The commotion instantly attracted the attention of the two branch family members stationed outside. Without regard for the potential exposure of their mission, they rushed into the room, only to be met with the sight of a massive hole in the wall. Blood pooled on the floor, and the stranger with the Byakugan stood unscathed before them, while the one who had just been flung out was undoubtedly Hinata Gaku. Recognizing the dire situation, the two branch members wasted no time and charged at Otsutsuki-yu. Shouting in unison, 8 trigrams, 24 palms. They sprinted forward, eager to engage him in close combat. Two figures sprinted with remarkable speed, intent on subduing Yuzaka-Aru through sheer physical prowess. However, just as the two members of the Huga clan approached him, 2 resounding thuds echoed, and they were sent flying backward. They hurtled away with a velocity surpassing that with which they had arrived, seemingly doomed to their fate. Moments ago, they had swiftly closed in on Yuzaka-Aru, yet his martial skills were far beyond what the Huga members could counter with their Byakugan techniques. As they prepared to strike, he deftly unleashed 2 whip-like kicks, each landing on one of them, sending them crashing out of the room in a manner akin to the previous Huga member. This tremendous commotion stirred a considerable uproar within the village. When Yuzaka-Aru first regained consciousness, Uzumaki Naizen had already sensed something amiss, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. However, the events unfolded so rapidly that all she could do was observe as Yuzaka engaged in combat. Several Umbu operatives also took notice of the situation, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously instructed them to monitor the pair. Thus, upon hearing the commotion, the Umbu swiftly arrived to discern the cause. Ninjas clad in distinctive masks swiftly gathered to assess the scene, only to find 3 figures, adorned in Huga clan attire, sprawled across the main street. Umbu members quickly moved to examine the injured, discovering one individual with a gaping wound in his chest, the spine grotesquely protruding from his back, a clear indication of immense impact. The sight of vertebrae piercing through flesh was so gruesome that even the seasoned Umbu ninjas were taken aback. Other Umbu operatives examined the 2 recently ejected Huga branch members, finding their conditions eerily similar to that of the Huga main family member. Both had been ruthlessly kicked in half, their bodies reduced to a grotesque mass, bones shattered, and rendered lifeless upon the ground. It was evident that all 3 were beyond. As Yuzaka-Aru and Uzumaki Naizen exited the room, they encountered the Umbu ninjas who had arrived to investigate. Naizen remarked, "Oh dear, this situation has escalated." Yuzaka-Aru shrugged nonchalantly in response. "Who would have thought a fool would come before me at this hour, babbling about Byakugan and theft?" Naizen, unfazed, quipped. Did he accuse you of stealing their Byakugan? It was clear that Naizen understood the essence of the matter, her jest aimed at lightening the mood. Yuzaka Aru, appearing somewhat exasperated, retorted. What would I gain from plucking out their eyes? Naizen laughed playfully. They probably mistook your eyes for their precious Byakugan. She was keenly aware that since Yuzaka Aru absorbed the dragon vein, his appearance had undergone notable changes, most distinctly in his eyes and complexion. The swirling milk fragrance naturally understood that his eyes were not originally white, but rather a feral shade of green reminiscent of a hungry wolf. At times, the swirling milk fragrance felt a twinge of jealousy towards Yusakayu, especially considering his current complexion was that of exquisite porcelain. With a tone of seriousness, the swirling milk fragrance addressed the matter at hand, stating that if he were to strike and eliminate the members of the Huga clan, the situation would become rather complicated. Although her words bore the weight of gravity, she appeared unfazed by the potential consequences. Yusakayu, on the other hand, maintained an expression of indifference, as if discussing an affair that did not concern him. If it was troublesome, then perhaps it should not be done at all. If not, then the entirety of the Huga clan could be annihilated. Even as Yusakayu uttered such chilling sentiments, the swirling milk fragrance remained unmoved. After all, she would always support Yusakayu's actions, just as he had supported her in coming to the aid of the Land of Fire. Even if it meant the destruction of the unrelated Huga clan, the swirling milk fragrance would stand by Yusakayu's side. Several Umbu ninjas recognized the two as Yusakayu and the swirling milk fragrance, who had been ordered by Sarutobi Hizashi to be monitored. They had just overheard the entire sequence of events, and upon hearing the two intend to eradicate the Huga clan, the Umbu members were left in stunned silence. The duo strode forward boldly, completely disregarding the presence of the Umbu. They headed straight towards the territory of the Huga clan. The Umbu ninjas, unconcerned about the three cold corpses of the Huga clan lying on the ground, rose to intercept their advance. One member, seemingly the captain of the Umbu, spoke up, urging them to remain calm, insisting there must be some misunderstanding and that they should wait for the Hokage to arrive to handle the matter. As this brief delay unfolded, elite ninjas from various clans began to converge on the scene. The buildings of Konoha were overshadowed by the Uchiha clan, each member activating their blood-red Sharingan. Furthermore, Akimichi Danzu, leading the unique ninjas of the Akimichi clan, encircled the area, sealing it off completely. With the Akimichi clan present, it was only natural that the renowned Nara and Yamanaka clans would also arrive, given that an incident had occurred on Akimichi territory. As Akimichi Danzu entered the encirclement to assess the situation, he quickly noticed the three corpses of the Huga clan. His pupils constricted, realizing that trouble had indeed arisen. Chapter 45. The farce comes to an end ultimately. It was Akimichi Dingswa who stepped forward and addressed the surrounding ninjas, urging them not to engage. As these two individuals held significant identities, Yusaka Aru and his companion completely disregarded the crowd, advancing steadily. The various clans of ninjas, reluctant to act against Akimichi Dingswa's words, found themselves retreating step by step. At last, one ninja could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "What are you pretending for? Just two people acting so arrogantly, let us all take them on." Upon hearing this, the crowd tightened their grips on their kunai, the air thick with tension, ready to erupt. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate further, as Sarutobi Hizashi and Huga Hizashi, two esteemed figures, arrived, interrupting the ninjas' poised actions. Sarutobi Hizashi was the first to speak, commanding everyone to cease their movements. Nearby, another ninja echoed his sentiment, proclaiming, "The Hokage has arrived. It is the third Hokage." Feeling flattered by this praise, Sarutobi Hizashi pushed through the throng and approached the two individuals. Huga Hizashi followed closely behind, reaching the epicenter of the commotion. Upon seeing Yusaka Aru's visage, he was taken aback. Those white eyes were undeniably the Byakugan. His astonishment only deepened as he beheld the three lifeless bodies nearby. Huga Hizashi hurriedly advanced to inspect the corpses, turning over the last one, which bore a grievous wound to its chest. As he positioned the body correctly, recognizing its features, he gasped in horror, exclaiming, "What? How could this happen?" He uttered the name of the deceased, Huga Gakyu. With veins bulging in his eyes, Huga Hizashi prepared to retaliate. The atmosphere once again growing tense. Sarutobi Hizashi interjected, his voice firm, "I have said enough. This farce must end." His authoritative command had the desired effect, as no one dared to defy his words. Huga Hizashi suppressed his emotions, closing his Byakugan, and the assembled ninjas likewise halted their aggressive posturing. Stepping forward, Sarutobi Hizashi inquired of the two, "Why have you chosen to slay the ninjas of my village? Are you spies sent from another nation? Like a cunning old fox. He assumed guilt without discernment, readily attributing all blame to the two. Yusaka Aru stepped forward to meet Saratobi Hizashi's gaze, unperturbed by notions of right and wrongs. As he had no time to waste on such trivialities, these individuals did not merit his consideration, and he was prepared to eliminate them all. At that moment, Uzumaki Naika, standing behind him, grasped his hand, shaking her head as she stepped forward to shield Yusaka Aru. Uzumaki Naika did not directly respond to Saratobi Hizashi's inquiry. Instead, she proudly revealed her identity, addressing him. I am the younger sister of the queen of the ancient Lulon kingdom, as she produced a jade seal from the Lulon kingdom. Having spent nearly a decade with the Lulon queen, their bond had grown as close as that of sisters. The crowd was taken aback by Uzumaki Naika's revelation. Yet even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Immediately, Uzumaki Milk Fragrance spoke again, introducing herself as the aunt of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, declaring, I am Uzumaki Milk Fragrance. She then produced the special decree from the daimyo for all present to see. Upon hearing this startling revelation, Saratobi Hiruzen was visibly taken aback. Wait a moment, he exclaimed in astonishment. You are of the Uzumaki clan. At this juncture, Saratobi Hiruzen noticed her striking crimson hair, and contextually realized that she was indeed an orphan of the Uzumaki lineage. It was no wonder he had only now come to this realization at first. His attention had been captivated by Yuzuka-Yu's unique white eyes, as the shinobi world was replete with a myriad of hair colors, yet red, white, and green were particularly common. In Konoha, the eyes were far more notable. Uzumaki Milk Fragrance then solemnly stated, I share a distant kinship with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, hence my arduous journey from the ancient country of Lulon to assist you in Konoha. However, what have you done? You, Konoha, secretly dispatched 3 ninja to assassinate us. Is this your way of hospitality? Upon hearing such explosive claims, the surrounding ninjas began to murmur amongst themselves. Saratobi Hiruzen, drenched in sweat, realized the gravity of the situation, though he held the position of village leader. The stature of the daimyo far surpassed his own, for the ceremony of the Hokage's ascension required the daimyo's approval. As for the veracity of her words, Saratobi Hiruzen had no doubts. Her identity as an Uzumaki alone indicated she had no motive to deceive. After all, the Uzumaki clan was distantly related to the Senju clan, from which the daimyo of the Land of Fire originally descended. Thus, her claim of being the daimyo's aunt was entirely plausible. It was no wonder that Yuzuka-Yu and Uzumaki Milk Fragrance had been so warmly received by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. They had been misled into believing the two were celestial beings sent to assist Konoha, when in fact, they shared familial ties. Without further contemplation, Saratobi Hiruzen commanded the surrounding crowd to disperse. Continuing the discussion would lead to serious complications, touching upon various sensitive issues. The assassination of esteemed guests from the ancient country of Lulon in Konoha was already troubling. But the matter's connection to someone of such high status as the daimyo could potentially jeopardize his position as Hokage, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. Soon, only Saratobi Hiruzen, Huga Hizashi, Yuzuka-Yu, and Uzumaki Milk Fragrance remained, even though Huga Hizashi was aware of their esteemed identities. He had no intention of letting the matter slide. Uzumaki Milk Fragrance spoke up, it is your failure to manage your own kin. We have yet to seek retribution from you, so what do you intend to achieve by staying here? Huga Hizashi clenched his fists, veins protruding, and gritted his teeth, responding, Yet it is still my kin who perished, while you two have suffered no losses. Evidently, Hinata Hizashi sought an explanation from the two, while Saratobi Hiruzen refrained from intervening. Uzumaki Naokai, unabashed, retrieved a sealing scroll and, with a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke dispersed, revealing an array of 20 to 30 gold bars laid out on the ground. This astonishing spectacle left both Saratobi Hiruzen and Hinata Hizashi wide-eyed, their gazes fixated on the gleaming gold. With an air of nonchalance, Uzumaki Naokai declared, Consider these gold bars as compensation for the lives lost. I trust there will be no objections from you. Before Hizashi could voice his agreement, Saratobi Hiruzen swiftly stepped forward, collecting all the gold with such swiftness that the others barely had time to react. Uzumaki Naokai, seemingly indifferent, remarked, Since you have accepted the gold, let us consider this matter resolved. While the three were engaged in this discussion, what was Yuzuka-Yu doing? He was diligently using a sealing scroll to gather the remains of the 3 disfigured corpses before him. The noise attracted the attention of Saratobi Hiruzen and Hinata Hizashi, who turned their gazes toward Yuzuka-Yu, noticing his actions. Hizashi, visibly anxious, exclaimed, What are you doing? These are the remains of our Huga clan members. How could we possibly hand them over to you? Uzumaki Naokai clapped her hands to capture their attention and produced another scroll, which with a loud pop, conjured more than 20 gold bars. She addressed Hisashi. Surely, you have no objections to this? This time, Hisashi acted with remarkable alacrity, promptly gathering the gold bars that were about to fall to the ground and cradling them in his arms. Uzumaki Naokai, stretching and yawning, stated, "All right, it's late. Time to rest." She then took Yuzaki by the hand and led him back to the accommodations prepared by the Akimichi clan, a new room, of course. As she departed, she called out loudly, "Hokage, this matter is concluded. From now on, it would be prudent for you to remain compliant. Otherwise, the next situation may not be so easily resolved." With that, the two left, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hinata Hisashi alone, creating an awkward atmosphere between the two middle-aged men. They retreated to a quieter location, where Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to speak. He adjusted his hat and questioned, "What is going on with your Huga clan? Hisashi, are you unable to manage your own kin?" Hisashi found himself at a loss for words in response to this inquiry. Sarutobi Hiruzen then shifted his tone, stating, "I reiterate. Within Konoha, you must not act against these two. Their identities are far too significant. However, I will send them to the battlefield, and whatever transpires thereafter shall not concern me." Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Hisashi refrained from further argument, instead voicing his concern, "But Hokage-sama, what shall we do with the remains of our clan members? After all, they are deceased, members of our esteemed family." Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a heavy heart, reluctantly withdrew 5 gold bars and handed them to Huga Hisashi. He spoke earnestly, "Hisashi, some matters necessitate sacrifice. In this world, perfection is a rare commodity. As Hokage, I hold the responsibility to safeguard the safety of our villagers." Thus, the two men chose to cease their conversation, and Hisashi hurried back to the Huga clan's estate. He promptly sought out the 3 elders, who had been deeply asleep, roused by Hisashi's call. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. One elder, who had recently lost his grandson, broke the silence. "Hisashi, why have you summoned us?" Without hesitation, Hisashi delivered the grim news, "Your grandson has perished." The elder, still dazed from sleep, was taken aback by this revelation. "What nonsense is this?" he exclaimed. Hisashi then recounted the events of the evening in full detail. With a resounding thud, the elder slammed his hands on the table, declaring, "Such audacity! How dare they murder a member of the Huga clan?" However, the elder did not act impulsively. "Hisashi, has the Hokage provided you with any explanation? Is this matter to be left unresolved?" Hisashi refrained from revealing the compensation they had received, stating instead, "The Hokage has decreed that no unforeseen incidents must occur involving these two in the village. However, he will utilize the pretext of war to dispatch them to the front lines, where anything may transpire." The elder who lost his grandson responded resolutely, "Hisashi, keep a vigilant watch on their movements. I shall personally take to the battlefield to ensure that I claim their heads in vengeance for my grandson." Chapter 46. The defeat of Kushina Uzumaki. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the night. This is the land of bears. Nestled between the land of fire and the land of water, an unremarkable little nation that often transforms into a battlefield whenever wars erupt between great powers. The terrain of the land of bears lies ravaged, resembling a landscape afflicted by calamity, as 3 monstrous beings wreak havoc upon its soil, mercilessly slaughtering each other. Kill. Charge forth, for the sake of the hidden village. The clattering of metal and the cries of the fallen echoed relentlessly across the field. The ninjas of the Mist Village, under the command of their 4th Mizukage, Kizashi Yagura, relentlessly pursued the ninjas of the Leaf Village on this war-torn ground. Within the command post of the Leaf Village, an angry J-Nin slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "Where is the support from our village? These rabid beasts from the Mist Village are truly deranged." Even their Mizukage has joined the fray personally. As the tent was drawn back, a ninja, missing his right arm, rushed in, breathless, and shouted, "It's bad. They have breached our lines, and Lord Kushina can no longer hold them back. We must hasten to her aid." Upon hearing this alarming news, the ninjas in the command room swiftly exited the tent, mobilizing troops to support Uzumaki Kushina. Among them, a man with sunglasses, Shibi Aburame of the Aburame clan, was the first to speak. "I will proceed to provide assistance." With that, Shibi vanished in a flicker. A blood-red figure flickered across the battlefield, emanating a continuous flow of crimson chakra fibers. This was Kushina Izumaki, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Behind her, 7 magnificent tails unfurled, while she clashed violently with Yutaka, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails from the Mist Village. Yutaka radiated a formidable presence, his chakra fibers dark blue, and he manifested Six Tails as his chakra enveloped him. The two Jinchuriki collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves rippling through the land, creating deep craters wherever they battled. Worse still, amidst their fierce engagement, Kazashi Yagura, the Three Tails Jinchuriki, was circumventing Kushina, mercilessly slaughtering Leaf Ninjas. The Leaf Ninjas stood no chance against him. Any who ventured too close were swiftly dispatched. This was due to the fact that he, too, was a Jinchuriki. The anguished cries of fallen comrades eventually drew the attention of Kushina, now transformed into the Nine Tails. As she and Yutaka clashed, she deftly maneuvered behind Yagura, extending her blood-red claws in a bid for a surprise attack. With a thunderous boom, a figure identical to Kushina appeared from above, mimicking her every move, but this time, the target of the attack was none other than Kushina herself. With a resounding crash, Kushina plummeted from the sky, the tremendous force of the impact generating a sonic boom in the air. The current situation for Uzumaki Kushina is rather dire. Keiki Yagura, utilizing the technique of the water mirror, executed a surprise attack that struck Kushina squarely on the head, leaving her in a state of disorientation. Fortunately, her body is shielded by the immense chakra of the Nine Tails. Otherwise, a blow of such magnitude would have likely proven fatal for an ordinary ninja. The sound of slicing air echoed around her as the Six Tails, Yagura, and the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Keiki Yagura, along with Kushina's own shadow clone, surrounded her at the center of the battlefield. It is no wonder that the situation in the Land of Lightning's battlefield is so grim. The disparity in combat power is stark. A 1-against-3 scenario, especially with all being Jinchuriki, even the formidable Kushina finds herself struggling to endure. Moreover, she dares not unleash the full force of the Nine Tails, for doing so could result in her own demise before her enemies are vanquished. As she risks the possibility of the Nine Tails breaking free from its seal, a monstrous roar reverberated throughout the battlefield as Uzumaki Kushina transformed into a fearsome beast, engaging in a fierce struggle against her three monstrous adversaries. The situation worsened as she was forced to stagger backward, the battle inching ever closer to the borders of the Land of Fire. Realizing that retreat was no longer an option, as it would jeopardize the command post, the seven-tailed red fox let out a furious roar, completely losing its rationality and abandoning any form of defense. The Six Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. In a swift motion, Kushina seized Yagura by the throat with one hand, while furiously striking him down with the other, pinning him to the ground. Seizing the moment, Keiki Yagura and Kushina's shadow clone launched a frenzied assault on her back, resulting in visible wounds and contusions on her body. However, they managed to delay their advance, ultimately preventing them from breaching the command post. Suddenly, a colossal fire dragon, exhaling massive fireballs, charged towards the fourth Mizukage, Keiki Yagura, displaying remarkable agility. He evaded the attack with a swift body flicker, causing a tremendous explosion that sent dust soaring into the air. The ensuing chaos was accompanied by a buzzing sound, reminiscent of bees flapping their wings, as a swarm of dark insects descended upon the three Jinchuriki to feast upon their chakra. Yet, this was not the end. A steady stream of Leaf Village ninjas began to converge upon the scene, sensing the precariousness of the situation. The fourth Mizukage ceased his assault on Kushina, taking stock of his surroundings. Despite being surrounded by numerous ninjas, Keiki Yagura remained unperturbed. He swiftly lifted the unconscious Yagura and, with a few agile leaps, departed from the scene, leaving only the unconscious Uzumaki Kushina behind. Although Keiki Yagura retreated, the ninjas of the Leaf Village did not dare to pursue, instead opting to quietly withdraw. As for the water mirror clone, it transformed into a massive liquid and sank into the ground, vanishing without a trace. The Leaf Village Jonin gazed upon the unconscious form of Uzumaki Kushina and called out loudly, "Medical ninja, hurry, come quickly." The crowd swiftly approached, carrying Uzumaki Kushina into the medical room, where a group of medical ninjas began to employ their healing techniques to tend to her grievous injuries. Within the hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage building, engaged in discussion with two advisors regarding the turmoil caused by Yasaka Ari and Uzumaki Naoko the previous night. Chapter 47. Journey to the Land of Bears. In a fleeting moment, Tinari Kamachi was the first to voice her doubts to Sarutobi Hizashi, questioning the presence of two individuals who were supposed to provide support. What was amiss? Why had they caused such a commotion in the village? Mito Minen echoed her sentiments. remarking that it was indeed troubling, particularly since the Huga clan had sustained injuries in the incident. Sarutobi Hizashi, puffing on his pipe, replied, I have already conferred with the Huga clan regarding this matter. The individual's identity is rather sensitive, making it challenging for us to address, and the Huga clan has. Before Hizashi could complete his thoughts, a series of urgent knocks interrupted him. An AMBU member hurriedly burst into the Hokage's conference room, rushing towards Sarutobi Hizashi. Upon opening the intelligence scroll presented by the ANBU, Hizashi's pupils widened in shock. Without hesitation, he commanded the ANBU to swiftly assemble the Sarutobi clan. He then turned to Tea Narikamachi, instructing her to contact Uchiha Fugaku immediately, for the Land of Bears was on the verge of collapse. Threatening to breach the borders of the Land of Fire, Mito Menon seized the intelligence scroll, his shock rendering him speechless as he absorbed its contents. Hizashi waved his hand. Summoning another ANBU operative, he instructed this individual to locate the two ninjas from the ancient country of Lulon who had come to assist. Meanwhile, Yasaka Y and Uzumaki Nais had awoken early and were now savoring the unique flavors of Konoha at a local ramen shop, prominently adorned with the characters Ichiraku Ramen. Surrounding them were neatly arranged empty bowls, and to the astonishment of onlookers, the chef, known for his handmade noodles, continued to serve steaming bowls of ramen. A crowd of Konoha villagers had gathered outside to witness the duo's eating prowess, yet they remained oblivious to the spectators, engrossed in their meal. Ultimately, their contest concluded with Yasaka Y's defeat, prompting Uzumaki Nais to beam with joy as she exclaimed, Boss, another bowl, please. Among the onlookers, a young Uchiha boy, donning goggles, turned to a white-haired child and said, Kakashi, look at how much they can eat. Kakashi, with a disdainful expression, retorted, such politeness you possess when speaking of others. Ignoring the noisy child beside him, Kakashi focused intently on the vibrant red hair of the competitors, his remaining eye deep in thought. The boy named Obito nudged Kakashi, exclaiming, What's the matter? I was just. A girl named Rin gently grasped Obito's hand, advising him to refrain from provoking Kakashi, who had just returned from the hospital. Releasing his grip on Kakashi, Obito huffed, Fine, I'll let you off the hook this time, Kakashi. Are you hungry after watching for so long? I can treat you this once, so you'd better be grateful. Without further ado, Obito took hold of Kakashi and Rin's hands, leading them toward the ramen shop. As the three were about to enter the ramen shop, a member of the Umbu suddenly approached them, directly addressing the seated Yusaka and the Vortex of milk aroma, saying, Esteemed guests, Lord Hokage requests your presence. Please follow me. Yusaka rose from his seat, casually producing 1,200 ryo to settle the bill before departing. The Vortex of milk aroma, noticing the Umbu's arrival, ceased her slurping of noodles and stood up in unison. Thus, the trio exited the ramen shop, but before leaving, Yusaka cast a glance into the crowd, spotting a young member of the Huga clan who had been observing him intently from the very beginning. However, Yusaka chose to disregard this and walked away without further ado. Kakashi, following Yusaka's gaze, looked into the throng and recognized that the target of his attention was Huga Niji. Kakashi noted Niji's unwavering gaze upon the two, observing a hint of envy flickering in Niji's eyes as he stared at Yusaka. With his head bowed, Kakashi pondered deeply, contemplating various matters. Yusaka and his companion followed the Umbu to the Hokage building, where they found Sarutobi Hiruzen seated upon the Hokage's throne, leisurely smoking a pipe while awaiting their arrival. Before long, the once empty Hokage building was filled with numerous renowned ninjas, including members from both the Sarutobi and Uchiha clans. All gathered there, they awaited the Hokage's address. Once the assembly was complete, Sarutobi Hiruzen wasted no time and began recounting the events of the previous night. Although the audience anticipated significant news, the revelation of the fall of the Land of Bears left them in shock. Sensing the tension among the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured them, saying, Do not be alarmed. For the moment, the flames of war have not yet spread to the Land of Fire. If we provide timely assistance, with Kushina Uzumaki present, the battlefield shall not deteriorate further. He then introduced Yusaka and his companion. While the assembly acknowledged their presence, no one stepped forward to greet them. Despite having learned of their identities the previous night, the atmosphere discouraged any proactive conversation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, addressing the assembly of ninjas, proclaimed the two as special ninjas from the ancient kingdom of Lulon, come to aid the Land of Fire, emphasizing the word aid with great weight. He proceeded to relay the intelligence received last night concerning the current situation in the Land of Bears, including the nocturnal assault by the tailed beast Jinchuriki, ensuring that everyone grasped the complexities of the battlefield. When the vortex of milk aroma received the intelligence scroll and noticed the words indicating that Kushina Uzumaki was gravely injured, her pupils dilated in shock. Observing that Otosaka and his companion had comprehended the gravity of the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned sincerity, saying, "Young friends, our battlefield in the land of fire now requires urgent assistance. Might you be willing to lend your aid to our front lines?" Otosaka, yet to respond, remained contemplative. Vortex Neiku, seemingly oblivious to the words inscribed on the scroll regarding the severe injuries of Vortex Kushina, spoke in a calm and measured tone, expressing their willingness to support the land of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before he could display a smile, he heard Vortex Neiku shift her stance, stating, "Nonetheless, this time, while we are prepared to assist your front lines, we cannot adhere to all of your directives completely. I require the autonomy to act independently." Upon hearing her demand, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Yet, ultimately, he acquiesced, saying, "Very well." He promptly issued orders to his Sarutobi clan, emphasizing the necessity to delay the advance of the hidden mist village. Simultaneously, he addressed Uchiha Fugaku, who stood nearby, remarking, "Fugaku, the situation on the battlefield is intricate. I will rely on your clan to take the lead." To this, Uchiha Fugaku, rather than expressing any dissent, responded with enthusiasm, "Indeed, we Uchiha shall steadfastly defend our lines." With a smile adorning his weathered face, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, "Excellent. I perceive the indomitable will of fire within Konoha. This spirit is eternal. All sacrifices shall not be in vain, and ultimately, victory in war will belong to us in Konoha. Every sacrifice made now is for a brighter future." After imparting these final words, the group commenced their departure. Once the assembly had vacated the Hokage office, an unexpected visitor arrived, Huga Hisashi, who appeared as the others departed. Observing Hisashi's presence, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "They have already set out, heading towards the battlefield in the land of water." Upon receiving this information from Hiruzen, Hisashi remained silent. As he turned to leave, Hiruzen called out to him, saying in a cryptic manner, "This situation is quite unique. The battlefield in the land of water cannot afford any missteps. Hisashi, there are matters that can be overlooked, but I hope your clan will heed my guidance. After all, the situation in the land of earth has proven somewhat challenging for Jiraiya. Do you understand the implications of my words, Hisashi?" With a respectful bow, Huga Hisashi replied, "I comprehend fully." The two cunning old foxes appeared to have reached an accord, each departing with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 48. The encounter with the spiraling milk fragrance and Uzumaki Kushina. The party journeyed tirelessly day and night, swiftly arriving at the Bear Country. Nestled at the border of the land of fire and the land of water, within the dense forest, a cacophony of footsteps echoed as two distinct groups converged, each maintaining a vigilant demeanor. Ultimately, upon confirming the secret signal, both sides acknowledged their shared allegiance to Konoha, gradually lowering their guard. Leading the contingent from Konoha was Uchiha Fugaku, who engaged in detailed discussions with the awaiting oil woman, Shimi. At the rear of the formation were Yazaka Ayu and Uzumaki Naika, who remained inconspicuous, drawing no attention. However, Naika, employing her Kagura mind's eye, scrutinized the incoming team only to discover a lack of familiar chakra signatures, indicating that no members of the Uzumaki clan were present, and thus, Uzumaki Kushina was absent from the welcoming party. A frown creased Naika's brow. What could be amiss? Was it not stated that the supreme commander here was Uzumaki Kushina? Guided by Shimi, the group entered Konoha's defensive stronghold. Shimi took the lead, presenting the situation at the front lines. Merely listening to his descriptions revealed the dire circumstances Konoha faced. Ayu observed that most of the tents surrounding them were in disarray, while the few intact ones faintly echoed with cries of anguish, clearly designated for the wounded. The two individuals at the back of the procession continued to survey their surroundings. Yet their expressions were markedly different. Ayu exhibited an indifferent attitude. Even in this unfamiliar battlefield, he approached it as one would a leisurely outing, scrutinizing everything around him. Conversely, Naika persistently searched for her Uzumaki kin and the whereabouts of Kushina. Her incessant glances revealed her struggle to locate her clan members. Throughout the journey, while Shimi elaborated on the various aspects of the camp and conversed with Uchiha Fugaku, he remained acutely aware of the dynamics within the group using his ninja insects. Shimi's keen perception led him to notice Ayu and Naika at the rear, whom he did not recognize, and without the Konoha forehead protectors, he deduced they were not ninjas from the village. However, their presence among the reinforcements suggested a special circumstance. They were certainly not foes, and thus, he refrained from questioning them, diligently fulfilling his duty of informing the group about the camp's status. Moreover, he discerned a shadow of Uzumaki Kushina in the red-haired girl, and the respect exhibited by those around them piqued his curiosity. Once the party became familiar with the camp specifics, Uchiha Fugaku led his clan members to unite with the defending ninjas and proceeded to the periphery of the stronghold for defense. Saratobi's leader, Saratobi Taijutsu, directly began distributing war supplies, attending to the wounded in the camp, and tallying the casualties among the ninjas. As the crowd busied themselves, the only two remaining in the group were the somewhat peculiar duo of Yasaka Aru and Uzumaki Natsuki, who appeared to have little to occupy themselves with. Ultimately, Uzumaki Natsuki, unable to contain her impatience, scratched her head and took Yasaka Aru's hand, leading him to the front of oilwoman Shimi, who had just been explaining the situation at the camp. Upon their arrival, Shimi inquired, "Is there something you need, my dear friends?" Just at that moment, a hurriedly approaching lower ninja from the camp rushed up to Shimi, exclaiming, "Captain Shimi, Lady Uzumaki Kushina has awoken." Upon hearing this news, Shimi disregarded the two newcomers and, without hesitation, followed the lower ninja to Kushina's tent. The two, having heard Kushina's name, naturally followed Shimi into the healing tent as well. Although Shimi noticed their presence, she chose not to comment as they all entered Kushina's tent together. Once inside, they found Kushina seated comfortably in a chair, meticulously arranging various documents. Clearly having been awake for some time, she set aside the reports she was reviewing and turned to Shimi, stating, "We can no longer afford to retreat on the front lines. Support from Konoha is just as Kushina began to speak." She noticed the unfamiliar faces of Yasaka Aru and Uzumaki Natsuki. Upon seeing Natsuki's striking red hair, Kushina's eyes widened in shock, momentarily halting her speech. Kushina was riveted by Natsuki's vibrant locks, and with a sudden motion, she pushed her chair back and stood up. Shimi, keenly aware of Kushina's unusual reaction, subtly shifted her gaze towards Natsuki. Ultimately, it was Kushina who broke the silence, stepping forward with an amiable gesture, extending her left hand. "Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. What is your name?" Natsuki, not wishing to disappoint Kushina's anticipation, extended her right hand in return. Their hands met with a satisfying clap, and with a smile, Natsuki replied, "Hello, I am Uzumaki Natsuki." Shimi thought to herself, as she had anticipated, this red-haired woman is also of the Uzumaki clan. Natsuki then introduced Yasaka Aru and herself to those present, stating that they represented the ancient kingdom of Lulon in their support of the Land of Fire. The two red-haired girls stood side by side, engaging in an untimely yet lively conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings in the midst of a battlefield. As they exchanged stories of their lives, observing their animated discussion, Yasaka Aru quietly exited Kushina's tent. Shimi, displaying her perceptiveness, followed suit, leaving the space for the two girls. As they stepped out of the tent one after the other, Shimi turned to Yasaka Aru and greeted him with a simple, "Hello, my name is Yuyashirway, and I am profoundly grateful to both of you for journeying from afar to assist the Land of Fire." However, Yasaka Aru's strides did not falter. He regarded her greeting as inconsequential, akin to mere air, and proceeded to disregard Yuyashirway's overtures. Without pausing, he advanced towards a charred clearing, retrieving a sealing scroll, and with a resounding thud, summoned a tent. The commotion attracted the attention of numerous ninjas within the encampment, who turned their gazes towards the unfolding scene. A few busy ninjas observed Yasaka Aru's actions, and the Konoha genin began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating on his identity, commenting on the extravagance of utilizing a sealing scroll to conjure a tent, and questioning why he bore no Konoha forehead protector. Despite the fervent discussions surrounding him, Yasaka Aru remained indifferent, choosing to ignore the curious stares and stepping directly into his tent. A handful of ninjas from the Saratobi clan, who had come to offer support, remarked that his status was significant. He was personally dispatched by the Hokage to reinforce the battlefield. Upon hearing the name of the third Hokage, the chatter ceased, and everyone returned to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, within the tent of Uzumaki Kushina, she leaned in closer to Uzumaki Nika, a look of confusion on her face, and whispered, "Why have you come to support the battlefield in the Land of Fire? It is perilous here." Uzumaki Nika was elated by Kushina's concern, as it signified her prioritization of her kin. With a cheerful smile, Nika replied, "I simply wish to see my people." Kushina, feeling heartened by Nika's words, responded, "Thank you for your concern. I am thriving in Konoha." She then continued with genuine care, "How have you fared over these years? Are you adjusting well in the land of Lulon? If you encounter any difficulties, you are welcome to live with me in Konoha." Nika responded, "I am well. The Queen of Lulon treats me kindly, and I have a beloved who cares for me. I am quite happy. Upon hearing this, Kushina's mind conjured the sunny smile of Minato Namikaze. With urgency, she implored, "You see how dangerous it is here. It is fraught with peril. You should leave." Nika shook her head, asserting, "No, we have our own reasons for being here." She withheld the complete truth. Aware that Yasaka Aru was engaged in certain research involving undisclosed secrets. This was the very reason she had taken action previously when Yasaka Aru had eliminated a member of the Huga clan to procure a corpse, subsequently managing the situation by placating the Huga with monetary compensation to keep the incident from escalating. Their purpose for being here mirrored this. It was for clandestine research. Yet Nika would not divulge such matters to Kushina. Nika then expressed, "I have heard that you were injured," and she reached out, grasping Kushina's hands tenderly. A luminous green chakra emanated from her body. Sensing her physical condition, he quickly withdrew his hands. Uzumaki Naoki remarked, "Your health is quite robust, and there are no significant issues." Uzumaki Kushina patted her chest, confidently asserting, "Of course, I am quite formidable." However, she quickly shifted her tone, expressing her concern. "I must admit, I feel somewhat uneasy about your presence here. This place is perilously dangerous, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. I noticed you just performed a medical ninjutsu. Venturing into this location is indeed a grave risk." Uzumaki Kushina continued to express her worry for the safety of Uzumaki Naoki and the others. With a reassuring smile, Uzumaki Naoki waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Fear not. We possess means to protect ourselves." However, her expression soon turned serious as she added, "Yet, there is an unsettling power within you that I find repugnant. Are you concealing some monstrous entity?" Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina momentarily froze, then gently patted Uzumaki Naoki's shoulder, replying, "It's nothing to worry about. I was simply chosen by Konoha as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and I carry a tailed beast sealed within me." Kushina endeavored to convey her words lightly. Yet upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naoki furrowed her brow, her heart brimming with disdain for Konoha, though she masked her feelings well. After years of companionship with the Queen of Lulon, she had learned to conceal her emotions. Uzumaki Naoki responded with a relaxed demeanor, "That is good to hear. Just be mindful of the seal. Ensure the tailed beast does not escape, and there should be no issues." At that moment, Uzumaki Naoki comprehended why Konoha sought members of the Uzumaki clan. When the Uzumaki clan was annihilated, Konoha had offered no assistance. Yet now they were expending great effort to locate the clan's survivors, likely to control the tailed beasts, given that the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were unparalleled in the shinobi world. During the assault on their clan, the members of the Uzumaki clan had prepared well, adeptly hiding within the shinobi realm to evade detection. Uzumaki Kushina's presence in Konoha intensified Naoki's animosity towards the village, her eyes concealing a deep-seated emotion known as hatred. Yet, all of this was skillfully hidden by Uzumaki Naoki. Chapter 49. Uchiha Fugaku vs. Kagaya. Shikuro. The impact of Konoha's support was markedly different. Thanks to this assistance, the offensive momentum of the Land of Water had significantly diminished. With the Uchiha clan conducting reconnaissance on the front lines, the atmosphere among the ninja in the rear encampment was palpably more relaxed compared to before. Devoid of the previous tension, Yasaka, savoring his unique delicacies within his tent, found the only drawback to be the absence of the ever-present Vortex milk aroma, who was currently in the tent of Vortex Kushina. As both hailed from the Vortex clan, they shared an abundance of topics for conversation. Everything here thrived, progressing towards a favorable outcome. The sounds of battle reached the ears of the assembled, clearly indicating an unexpected situation. However, Yasaka remained indifferent, continuing to relish his meal during this moment that belonged solely to him. Regardless of the disturbances, it was his time to enjoy. Uchiha Fugaku led his clan in steadfast defense against the Mist Ninja on the battlefield. In truth, this task was not arduous, for the Uchiha clan possessed innate qualities that surpassed those of ordinary shinobi, thanks to their unique bloodline limit, the Sharingan. This ocular prowess endowed them with extraordinary insight and ninjutsu aptitude. Moreover, once a member of the Uchiha awakened the Sharingan, they attained the strength of a Nin. Yet, in the current circumstances, the capabilities of the Sharingan were rendered ineffective, as they faced foes who transcended conventional limits. The fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Shikuro. Despite his youthful appearance, his power eclipsed that of all present. Many Uchiha clan members encircled him in the heart of the battlefield. However, the situation had taken a peculiar turn. The Uchiha ninjas were gripped by fear, some trembling uncontrollably. With a single strike, Kagaya Shikuro had dispatched dozens of Uchiha clan members. Attack! Do not let him escape. A voice thundered, as one impetuous ninja charged forward to confront the fourth Mizukage. Yet, the very Uchiha who had called the loudest was effortlessly slain. With a mere flick of his iron hook, Kagaya Shikuro pierced the chest of the charging Uchiha, flinging the lifeless body aside. Witnessing the slaughter of his kin, Uchiha Fugaku maintained his composure, commanding everyone to halt their advance and to slowly retreat, urging them to report to Kushina for reinforcements. Once he issued this order, he vanished in a flash, appearing before Kagaya Shikuro. Employing the Uchiha-style sword technique, he struck fiercely at Kagaya Shikuro, yet the latter merely activated his tail beast transformation to effortlessly block the blow. Their gazes locked, and Uchiha Fugaku swiftly summoned the legendary Sharingan, unleashing its formidable Genjutsu with unparalleled mastery. The blood-red radiance of the three Tomo shone from Uchiha Fugaku's eyes as he fixated intently on Kagaya Shikuro. Uchiha Fugaku unleashed a Genjutsu, infiltrating the mind of the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Shikuro. Within the realm of the illusion, a cascade of scarlet blood fell from the heavens, engulfing Kagaya Shikuro. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Only a moment passed before a tumultuous disruption surged through his chakra, shattering the illusion that clouded his mind. Thus, only the two remained upon the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity amidst the Genjutsu's distraction, Uchiha Fugaku had successfully orchestrated the retreat of his clan members, leaving only the two of them in the fray. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku deftly retreated, his hands swiftly forming seals for the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The fire technique he employed was notably unique, as 4 Fire Dragon Flame bullets intertwined and erupted forth, aimed directly at Kagaya Shikuro's face. However, it proved ineffective. Kagaya Shikuro astonishingly executed the same ninjutsu he had employed against Uzumaki Kushina without the need for hand seals. The water mirror technique. The identical technique, the same ninjutsu. And even the likeness of Uchiha Fugaku materialized, engaging in a fierce confrontation with him. This was indeed the water mirror technique. Chapter 50. A fleeting kaleidoscope, 8 fire dragon projectiles collided midair, unleashing a tremendous explosion that reverberated across the battlefield. The defenses of Konoha were affected by the shockwave, prompting the vigilant ninjas to abandon their midday meals and assemble in an orderly fashion. Armed and ready, they prepared to confront the adversaries from the hidden mist village. Amidst the chaos, Yasaka Aru remained oblivious to the turmoil outside, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. He continued to savor his delicious meal within his tent. Meanwhile, Uchiha ninjas swiftly infiltrated the camp, making a beeline for Kushina Uzumaki's tent. However, before they could approach, they were intercepted by a member of the Sarutobi clan, who stated firmly, "You may wait here. I am already aware of the mist's assault and have informed Lady Kushina." The Uchiha ninja attempted to articulate further, mumbling, "But we have." Yet, before he could finish, the tent was unzipped, revealing Kushina Uzumaki and her companion, Uzumaki Naika. Noticing the Uchiha, Kushina reassured him, "I am aware of the situation. Rest assured, I will head to the front lines to support Uchiha Fugaku. We shall proceed as planned." Relieved, the Uchiha ninja quietly stepped back. Kushina then turned to Naika and advised, "You must not venture to the front. It is too perilous. Remain here in the rear." Naika, exhibiting no inclination to follow her, replied with a calm demeanor, "I understand. I will stay back dutifully." With this confirmation, Kushina breathed a sigh of relief, donned her ninja green vest, and hurried toward the front lines. Naika, alarmed by the sight, rushed forward to grasp Kushina's hands. Incredulous, "You intend to face the battlefield alone?" With a serious expression, Naika implored, "You have already acknowledged the dangers. Why would you charge into the fray alone?" Kushina shook her head, resolute. "You cannot hold me back any longer. I must assist at the front. Do not worry, I will be fine. You all should remain here." With that, she hastily made her way to support Uchiha Fugaku, who was struggling against the fierce onslaught of Kirigane Yuzuru. Dodging an attack from the water mirror clone, Fugaku found himself exposed as Kirigane seized the opportunity to unleash a more ferocious strike. Empowered by the chakra of the tailed beast, Kirigane's strength surpassed that of ordinary men. His youthful frame erupted with the velocity of a cannonball, creating a crater in the earth upon landing, the recoil amplifying his remarkable speed. Uchiha Fugaku noticed the sudden assault by Kurama Yagura. However, it was too swift for him to react effectively. He could only precariously shift his position. Yet he was still met with a violent impact. A resounding thud echoed as a heavy object struck him, and he could faintly hear the sound of bones fracturing. Uchiha Fugaku let out a muffled groan before being forcefully kicked away by Kurama Yagura. This blow clearly left him in considerable discomfort, as Kurama Yagura had struck him brutally at the lower back. With a gasp, Uchiha Fugaku expelled a mouthful of crimson blood. Seizing the opportunity, Kurama Yagura advanced rapidly, wielding a metal hook that sliced downwards towards Uchiha Fugaku, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Fortunately, at that moment, Uzumaki Kushina arrived to provide support. The clash of metal resonating across the battlefield as she deftly blocked the ferocious attack with her kunai, granting Uchiha Fugaku a moment to breathe. With a powerful punch, Uzumaki Kushina forced Kurama Yagura to retreat, swiftly appearing beside Uchiha Fugaku and inquiring, "Fugaku, how are you?" Taking advantage of Kushina's strength, Kurama Yagura withdrew to a distance, separating himself from the duo. Uchiha Fugaku gradually stood, wiping the blood from his mouth as he replied, "I'm fine. It's not too serious." Yet, in truth, he pressed his right hand against his lower back, and only he knew the extent of the injury. Uzumaki Kushina sighed in relief and asked, "That's good. Can you still fight?" Uchiha Fugaku nodded affirmatively in response. Then, Uzumaki Kushina cautioned him, "Be careful. At this time in the past, the host of the Six Tails would appear. Yutaka is surely lying in wait as well. Prepare." Before she could finish her warning, a swirling white mist enveloped them. This was not the worst of it. With a menacing hum, a black-red-tailed beast bomb surged forth from the shadows. The sudden onset of mist, followed closely by the tailed beast bomb's assault, caught both of them off guard. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes swiftly transformed into slitted pupils, her form enveloped in crimson chakra fibers as she entered her tailed beast transformation. The oppressive aura of the tailed beast bomb was overwhelming, and the threat of death loomed heavily around Uchiha Fugaku. The tailed beast bomb expanded in his vision, and the crimson Sharingan spun incessantly, the tomo gradually morphing as the bomb's speed appeared to slow. Ultimately, as the tailed beast bomb approached, the tomo in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes ceased their transformation, evolving into a complex pattern of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Flames ignited around him, and hard rib bones formed a protective barrier. Despite this, the tailed beast bomb struck both individuals. Uzumaki Kushina, having transformed in time, merely got knocked aside, while Uchiha Fugaku bore the full brunt of the impact head-on. A thunderous explosion resonated as Uchiha Fugaku bore the full brunt of the tailed beast bomb. Immediately, a massive crater roughly 100 meters wide manifested on the battlefield. At the bottom of this abyss lay Uchiha Fugaku, blood streaming from his eyes, yet he remained relatively intact, prostrated upon the ground. As the shockwave of the tailed beast bomb subsided, Uchiha Fugaku gasped for air, appearing utterly exhausted as he knelt. His vision began to blur, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, at the rear of the camp, preparations were underway. Shino Aburame led the ninja of Konoha, swiftly uniting with the returning members of the Uchiha clan. They commenced an assault on the distant front lines. A meticulously devised plan was already in place, assigning Kushina Uzumaki to collaborate with Uchiha Fugaku in luring two-tailed beast Jinchuriki. Their objective was to launch a direct attack on the positions of Kirigakure and reclaim the lost ground. The camp was left under the watchful eye of Sarutobi Tijun, who oversaw the injured and defended the encampment. The speed of the ninja's advance was remarkable, as Kushina approached the front lines to confront the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. Konoha's forces simultaneously advanced toward the positions held by Mist. Of course, two individuals remained uninvolved in this operation, Yasaki, who was blissfully enjoying a hot pot in the tent, and Uzumaki Natsuki, who returned from Kushina's tent due to her engagement with the 4th Mizukage. Due to their unique identities, participation in this mission was not mandated, nor were they informed of the unfolding events. Upon entering the tent, Natsuki found Yasaki engrossed in his steaming hot pot. She approached, retrieving chopsticks from her bag, and seamlessly joined him. Yasaki, noticing Natsuki's sudden arrival, merely shifted aside to make space for her. Oblivious to the actions of others in the encampment, the two indulged in their culinary delight. Natsuki, relishing each bite of Konoha's exclusive grilled meat, expressed her enjoyment while inquiring, when do you plan to, however, before Natsuki could finish her sentence. The camp was suddenly besieged. Kill. A cacophony of chaos and uproar pierced the air, reaching the ears of the two. Chapter 51. Ambush and counter-ambush. Vortex milk fragrance paused her meal, swiftly appearing outside the tent. The sight that greeted her was astonishing. A group of elusive mist ninjas had infiltrated their ranks. At the forefront stood a portly figure with brown hair. wielding a peculiar weapon as he relentlessly hacked at the Sarutobi clan members attempting to impede his advance. A leaf ninja shouted anxiously, "Stop him. They are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and that guy is the infamous Kisame Hoshigaki." Upon hearing the name Kisame Hoshigaki, Vortex Milk Fragrance recalled that he was indeed one of the renowned members of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the village hidden in the mist. Realizing that they were facing the most notorious of the 7, she began to survey the battlefield meticulously. It was evident that some of the assailants wielded bizarre weapons. Although their numbers did not seem to amount to 7, the most striking figure was undoubtedly Kisame, whose large stature and unusual weapon made it impossible for him to go unnoticed. Meanwhile, another unfamiliar ninja engaged in combat with a massive executioner's blade, leaving behind the defensive Sarutobi Iron Patrol. However, the situation was dire. After several exchanges, Sarutobi Iron Patrol was already riddled with wounds, his body drenched in crimson, resembling a blood-soaked gourd. Spitting blood, he fixed his gaze fiercely upon the wielder of the executioner's blade, exclaiming in fury, "You scoundrel, how dare you ambush us?" In a fit of rage, Sarutobi Iron Patrol seized a short blade nearby and began to clash with the executioner. His loss of composure stemmed from the grim realization that the front lines of the Land of Bears were utterly compromised. Upon their arrival, Sarutobi Iron Patrol and Uchiha Fugaku had just heard from Oil Girl Shimi about the situation. Learning that the main forces of the Mist Village had always launched assaults led by the 4th Mizukage and the Jinchuriki, never deploying their own ninjas for large-scale warfare. The 4th Mizukage and his subordinate would conduct pinpoint breakthroughs, forcing the Leaf Village to retreat and defend in a protracted struggle. However, today's circumstances had shattered their understanding. Ninjas from the Mist had dispatched the 7 ninja swordsmen to the battlefield. Normally, even if the 7 were to launch an ambush, it would be of little concern due to the robust defenses established, with numerous Leaf ninjas stationed there. But today was different. They had executed a special plan, positioning Vortex Kushina and Uchiha Fugaku to directly engage the 4th Mizukage and his Jinchuriki, while their main forces attempted a surprise attack from the rear. Unexpectedly, at the moment when their defenses were most vulnerable, they were besieged by the 7 ninja swordsmen. With the defenses now compromised, there was no way to withstand the onslaught of the 7. Sarutobi Iron Patrol understood that today, the final bastion of the Land of Bears was likely to fall. The anguished cries of Leaf ninjas echoed around them, indicating that hidden among the crowd, special ninjas continued their relentless ambush. The cries of his comrades captured Sarutobi Iron Police's attention, causing him to momentarily divert his gaze. In that fleeting moment, the wielder of the executioner's blade unleashed a swift series of 3 strikes, and with a sickening sound, the ninja known as Pipa Shirzong cleaved through Sarutobi's chest. Struck with such force, he coughed up a copious amount of blood, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his chest tightly, desperately preventing his innards from spilling forth through the gaping wound. Pipa Shirzong, with a wicked grin revealing his sharp teeth, taunted, "Oh dear, you dare to be distracted while engaging me? How utterly contemptuous of you, boy. Die." With a swift motion, the executioner's blade descended, severing Sarutobi's head from his body. Vortex Milk, witnessing the scene, furrowed her brow and remarked, "What a disgrace, such ineptitude. How can one protect a stronghold in such a manner?" With a sharp clang, Vortex Milk raised her right hand to intercept a sudden ambush. She looked up at the assailant and stated, "Is what you say true? If one lacks strength, they should refrain from embarrassing themselves." Kagari Minatsu, eyes ablaze with hatred, stood before Vortex Milk wielding dual blades, Hishikatsu, in a standoff. The newcomer was none other than Yasaka Aru, a remnant of the Kagaya clan that had previously attempted to annihilate the Mist Village. Kagari Minatsu, inheritor of the Hishikatsu dual blades, held an innate advantage due to her bloodline limit. With the 7 ninja swordsmen reduced by 4 at the hands of Might Guy, the opportunity arose for her to claim the swords. Just moments ago, Kagari Minatsu had attempted a surprise attack, while Vortex Milk was distracted by conversation. Yet the outcome had proven disappointing. With a teasing smile, Vortex Milk remarked, "Strange, why do I sense such intense animosity radiating from your eyes?" Hearing this, Kagari Minatsu lost her composure, and with a clatter of blades, she began to circle around Vortex Milk, launching a flurry of sword dances. However, each attack was deftly parried by Vortex Milk, who remained unscathed by the rapid strikes. Kagari Minatsu, realizing the futility of her assault, leapt back, creating distance between them. Ultimately, she infused her dual blades with Azure Chakra, unleashing a colossal storm of energy that surged towards Vortex Milk with the intent to slice her apart. In a swift leap, Vortex Milk executed the light rock technique, propelling herself into the air with an imperceptible velocity, gracefully evading the fierce onslaught. The clash between the two unfolded in front of Yusaka Aru's dining tent. Initially, their skirmish caused little disturbance, allowing him to savor his meal undisturbed despite the chaos outside. However, the force of Kagari Manatsu's charged attack unleashed a torrent of air that surged directly towards Yusaka Aru's tent. A colossal surge of chakra, intertwined with the razor-like energy of chakra blades, surged towards the tent, uprooting the fragile structure with ease. The tent's framework was swiftly reduced to mere fragments, and the relentless blade-like energy hurtled forward, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Yusaka Aru, who was engrossed in preparing noodles. Despite the ferocity and swiftness of the oncoming force, Yusaka remained fixated on his culinary endeavor, his gaze unwavering. Just as the chakra blades were about to collide with him, he nonchalantly unleashed a palm strike. With a resonating boom reminiscent of an electromagnetic pulse, chaos erupted. A dark mass, akin to a bolt of lightning, shot forth from his palm, unleashing a tremendous reverberation. This black destruction collided with the turbulent chakra blades, which were swiftly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Moreover, the dark energy manifested as spherical lightning, hurtling towards the formidable Oigata Mitsuki. The twin-bladed currents ravaged the tent, while the black energy of destruction annihilated everything in its path. Oigata Mitsuki, witnessing this terrifying onslaught, recognized the futility of resistance. In a swift motion, he transformed into a puddle, flowing seamlessly into the ground as the black lightning narrowly grazed his form, leaving no obstruction in its wake. All of this transpired in an instant, yet it seemed utterly irrelevant to him. He paid no heed to the unfolding chaos around him. Yusaka Aru, meanwhile, continued to savor the delicacies before him. With a delightful slurp, he consumed the tender beef from his bowl, relishing a morsel of the braised brisket, before finally setting down his chopsticks. Only then did he lift his head, surveying the tumultuous scene around him. Rising from his seat, Yusaka prepared to engage with the chaos that had erupted. Chapter 52. The Coward Who Continues to Flee, Forever a Coward. The enchanting aroma of swirling milk wafted through the air as her gaze descended. She was acutely aware that the attack from Akatsuki's full moon could not possibly inflict harm upon him. Yet, the swirling milk, despite her understanding, felt an undeniable tension and glanced towards Yusaka Yu. It was evident how deeply she cared for him, and indeed, her concerns were warranted. Yusaka Yu stood unscathed amidst the remnants of the tent, seemingly unfazed by the chaos surrounding the camp. His eyes lifted to meet hers in a silent exchange. Swirling milk shook off her shoulders, wearing an expression of innocence. She dispelled the weighty rock technique and gracefully descended from the sky, positioning herself beside him. All right. I know you're upset. We've been eating for quite a while. You must be full by now. I've barely had a bite, she teased playfully, attempting to lighten the mood. Unperturbed by the recent battle, Swirling Milk engaged Yusaka Yu in conversation solely about their earlier meal, disregarding the ninjas around them. In the brief interlude of their chatter, she snapped her fingers, and countless chains erupted from behind her, manifesting as the diamond lock technique. The clattering of chains echoed as they ensnared a shadow lunging towards them. The bound figure, draped in bandages, appeared nondescript, even forgettable. However, the weapons in his grasp were anything but ordinary, two spiked daggers. This intruder was none other than Raikage Raya, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and one of the only 3 survivors from the ambush on Might Guy's team. He had been stealthily traversing the tents, attacking Konoha's ninjas, which ultimately diverted Sarutobi's attention and led to a swift demise by a blade strike. Having witnessed the clash between Akatsuki's full moon and Swirling Milk, he had set his sights on this moment. Observing Swirling Milk descending from the sky, engaged in conversation with Yusaka Yu, he concocted a nefarious plan, employing lightning techniques for a rapid assault. However, his approach was thwarted as Swirling Milk summoned the diamond lock with a mere snap of her fingers, binding him tightly. Now, Raikage Raya found himself ensnared in midair, struggling like an insect ensnared in a spider's web. Without a backward glance, Swirling Milk moved towards the spot where Yusaka Yu had just been seated. I'll leave this to you. I'm still hungry and won't be participating, she declared nonchalantly, clearly intent on returning to the tent to enjoy the unfinished hot pot with Yusaka Yu. As she paused, seemingly recalling something, she turned to Yusaka Yu with a note of concern. By the way, if possible, please check on Uzumaki Kushina at the front lines. I'm a bit worried about her. With that, she casually unleashed a dust technique, a white cylindrical beam of light striking unerringly at Raikage Raya, who remained ensnared by the diamond lock. Struck by the dust escape, the black-hued Thundertooth was reduced to mere dust before it could even emit a cry of agony, vanishing from this world entirely. After completing this, the Vortex Milk Aroma turned without a glance back, advancing towards the hot pot, eyes brimming with an insatiable hunger for food. As for the battle, apologies. But that can wait until after the meal. The atmosphere in the entire camp was remarkably peculiar. Moments ago, everyone was shouting and fighting fiercely. Yet, within just a few minutes of the two's appearance, the situation on the battlefield had undergone a dramatic transformation. Now, all had ceased their actions. Whether from the mist-hidden side or the Leaf Village side, everyone paused, their weapons lowered. All eyes converged upon Yasaka Aru. Pipa Jizong gripped his weapon tightly. His gaze locked onto Yasaka Aru on the battlefield. The expression on Pipa Jizong's face was one of fierce malevolence. His eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed capable of devouring souls. As he spoke, "You Leaf ninjas are truly detestable, always appearing out of nowhere. Can't you simply accept your fate and perish?" With that, Pipa Jizong surged forward, brandishing his decapitating blade, swiftly charging towards Yasaka Aru. However, Yasaka Aru did not divert his attention to Pipa Jizong, instead fixating on the puddle left behind by the ghost lantern's full moon. Pipa Jizong closed the distance rapidly, raising his decapitating blade high, aiming to cleave downwards towards Yasaka Aru's head. It was only at this moment that Yasaka Aru's gaze shifted to Pipa Jizong. With a flick of his left hand, a resounding clang echoed as the decapitating blade shattered upon impact. As the blade fractured, Pipa Jizong's eyes widened in disbelief, soon replaced by an overwhelming terror. Yasaka Aru regarded Pipa Jizong with a calm demeanor, observing his terrified expression, and then, with unwavering momentum, swiftly grasped a shard of the shattered blade. With a gentle sweep from above, mirroring Pipa Jizong's earlier attack, a flash of blade light swiftly passed. And then nothing else transpired, save for Pipa Jizong standing in stunned silence. Yasaka Aru, disregarding the corpse before him, circumvented Pipa Jizong and approached the puddle. It was then that Yasaka Aru spoke with an indifferent tone. "Were you prepared to flee from the very beginning?" As he uttered these words, Pipa Jizong's rigid form erupted like a waterfall, spilling forth a torrent of blood. His body cleaved evenly in two, collapsing to the ground, left and right. The entity known as the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, had already begun to flee upon witnessing Yasaka Aru shatter the decapitating blade, abandoning his comrades without a second thought. Now, he was deep within the dense forests of the Bear Country, utterly indifferent to the fate of Pipa Jizong behind him. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost possesses a notably cumbersome physique. However, its speed is astonishingly incongruous with its size. It can leap through the complexities of the forest, and when traversing a stretch of water, its feet seem to glide upon the surface, akin to running on water. Yet, as the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost navigates the middle of the lake, an unforeseen incident occurs. A pair of small hands suddenly grasp its leg, plunging it into the depths of the water with a splash. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, already on high alert from its escape, feels an immediate surge of trepidation. Clutching an unusual large knife, it instinctively swings downward towards the riverbed without regard for the identity of the assailant. However, the blade fails to slice through flesh. Instead, it merely produces a metallic clang upon contact. In the next moment, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost hears a calm voice. It is I. Recognizing the familiar tone, it realizes that the one who pulled it beneath the water is none other than the ghostly lantern of the full moon, who had initially fled underground, resorting to blood sacrifice to escape. Upon recognizing the ghostly lantern's presence, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost reluctantly halts its attack. Seeing the cessation of resistance, the ghostly lantern of the full moon exerts its strength, pulling the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost into a bubble as they sink to the lake's bottom. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, seizing the initiative, speaks first. "Did you flee from the very beginning, you little ghost? Lacking even the courage to fight?" The ghostly lantern of the full moon disregards the accusation, crouching at the riverbed, cradling its knees, murmuring, "We cannot possibly defeat that fiend." "What do you mean?" The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost responds impatiently, demanding clarity. At this moment, the ghostly lantern raises its head, revealing bloodshot eyes, resembling one who has clawed their way from the depths of hell. It whispers, "That red-haired demon is etched in my memory forever. He is the one who murdered my father. Together, they annihilated our ghostly lantern clan. To this day, I remember them vividly, even if they were to turn to ash." Upon hearing this, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's expression darkened significantly. Chapter 53. Yasaka Aru enters the battlefield. Yasaka Aru shifted his gaze from the puddles on the ground, surveying the entirety of the camp. The fog-shrouded ninjas had vanished, and the 7 ninja swordsmen were either dead or fled, having arrived in haste only to depart just as swiftly. Wherever his eyes fell, the Konoha ninjas dared not meet his gaze. Each time he cast his glance upon them, they would lower their heads, fixating their eyes on the ground as if something there held their fascination. Aru had grown accustomed to the fear he instilled in those around him, and he paid little heed to the Konoha ninjas. In a flash, he vanished from sight, only to reappear aloft in the air. His gaze extended toward the distance, where a region lay completely enveloped in mist. Though obscured, faint silhouettes in red and black clashed within the fog. Recalling the words of Whirlpool Nesu, urging him to check on her kin, Aru promptly vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to him, his every action was being meticulously observed. On a hillside near the Fire Nation's defense line in the Bear Country, an elder of the Huga clan, garbed in white training attire, scrutinized the camp with his Byakugan. For an ordinary person, observing events from such a great distance would be impossible. However, the Huga clan faced no such limitations, for their Byakugan possessed both X-ray and telescopic vision, allowing them to discern movements from miles away. This elder was none other than Hinata's grandfather. He had received word from Huga Hizashi long before Aru and his companions set forth from Konoha, learning that they were bound for the battlefield of the Water Country, located in Bear Country. Thus, he had secretly departed, accompanied by several Huga clansmen, to observe the situation in the camp, ever ready to launch a surprise attack and eliminate the two. Today, he finally awaited his opportunity to strike, yet he found himself paralyzed by fear. What had he witnessed? The 7 ninja swordsmen launching a surprise attack on Konoha's position was one thing, but he had no intention of intervening to aid Konoha's allies. He was a relic from the Warring States period, selfish and self-serving, caring only for his own survival. The village was merely a sanctuary for him. Moreover, the current moment presented a promising chance to eliminate 2 adversaries. Yet he was paralyzed by trepidation. This individual was exceedingly peculiar. Setting aside the red-haired girl who wielded the formidable diamond blocking technique in conjunction with Dust Release, indeed, it was Dust Release that had slain Kurozai Raiga. He was acutely aware of how formidable Inoki was, a ninja who had existed since the Second Great Ninja War. And he remembered vividly Inoki's prowess on the battlefield in his youth. Therefore, he understood just how terrifying Dust Release could be. To make matters worse, this inconspicuous outsider, devoid of any chakra yet possessing the Byakugan, effortlessly eliminated Biwa Juzu with a mere wave of his hand. Such skill was truly daunting. It is absolutely unthinkable to engage in conflict with him. The elder of the Huga clan swallowed hard and retreated deeply into the cave of the Bear Country, while the 2 members of the Huga branch exchanged glances. Confirming the battlefield position of Uzumaki Kushina, Otsutsuki Yu flickered and appeared above the misty area. Upon his arrival, he waved his hands, summoning a fierce wind that swept through, dispersing the mist enveloping the battlefield below. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, was embroiled in combat with the 4th Mizukage, Keiki Yagura. The situation mirrored that of their previous encounter, albeit improved this time. It was a 2-on-1 rather than a 3-on-1. This improvement was thanks to Uchiha Fugaku, who had diverted a portion of Yagura's attention, causing him to waste his water mirror technique, and thus rendering him temporarily unable to replicate Kushina's powers. Kushina faced Yagura and the formidable Hachibi with greater ease. Despite Hachibi launching a tailed beast bomb from a distance, which struck her, it was of little consequence. She was not as fragile as an Uchiha. After all, she was also a Jinchuriki. Uchiha Fugaku mused, "It seems I am still alive." Kushina remained acutely aware of her surroundings, as the mist partially obscured her view. Although she belonged to the Uzumaki clan, she lacked the Byakugan's keen insight. Fortunately, having absorbed the chakra of the Nine-Tails granted her a natural ability to sense malice in her vicinity, making the situation appear less dire. With a loud crash, the battle intensified as Hachibi engaged Kushina directly while Yagura maneuvered from the side to launch a surprise attack. Both combatants restrained their strikes, utilizing one another's strength to create distance. Suddenly, a profound change swept across the battlefield. Kushina sensed a shift and looked up. At the same moment that Yagura and Hachibi also recognized the alteration in the environment. As if a spring breeze had swept through the night, the mist dissipated, revealing Otsutsuki Yu floating above. His sudden intrusion and the destruction of the mist drew the attention of all present, who turned their gazes toward him. Otsutsuki Yu swiftly materialized at the center of the battlefield, transitioning seamlessly from the sky to the ground. Recognizing him, Kushina quickly exclaimed, "It's you. Why are you not staying safely behind in the camp? You shouldn't be here. Leave at once." Kushina's plea was rooted in genuine concern. Given her amicable relationship with Uzumaki Naruto, she was apprehensive that any harm befalling you would deeply distress Naruto, prompting her urgent request for him to depart. Turning to glance at her, Otsutsuki Yu disregarded her entirely, waving his hand dismissively and stating, "Stay back, and do not interfere." Huga Kushina, upon hearing Yasaka Aru's mocking words, could no longer contain herself and retorted, "Have you had too much to drink? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" It was evident from her words just how tempestuous her emotions had become. Though she usually treated others with kindness and warmth, this demeanor was reserved exclusively for her kin and friends. Should anyone else dare to provoke her, Huga Kushina would swiftly remind them of the origins of her fiery nickname, Blood Red Chili Pepper.